Hey there, welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming by today. Thanks for putting in wows in at wow time. Yeah, Air France just going right by there. Looks like we got some CRJs here, some Airbuses, some Boeings, and a sassy 737 over there. It's flying time. There's our gate, C7. And there's our cute little Air Berlin airplane. Hey there, thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Thank you for putting in the wows in at wow time. I saw Sunjammer even snuck in a couple of pints of Murphy's always full beer mug. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Stupidocracy is here. Hello, Average Canadian over on YouTube. Good to see you. T-Bird is here too. Hi, T-Bird. Thanks for the blue and yellow flags. Danny VDW has some nice wows as well. And thanks again for doing those wows. Appreciate you coming in today. Murdinator is back too. And if you were saying hi while I was zipping and zooming around the airport, hello, welcome. Thanks for coming by today on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time. I think I've got the chat stuff working, so that should be fairly good. Laxon just checked in from Boda. There's Grumpy Pirate. Thank you for coming by. And welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here. I hope you're doing good. I hope your week's off to has been a good week. It's Thursday, so that means that it's practically weekend. We're in weekend mode here at the Spy Flight. So, you know, it's Thursday, but I'm going to call it anyway. Happy weekend. Thanks for being here. 3 nice flights. Polyot, can I see you? I see you in chat. I also see you, yeah, on both YouTube and chat. Yeah, that was on YouTube. Yep, I see. Yes, I actually got my multi-chat working. So I've got a new multi-chat box that I've got. And it didn't work yesterday because, you see, if you want to use multi-chat, you have to sign on to both of your platforms. I was signed on to Twitch, but I hadn't signed on to YouTube. So, shock, shock, shock. Guess what happens? It didn't effing work.
Subscriber confirmed.
There we go.
Top clearance
so,
granted.
when you sign on, the most amazing
Loyalty
things happen.
noted.
Hey, Mr. Jazz, welcome aboard. And Eat Mo Shade just did a resub. Eat Mo Shade. Okay, it says 21 months. I see it there. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much. Thanks for a wow. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan, too. And thank you for being here. We've got the cute little Air Berlin A319. Even though, you know, you're probably looking at that saying, wait a minute, that's not an A319 because... yes, I know. Yes, I'm shattering illusions today. I'm definitely. So you might be saying, hey, wait a minute here. Look at that. There's 2 emergency exits. I thought that there was only supposed to be 1. Some A319s were a higher density A319, so there's no first class section on this one. And so that's kind of why it is that we have an extra emergency exit because because they were, you know, putting some more sardines in the sardine can. So there we go. Tom Seck, good nabbit, and thank you for coming in today. I hope it's nice tonight in Frankfurt. It looks like it's kind of nice in Berlin tonight. They needed the extra doors to meet the regulations. Because, yeah, again, you have to have a certain door for a certain number of people, and if you've got more people, then they have to have an extra door, too.
Subscriber confirmed.
Ben just did a nice resub. Hey, Ben. Ben's been here for 42 months. Hey, Ben, thanks. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. So here we are. This is also has really become a favorite little airline of mine, and, you know, it's not in existence anymore. I guess, you know, between, you know, the changing industry, financials, and COVID, it just didn't survive. Always did like the font on the side, and, you know, being an unofficial spy or a spy author, I don't know, it just has a spy vibe for me, you know, because, again, that was one of, you know, Berlin in the Cold War was an absolute hotbed of espionage and skullduggery. So, anyway, that's how it kind of has that little vibe for me. That's right. So Polyot says the reason is it's you have to be able to get everyone out of the airplane within a certain amount of time based on that. And so you couldn't get everybody out of this airplane without the extra exit. So that's why there had to be another door so that everybody could get out on a certain amount of time. Because when you have to evacuate an airplane, you got to get going. You don't have time to, kind of be messing around here. Let's see. Mr. Jazz is in chat reminding me that Spy Jazz is needed. So we're going to get that going too. Hi, T-Bird. Thanks for being here. Thanks for always putting in that, goofy little guy down there. I don't know. I probably should learn the history of, Pokey Pikachu, whatever, down there. But it's just got the goofiest little, hey there, smile. So kind of like those things. A319, fabulous airplane. I've already gone and done one thing. It's important if you're flying the Phoenix airplanes on Twitch. On Flight Sim 24, hit the panel state and hit cold and dark default and activate it. Some switches are on and that could be a problem. Ben, I'm sorry, we've got to do some permits right now. I've changed platforms and everything, and some things are in place. I know that you like to come in and put in, stuff about some of our favorite airplanes, and I've been thinking about that. I'm real sorry that happens, but still. That's the only reason and one of the things I know I'm going to miss is the fun stuff that you put in. You can still request and get permitted, so that would work too. There are 1,269 episodes of Pokemon, so I've got a lot of catching. Yeah, very probably. It's a show, right? I thought it was a show and a game. No Life Seaver. Did I say that right? Welcome aboard and thanks for coming in today. It is. I actually like the A319. It's a cute little sporty jet. And a long time ago, I actually found I downloaded the font for this airplane. And so I found that in my computer recently. Eclipse needs advice from us. Few practice flights in the A310. I've done at least one big procedure. Blah, blah, blah. Really need practice. I was going to fly the A300 on our flight out of Manila, so that might help a little bit. Shows, games, movies, trading cards, and everything else. They probably even have their very own ice cream, right? It's one of the world's biggest franchises. No kidding. Olimod is doing a real-world flight today. Yeah, Olimod's doing an Emirates flight as a passenger, flying in a 777. So, happy landings, Olimod. If you feel like it, if you've got a time, be sure and send a picture over to Discord so we can see your real-world flight. No Life Seaver says, no, they don't have their own ice cream. Well, obviously, they're not that big then, are they? He said with attitude or something. Hi, P.S. Morandi, and Just Speedbird is here, too. Captain Sibby, welcome aboard. Always great to see Captain Sibby in. This is Captain Sibby gave me my first lessons in being an Airbus pilot. So I learned everything about Airbuses except my bad landings from Captain Sibby. My bad landings, I learned how to do that all on my own. And I think it's time to start turning the airplane on. So battery and ground power. Today is, I believe, the 10th, so it's an even day. So we'll use nav and logo light system number 2. Pokemon is the world's largest franchise, 98.9 billion, nearly 40 billion more than Mickey Mouse and Friends, which is shocking to me in a way because it's sort of like I would have thought it would have been James Bond or something, but oh no. There's also, there is Pokemon ice cream in Japan. Okay. Well, clearly it's time for me to move to Japan so that I can go and enjoy some Pokemon ice cream because temperature's in the 60s here. It's time to start talking ice cream. At least here at Spy HQ. Pokemon is bigger than Mickey Mouse. Okay, that actually kind of blows me away in a way that it's bigger than that. Sibby said, Pokemon, it's you and me, Destiny. Best friend, we must defend Pokemon, catch. Is that the song from the game? That's the tune. Okay, well, of course they have their own songs. So that's the theme song. Okay. Do we have FMGC? We do. Yay. I don't know. When I started doing the flight plan today for today's flight, I've got the Air Berlin song running through my head at the moment. So there you go. Let's see. AAOC. So ATSU, Air Traffic Services Unit. ATSU, Airline Operations Control. And then flight init. That's how we get our first flight plan into the plane. Junta is aboard. Royal Sibi is going to try and learn the song on your keyboard. The Pokemon song or the Air Berlin song? I didn't know you had a keyboard. You've got a keyboard, or like a computer keyboard, or do you also, speak what? 4 languages and do all sorts of cool things, have great problem-solving skills, and you are musical? Wow. The Pokesong. Oh, okay. The real keyboards at your mom and dad's. Okay. In 2024, you have to use a built-in planner. And here is that. You have a real keyboard. That's cool. All right. Airplane's coming to life here. And, oh, we're in Berlin. You know what that means? In Germany, we get to use CPDLC here. We get to do that. Let's do init. Why am I clicking when I've got a McDo? So init and init request. Eclipse and Royal Sibi are the same person in aviation. Different languages, but Eclipse is also a pianist. BER, it's a beer flight, 441. Okay, there we go. Let's come on up here. Uh-oh, somebody's trying to start pineapple and pizza trouble. Somebody's trying to start pineapple and pizza trouble. There will become a war of pineapples and pizzas in chat at any minute. I know, the pointing and click, Ben, it is. It totally is. There you go. See, pineapples and pizzas right there. Eclipse comes from the home of Colonel Sanders' favorite chicken. Let's see. No Life Seaver. Do you know how to use autopilot in big planes? You don't. So No Life Seaver, my guess is you're probably kind of new to this spy flight stuff. No, Sibi doesn't play piano, but oh, you do play guitar. I didn't know you did the guitar. Surprise, surprise, you do? That's awesome. But No Life Seaver. So you're new to this this airplane stuff, right? Here's the deal. It takes a while to be able to fly all these airplanes, these big planes like you see we're flying here. I mean, you've just looked at what I've been doing in the iPad here. There's, download the flight plan. There's the printed flight plan here. There's the cost index and everything. There's sad pictures now. There's sad pictures and stuff. Sorry. It's not, but I have no other recognizing characteristics about Kentucky. Well, you've got a big horse race in Kentucky. You've also make bourbon in Kentucky. So, I mean, you got a lot of stuff there, right? Cost index is 6. So cost index is going to be 6. Flight cruise, I put in flight level 310. Let's go and get our winds. Wind request, and here comes wind, because everyone knows it's windy. I wonder if Indy is doing an event for the Derby. That would be cool. I think Eclipse, they kind of do that. KFC is horrible. That's why we're thinking of alternatives. I don't know. I remember as a child, it was good. As a kid, mom and dad, they would bring home KFC every now and then. But I don't think I've been to one of those in probably 15 to 20 years. Cambo is here. One of the world's biggest fireworks shows is in Kentucky. It's called Thunder over Louisville. It got canceled this year because of flooding. Oh no. Oh no. Really? Okay, so let's get our airplane ready to go. Let's go and get a clearance. So F-plan, this McDo, I do have to come over here and do some stuff. So let's go back to Air Traffic Services Unit. And we're going to go to the AOC, Airline Operations Control menu, and then do an ATC request. Okay, pre-departure clearance. We are at gate Chuckles 7. So Chuckles 7 is the gate. Let's see, the 8 is at Berlin. We can get that over here on the electronic flight bag. So Phoenix. I'm going to jump into a flight planning rabbit hole here. So apologies if I'm missing some chat with you. Let's just get it, or otherwise we'll be on the ground forever here. Okay, let's see. EDDB, ATIS. It's ATIS. I'm guessing this is information alpha. I'm guessing this is information alpha. Okay. So let's put in alpha. We are requesting this from EDDB, Berlin Brandenburg. Oh my gosh, I said it like, who's the guy? Mark Felton. I think I was listening to, I was watching a Mark Felton video today. I think he doesn't do it as Berlin. He does it more like Berlin in a way. Hey, Greg, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on in. WSX Boy is here too. Okay, and then I usually, only because I learned how to spell it. G, and then there's a space in there. And there we go. Charlie 7 Alpha, Guten Abend, A319, Brandenburg to Vienna, send. There we go. I plus T equals it. I might have screwed up something. I should just concentrate on doing this. Otherwise, I will start reading little things and little bits and pieces. And there was a song. Oh, I learned how to spell it. Hang on. Comedy Club's open. Comedy Club's open. All right. All right, let's do... Uh-oh. There is our 1970s era iPhone. I love the sound of the bell on this old thing. ATC, let's see what we got. Let's see. It is being processed. Stand by. I'm not going to stand by. I'm going to sit by because I have attitude. iPhone 1970s. Yeah, that's it. We didn't call it. We call them, even if you know, we just call them all iPhones now, right? But back in the day, it was a cell phone, and really not in the 70s, was it? Yeah, that's a problem. But that's what we call them. Which reminds me, I need to put my iPhone on silence. I just don't want it ringing while we're yapping. Is that an airpiece ceiling? There it is. Uh-oh, get ready for the phone again. So more like a 1980s cell phone. Come on. Goofy Bell. Captain Biss is here. Is it Sao Paulo? There we go. You saw the Azul duck livery. So Captain Biss, you're at Sao Paulo, Brazil for a couple of real days, and you saw the Azul duck.
Detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Hey,
Stay
Brussels
sharp.
Sprouts. Thank you for a really nice follow. Welcome aboard. Captain Biss, happy vacation to you. I hope you have a really good time, and thank you for coming in today. So let's see. Berlin, Air Berlin 441 cleared to LOWG off of runway 24 left. It's the Luros 3 November departure. Let's see. We are in Squawk 1000 territory. That's good to know. Page 2. And frequency. Whoa. Let's see. Oh, come on. I'm not clicking the mouse correctly. Okay, 121.605 is our next frequency. 121.605. 121.605 is our next frequency. Squawk 1000, we already know our altitude, so that's great. I'm going to Wilco this and send it. And now we can do our flight plan. Captain Biss, that's so cool. That's the rest of us. I really hope that they fix the duck livery for the new flight sim. You call it an iPhone if you have an iPhone. If not, you call it. The rest you just call it a. Well, over in England, I think that mostly they call it a mobile. They don't call it an iPhone or an Android or it's a mobile. You don't miss those. So few people had them. You look pretentious. Oh yes, I think you did. They really did. I knew a few people back in the 80s when I worked in radio that had them. And, you know, I mean, seriously, look in the dictionary for the word pretentious, and that was them. Lova has heard something funny on Marseille Control. They have multiple holds and asked probably new pilot minimum clean speed, and he said what speed, and Control told him as slow as you can go without falling out of the sky. That is outstanding. Yeah, that's really cool. Well, iPhone or Samsung is the brand. Mobile is the type. We just call them all phones. CPDLC, actually, I'm really pretty geeky about this, you know, CPDLC clearances and stuff. Awesome. Eclipse says we got plenty of time. Okay, no problem. Mountain Man, good afternoon. Mountain Man just did another real-world flight. I think Mountain Man, if you don't know, Mountain Man is zeroing in on getting a private pilot's license. And it's starting to get like real here, right, Mountain Man? Congratulations on all that. Mountain Man's going to do the cross-country solo flight, I think, in a couple of weeks or something. Sibby, you want a Samsung, but you just have a Pixel? Mountain Man says by the end of May, you'll be ready to go. I think that's awesome. All right, let's go ahead and do... let's do page B. Let's do page B. Pauliot told Sibby to stick to the Pixel phone. Okay, zero fuel weight, 55.6. Let's just go ahead and round it up. The airplane's going to do it anyway. Center of gravity, 30.0. And that looks good. Let's accept that and return. Cool. Let's come on over here. I'm going to do mass and balance. First of all, doors are all open, right? Yeah, doors are open. Let's start boarding the plane. 9-minute boarding. Pauliot had 5 of the original mobile phones from the 80s and the 90s. You would sign them out if you were in the office so people could contact you. But back then, people thought mobile phones were so new and weird they would literally stare. Oh, I bet they did. I bet they did too. Sibby had an iPhone and a lot of Samsungs, but Sibby likes the Pixel phone. I think I've always pretty much had the iPhone. So, yeah, pretty much it's just been those. Let's do fuels. Shako, welcome on in. Thanks for coming in. I have not gotten GSX. I haven't downloaded it. But I haven't done that at all. Let's see. Eclipse is going to start doing some training. All right, let me go and do these numbers. Otherwise, we'll be here forever. Taxi fuel, 1.150. Route reserve is 0.616. Alternate fuel is 1.13, and 0.988. And fuel planning is green, so that looks really good too. Sibby's had a Pixel Pro for over a year and it still feels like it's new. Now, if it still feels new over a year, that's pretty cool. Okay, Berlin, our clearance says departing off of runway 24. It's going to be 24 left. We are during the Luros 3 November departure. And insert. Coming in, our arrival I am expecting the ILS for 3-4 center. We are doing the Leoben to Mike arrival, the Leob to Mike, and the Via, I believe. Oh, I don't remember which that one is. I looked at it earlier today. Let's see.
New recruit detected.
Uh-oh.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Moritz is a brand new follower. Welcome aboard, Moritz. You had a Samsung S22 and then dropped it. Yeah, some of these phones, you just drop it once and that's it. You just drop it once and that is all there is to it. I need the Z-Bar 2 Sierra. The Z-Bar 2 Sierra. And insert, there is a flight plan. That looks really good. And there we go over there. Didn't it also give you trouble on that one big hike that you did in Sweden? I mean, you had, there was something that gave you a problem with all your video. Was that the phone at that time? I know that was a frustrating day. Maybe it was just your camera. It was not waterproof. Eclipse just checked Wikipedia and it shows 16 degrees Celsius. Bing and 34. How is that possible? That's right, the display cracked. Yeah, I think once the display cracks on some of these things, that's a problem. Okay, I think we're ready to get loaded and get ready to go. Let's go. This is coming on up. We did get a squawk code. We're squawking 1000. So clear, clear. That looks good. 1.6 center and 3.4 center is about 300 meters difference. How can it work that way? Displaced threshold or something? Maybe that's it? Average Canadian is taxiing to the runway over on YouTube.
Berlin delivery, good day, Lufthansa 9 Yankee, information Alpha, request Alpha clearance to Billund.
Hate to say it, you're on Unicom. Somebody's not feeling too smart. I do that all the time though. 121.605 is our next frequency. There you go. That was the reason. Polyot said it better than I did.
560, clear to Billund via the Script 3 November departure. Runway 24 left. Land VATSIM 5000 feet for 42065
110, almost boarded. Looks like we got a full load today. It looks like we got a full load. Let's go and snag a couple of charts on Navigraph. What do you call someone that saw an iPhone being stolen? An eyewitness. The comedy club is definitely open now.
Start through for push apron on 1.
And we needed a special arrival. We needed the Zilbus transition. I'm going to guess that that's over on the approach page. No, it's not over there.
Delivery, hello, this is Ryanair 4 Echo Romeo at Stand Alpha 09. We are also ready for push back and start. And Echo Romeo, Roger, start up is approved for push.
Oh, the X bar, not Zilbus. And we're going for 3-4 center. Yeah, this is the one we needed. Okay, all that looks really good. I think we're almost ready to depart the scene of this crime. Wish they would fix. They really need to fix that map. Okay, we need to do ground charts. I'm going to need one more chart. Airplane's loaded. We need aprons Alpha and Bravo. And we're over at Charlie 7. That looks good. Almost time to go. I have neglected to mention, always like to do a special shout out. Just a way to say thanks for all of the great flight instruction that I got from Sibby all that time ago. If you ever feel like catching Royal Sibby flying over, she could use a few extra subs too. It's gotten a little tight over in Athens. But so grateful to have learned everything that I did about Airbus from somebody who learned from a real Airbus captain. Almost ready to go. Let's see. Okay, that looks good. Information Alpha. 1019 is our altimeter. 1019. 1019. Ben, what do you call an iPhone's battery pack? Apple juice. That was good. Hey, welcome aboard. Martin is here. And 1019 down here. 1019. That looks good. Passengers are aboard. APU bleeds going on. I'm done with ground power. Let's do fuel pumps. There goes our fuel pumps. Elid Khalifi, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Elid is on YouTube. Thanks for coming by. We're just about ready to get out of here. Let's go to ground services. I'm going to close my cargo doors here. There goes cargo doors. Hi, Bartel. A little loud because of the jet noise. Okay, almost time. I can disconnect ground power. I'm going to check my parking brake. My parking brake is on. I'm going to disconnect chocks and cones. Let's go get our final. Martel has Air Berlin chocolates. Elite, yes, we're on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Runway 24 left, sync the load sheet, sync the weather, calculate speeds, assume that they're correct and not go over them like the real pilots will, just to assume that, to make sure they're correct. That looks good. Those numbers are in. Let's just go back to Navigraph. Okay, let's do final load sheet. Final load sheet, 55.6. That is our final zero fuel weight. Our final center of gravity is 30.0. That is correct. And our final fuel is 5.94. I need 4.7. I boarded a little bit extra because, you know, VATSIM. GT Boy, beer cheers. Thanks for coming in today. That looks good. Go to performance. That looks good too. Let's go and get ready to do pushback. Where is pushback helper? Thanks for bringing in the beer cheers there. And I'm going to call my tug. And let's get ready to listen in here. I usually don't call them ready for push and start until I actually am 100% ready. Because sometimes they tell you, yes, you can push almost immediately, but you have to do it now. I'm not ready. Well, why did you call?
Delivery, good evening, EZ13 X Foxtrot 321 near standard Bravo 15 Golf, right fast London Gatwick, please.
Transponder going on, seatbelts are going on, passengers are in their seats. Ooh, we got a KLM over there.
Cleared to London Gatwick, Suki between November departure, runway 24 left, flight plan route, climb via SIT, altitude 5,000 feet, score 1345.
1345.
Cleared to London Gatwick via the Suki between November departure, 24 left. Climb via SIT, 5,000, score 1345.
Information Alpha is still aboard. Brandenburg delivery, guten Abend from Air Berlin 441 at gate Charlie 7 with information Alpha requesting startup and pushback.
Delivery, hello. Your TSAT is 1958. I'll call you.
Thank you. 1958. Okay, we got a little bit of time. Can you fly Tunis Air later on? Tunis Air. I don't think we've ever done that, but the cool thing about Flight Simulator is you can fly any airline. 1959er? Holy crap. That's really? That's a long time. I know. This is why we board extra fuel. Yeah, and if you take a look over at the flight plan over here, you can see that I've got a line in here called ATC fuel. Well, I only boarded 15 minutes of ATC fuel, but this is with both engines running. My engines aren't running. I just have the little APU going back there. That's just sipping gas as opposed to those, thirsty little engines. So, yeah, that's why you board a little bit of extra fuel. But the APU isn't going to drink nearly that much fuel, so most of that 15 minutes is still good for our flight tonight. Yeah, we're more than fine at the moment. It shouldn't be too bad. Captain Sibby says now's a good time to do a nap.
Lufthansa 9 Yankee confirms departure time 1959 Zulu.
Yeah, for your TSAT, your startup time will be 1959 for now.
Well, let's see here. We could go and jump over to the jetway here.
195, delivery, hello. Put our startup in the pool for pushback, contact 811.1.859 down.
And come into the terminal. Let's see. I guess we don't want to go. Let's see. I guess there's a place to get coffee here, maybe? Since we're going to have to wait this long. I don't see any great places to go get coffee, though. People talking on mobiles? Or just phones? Yeah, I don't see any coffee places or anything like that. Maybe they all have them over in the main terminal. Uh-oh. I'm being a bad pilot. Greta's queasy. The A319 burns more fuel than the A319neo. So here we all are over in the main terminal. Is there any coffee here? So the A319 is 25% more fuel, 50% more noise, 25% more CO2 than the A319neo. Man. Some really nice gates over here. I guess these are going to be some international departures for all of that. So, oh, they even have the departure board up there. So, Flughafen Berlin Brandenburg. Oh, wow. This is the one that has the big balls. I think that they put those things on for the A380 to celebrate the arrival of the A380 here. Which I think they have to close down gates on either side if you want to fly your A380 in here. Something about rubbish. I messed up with the rubbish. Oh, yeah, the sheep. That, yeah. If there'd been any way to prevent that, we would have.
37, stand Bravo 11, information Bravo, destination 1019, I have parts of Tallinn, please.
Union 158, information Bravo, no ground security 1019, cleared to Tallinn, Galaxy November departure, runway 24 left, side plan.
This is a really cool airport. This is also one that I brought over from this airport I brought over from 2024.
For left, you should time pass at 15 stroke 2002. Here's the Italian listen 158.
Not as much fun as Berlin, as Munich. Munich has their own. They have their own brewery at Munich. Not to fly Berlin in real life if I want something to drink. So they don't. I would have thought that they would have had all sorts of stuff to drink here. Big ads for Mercedes here. The sounds are going to cost cheap to keep from spamming them, I thought. So there's more cars. I guess that's more of an ad than a say park your car here kind of a deal. Some nice signs down here. Airport. Oh, they've got a place called Airport City.
Requesting airport clearance to Tallinn, estimation Bravo.
Boy, everybody's going to Tallinn today.
59 delivery alone of flight 516. Bravo 1960 delivery.
At this point, yes, we could probably drive to Austria because there's no speed limit on the Autobahn, right?
Thank you, going to 121-855.
Looks like we have a Ryanair that's pushed back over here. Electric Dreams, you want to make your own hometown airport? No jetways over here. Hello, Ryanair. So no jetways on this side. So nice little tour, pretty cool airport. I heard there was a lot of drama. Sunjammer told us about some of the drama that they had in building this airport. Which, if you endured all the stories about the drama that they had building Denver International Airport, this one kind of gets us off the hook a bit. Hi, Patrick. Welcome aboard. Oh, we're just kind of zipping around the airport today, Patrick. Not really planning on flying or anything like that. No, we're hoping to do some flying today. We just got a late start time. There must be a lot of people flying today. So EasyJet, a couple of planes over there, and I've got a vintage Berlin flight today.
Easy 1 to X-ray Foxtrot, ready for push and start now. Start the Bravo 15.
Wow.
2005, thank you. Easy 13 X-ray Foxtrot.
So it gives you time to go back into the terminal and grab a brew before departure, right? Let's see how much time we managed to kill on this one. Probably not very much. I'm almost afraid to look at the clock. 1946, what did they say? 58 or something? So all we managed to do was kill about 10 minutes on that? Really? 58? Okay. They have a really cool control tower here with lots of blue highlights. I should look for a Philippine Airlines. I was just going to do a cargo flight. I was going to take the A300, but a cargo flight. But yeah, sorry, Patrick, no captain's hat yet right now. So we've got a nice little building out here in the middle. So I guess this is the building, the administration building, and then they've got a little building that takes you over here and a really nice elevator ride up here. And then we can come into the control tower. Now, if you go to the control tower at Athens Venizelos, They have cups of coffee on the table, and somebody also put a bottle of ouzo on the table there. So they were having a little bit of fun. Let's see. Be like Hannibal Lecter. Kill it and eat it. No, we don't want to do that. We haven't done the Tempelhof in a long time. So they did kind of a nice job up here. Hi, Hydrospace. Welcome aboard. Can we have our chocolates now, or do we have to wait? You can have your chocolate whenever you want it. I think when there's a big bad delay like this, they should have extra chocolates. Maybe they have coffee in the tower. I didn't actually see any coffee cups. They even, this was the Fly Tampa scenery. I think that Athens was like one of the first Fly Tampa sceneries that I ever got. They even had the Athens Airport logo on the coffee cups up in the control tower. I thought that that was great. I thought that would have been really good. I thought that was a, you know, nice little attention to detail on that. WSX Boy says that there's European Union laws that say that delays entitle you to extra chocolate hearts. And yet we check who does and does not fly KORD to Midway yesterday. I didn't know that we checked anything. I thought all we did was talk about it, but I might have missed part of the conversation in there. We are waiting for Hydrospace. We're waiting for a pushback slot right now. How do we do there? 49. This is killer. Talk about it.
441 delivery.
Berlin 441. Hi.
Berlin 441, are you confirmed fully ready?
Berlin 441, fully ready.
And Berlin 441, Roger. So startup is approved for push. Contact date on 121.855. Ciao.
121.855. Thanks for the startup. We'll call for pushback and have a great weekend from Berlin 441.
You too.
121.855, right? I think we're ready to go over there. Let's see. Come on over here. Beacon can go on. Brandenburg ground. Good evening from Berlin 441. Stand Charlie 7. Information Bravo's aboard requesting pushback.
Last station for clearance contact delivery.
Brandenburg ground. Hello there from Air Berlin 441. We are at stand Charlie 7. Bravo's aboard requesting pushback. One 12185.
441 pushback approved
Facing east for Berlin 441. Thank you so much. Shall we go? Holy moly. We got to leave. They got us out a little bit early. Parking brake off. Here we go. Bye, KLM. Have a groovy day.
Taxi Delta 07
The Burke is back in chat. You crashed for the 4th time today. Have each one of them been at the same airport? Maybe it's a scenery error. Maybe a scenery error. Starting engine number 1. And engine number 1 is starting. Uh-oh, I shouldn't have been waving bye-bye to KLM. They get to push too.
United 962, actually, can we have Bravo 07 Alpha?
Yeah, it still won't push you exactly the way you want here. And then it automatically disconnects. That's getting a little bit annoying.
should not have turned on echo. Your plan was
Starting
for
engine number
Victor
2.
you have
Engine
to
number 2
push
starts.
on the echo, pushing on echo.
Roger, we'll wait for Lufthansa 160.
The Rockies is a name of a mountain range. I know them well. I grew up there. That explains how I got such a rocky start in life. Or maybe there was high altitude air deprivation, brain development. Maybe that's part of the reason.
You missed data 07. Take data 13 Alpha.
Good start on engine number
Bravo 07 Alpha, please.
2.
And that's 6-2, yeah, 6 Bravo 07. Lufthansa 1 Mike Hotel hold position.
Avail. Started back to normal.
Lufthansa 1 Mike Hotel,
APU bleed. APU. Come on down here. We'll disconnect the pedal, the nose wheel steering, and do our control checks and be good pilots here.
Correct.
Looks good.
Bravo 6, 10.
Up 0.5. And flaps are going to be 1. We'll be 1 with the flaps. And we're going to do speed brakes, armed, auto brakes, max. I think we're ready to go.
Apron, hello, it's 158.
Okay, not much point in calling them and telling them we're ready to go with that airplane sitting right there. Let's see. I don't think Polyot messaged Lex Stereo in this. Yeah, Lex Stereo made the. You talking about the video at the beginning of the live stream? Lex Stereo did make that, and it's really cool. Hi, Chris. Welcome aboard. Starting today without a hot beverage today. It's now officially warm enough that I'm starting to leave the coffee out of it. Chris just got the A350 on the marketplace. Oh, really? Chris, you got the AnyBuilds A350 in the marketplace. Really? That's actually kind of cool.
Bravo 02 Victor John.
Victor John is Apron, Alpine 976, holding short.
I think they've got their strobes on too. I think it's too early for strobes. You should do strobes when you're closer to the runway. Make sure it's not mine, it's just the beacon on mine.
Berlin 820 Yankee, down Charlie 10.
The strobes are the white lights, so the flashing. We've got flashing red lights on the top and bottom of the airplane, but the strobes are on the wingtips.
Bravo 149, you missed Bravo 14, taxi gate Bravo 12.
People are missing taxiways today. Brandenburg ground, hello again from Air Berlin 441. Pushed and started from Charlie 7, requesting taxi.
Berlin 441, taxi via Echo, hold short Charlie.
Taxi via Echo will hold short Charlie for Berlin 441. Shall we go? Nose light. Parking brake off. Maybe they turned the strobes on to protest their engines running for half an hour. Blinded by the light. But are you revved up like a deuce in the rumor of the night?
Taxi data 01, straight Victor 3.
Can you say again, Finland 112?
Okay, so Echo and Charlie. There's Echo. And then Charlie, I guess. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie. Ah, there's Charlie. So Echo holds short of Charlie. 121.705 for Berlin 441. Thanks.
Ground, hello, again, it's been
121.705.
Rally propulsion start.
Brandenburg ground, hello there from Berlin 441, holding short of Charlie.
Berlin 441, Berlin apron, Berlin ground. Very good evening. Take me to the holding port. Runway 24 left via Bravo and Mike 8.
Bravo and Mike 8 now for Berlin 441. Thanks. Bravo and Mike 8. Maxillar is over on YouTube. Hi, Maxillar. You're with Ice Show Speed. Welcome aboard. Berlin's livery reminds me of the Air Canada Rouge. It does have a little of that Rouge flavor, doesn't it?
Berlin 441, contact Berlin Tower 118.805. Have a safe flight. Bye-bye.
118.805 for Berlin 441. Have a great weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
118.805.
Berlin Grabber, stay Lufthansa 1960.
Brandenburg Tower, guten Abend from Air Berlin 441, approaching runway 24 left, fully ready.
Air Berlin 441, forward, line up runway 24 left.
24 left, line up, Berlin 441. Strobes, let him know this airplane's serious about getting on the runway and doing that flying thing.
Speedbird 978.
Dogs is here. Hey, Dogs, happy weekend. But no, Hydrospace, I really do like this old livery. This livery just has the absolute best spy vibe. Need an Airbus hat. We sure do, Hydrospace. Thank you for reminding. The cam checklist is green. We are fully ready to go. Final cabin call. Seats for departure.
Number 1, body part right, wind track 250, get that now.
Sergeant Umbrella just checked in from the control tower. Hi, Sergeant Umbrella. Welcome. Thanks for coming and saying hi. Looks like a great night flight. Nice night for flying in Berlin. We're ready to go. Okay, everything's good here. Lights. 120630. 24 left, clear for takeoff. Berlin 441. Thank you. Shall we go? Throttles up about halfway. And our engines are stable. Elapsed timer going on. And manual flex. SRS. Runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. And we're in the middle of the runway, and it doesn't look like there's any rabbits hopping across, so we should be good. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about alligators. 100 knots. V1, hands off the throttles. Rotate.
Tower EV 1212.
So long, Berlin.
Runway 24 left, clear to left.
Lever climb. And thrust climb. And flaps up. There goes our flaps.
Airplane 441, current departure 120.630, goodbye.
120.630 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too, goodbye.
120.630. And that looks good. This looks great. 120.630 is going to be Bremen radar. Bremen radar, guten Abend from Berlin 441, passing 3,500 for 5,000.
Berlin 441, Bremen radar hello, identified, come to flight level 160, greetings, Slipstream.
Flight level 160, what was that second part, please, for Berlin 441?
Greetings, Slipstream, hi.
Oh, greetings back. Thank you for coming in today. Happy weekend. I know it's Thursday, but we can dream. Vinyl Rabbit, welcome aboard.
Thanks, you too.
Good to see you, Vinyl Rabbit. Thanks for coming by today. And altimeters, standard, standard, and one more stud button to hit. ATC tonight's great. And all of that looks good, and out we go. I'm going to switch to night charts. That's just too bright. Hi, dogs. Welcome aboard. Thursday, you going to do the 3-hop with us from Bangor to Boston to Syracuse? I was able to check everything. I thought we had an airport for Bangor, Maine. I know we have Boston. I wasn't able to check Syracuse yet. But it should be a nice VATSIM.
935, monitor advisory 128, so. Berlin 441, course proceed to direct Hotel Delta Oscar.
Direct Hotel Delta Oscar now for Berlin 441. Back to performance. That's a nice direct too. So there's a payware for Syracuse that we have. Okay. German ATC Wesley is, as usual, just really, really good. I mean, it's always spot on. If you know what it is that you're supposed to be doing with the flight and all, so if you know what you're supposed to be doing, it's just absolutely spot on. Not that I know everything that I'm supposed to be doing, but it's really pretty good. There'll be full ATC from Bangor to Boston. So, are you saying that our third flight's going to be a real banger? As long as we don't get banged up. Let's get the jokes going. Oh no, the joke thing. Oh, that's right. Where would we go to get bangers and mash? That's a UK thing. I think you get bangers and mash in like Scotland, maybe Ireland. That's right, right? Bangers and mash is there.
Berlin 441, monitor advisory 1228, happy flight, ciao.
122.8 for Berlin 441. Thanks so much. Have a good weekend. It's not a specific thing, but it's a UK thing, but it could be any place there. And if you don't know bangers and mash like sausage and mashed potatoes and stuff, it's really good. Now, here's a great name. It's over on YouTube. Devastation Towards Completion. You just subscribe because of the dad joke. Thanks for the sub. Welcome aboard. So devastation, I have to tell you, those jokes do happen. Actually, fairly often, I have to tell you. So welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Let's continue the climb, flight level 310. And off to Austria we go. Shepherd's pie. That is really good. I do a really good combination of shepherd's pie and Guinness pie. Kind of put them together in a way, but oh man, is that tasty. Been a long time since I've made it. Okay, just checking flight plan, F plan, and I don't think that we've got any route discontinuities. 342 miles to go. Let's just continue the climb. Captain Sibby says good night. Good night, Captain Sibby. As always, thank you for coming by today. And I'm going to do just one more. Have a great evening, Sibby. And if you get a chance, go over and visit. You'll see racing cars and very, very good airplane flying over there. Sibby has, you know, really great sim flying skills. Happy Thursday. And if you put enough Guinness in it, you don't care what it tastes like after the first one. Well, that's one of the things I loved about cooking Guinness pie for that Irish pub that I worked for, is you know, one of the most important jobs when you're cooking Guinness pie is to constantly monitor the quality of the Guinness. So you have to kind of regularly, you know, make sure that the Guinness that you're putting in the Guinness pie is top quality. It's a very serious responsibility. Wesley wants to fly at Microsoft Flight Simulator. You don't have the time. You're working on your thesis for your bachelor's degree. Wesley, you know, if you don't have to do a big long flight, but if you were to go and choose like a quick commuter flight or something, like Berlin down to München, or you know, Denver down to Albuquerque, something along those lines. That way you could still do a quick flight. And I don't know how it is, you know, when I'm working on things like a thesis or a writing project or something, if I can walk away from it for 45 minutes, it actually bumps my quality up just a little bit. So maybe that's something that you could do. Your captain tonight has just joined us. Welcome aboard, Captain Tonight. Thanks for coming by. Burke asked ChatGTP to come up with flights 1 hour anywhere in the world, and you got some good... Really? So ChatGTP gave you flight suggestions. I don't know. Even though it's a sim flight, I'd be a little scared. Eclipse, recommend I really keep nailing down the procedure in the A310 before hopping on VATSIM. So, Eclipse, our next flight is Manila to San Jose, right? We're all, some of us are going to take A300s. I don't think that there's going to be that much ATC on this one. I know that you've been practicing the A310, which is an awful lot like the airplane that I'm going to take next. So let's just look at the route and let's see what we got here, okay? RPLL, and this is Aquino Airport in Manila, and we're going to San Jose RPUH. Okay, so this is 128 miles. This is not a long flight. I don't think there's going to be that much ATC at this hour. I think that this is probably a good time for you to go and think about getting in your airplane and flying with us over to on VATSIM. It should be just fine. True, I always work too much on the pre-flight stuff, so 1 hour of planning. Okay, so 1 hour of planning. It's not going to take you that much time, and again, I just feel like if you take a little bit of time like that away from the thesis, and maybe it's just me, but when I'm working on something serious like that, I absolutely positively have got to get up, walk away, you know, in my case, 10 minutes or something, and then come back to it, it's sort of like fresh eyes. It really helps a lot. And I don't know if you're the same way as I am. Garen Cotrose, I butchered that terribly. Thank you for coming in. Garen just bought a new PC, FrameGen. So I've heard about FrameGen. I tried to use it. It went a bit disastrous for me. So I don't use FrameGen. And if you just bought a new PC and stuff, what do you think about giving it a try and not using FrameGen? Just give that, because if you're having flickering, I don't know that we're gonna be able to make that work. Let's see. Streamlabs bot just did something. It does help, Wesley. Yeah, give that a shot. The idea was Berlin Thursday. I think that was Eclipse. Eagle says you can also finish a chapter something and then reward yourself with an hour flight. Yeah, see, a reward like that is good too. I tried it without FrameGen and it's unplayable at 4K, but the problem comes in at 2K, so I don't know what's going on with the card. I don't know. This was a real, okay, so Eclipse found this. This is a real world flight. I chose to do Air Berlin just because I needed a little spy vibe right now. But yeah, so Eclipse got a real world flight for us here. I think that it's a combination. You know, we talk about, I mean, one of the things that people talk about a little in the world today is grind culture. Constantly got to grind it out 24/7. And that's just killing people. And so, yeah, Wesley, I mean, unless your deadline is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. and Professor Kingsfield, the scary professor, is just going to rip you a new one if you don't. If you've got a little bit of time, then I kind of feel like, you know, take a little bit of time to mix the work and then take a break and have some fun. And that three-letter F word right there, fun, that's important for humans to have. And I think in the end, if you do take that time to go and do an hour flight or something like that and get back to your thesis, I think that that's going to end up having a better thesis in the end. I should have done Eurowings. So if I wanted to do Eurowings, yeah, well, Eurowings, some of the Air Berlin airplanes became Eurowings. Irby says that Garen may be running out of VRAM. Thanks for chiming in on that. I never would have known. I would have just turned it into another pathetic sheep joke, and there you go. So, Manila to San Jose in the A300. Cargo flying. There shouldn't be a lot of VATSIM, so it should be a nice chill flight there. May 12th is when you've got to do this. Yeah, I would definitely start mixing in a couple of flights here. Definitely it's time to mix a few flights in. I've changed a couple of sound settings and stuff, so if the spy jazz or the airplane is a little bit too loud, please feel free to chime in chat. The sound should be about the same mix on both YouTube or Twitch, but if something sounds different, please feel free to chime in and say, hey, you need to fine-tune this a little bit. Uh-oh, left my spoilers armed. And ECAM checklist is clear. 163 miles to top of descent. Let's come on over here. There is our nice departure. We're done with that. Let's go and check some arrival weather. Carney, Garen, Carney wants to know if you're using G-Sync. I just have a really old school sync. It's solid, stainless steel, and it's got two sides, and so I just have the old sync, and it seems to work pretty good for me. You did have a sinking feeling I was going to turn that into a joke, right? Okay, altimeter 1021, winds 200 at 13, 10 degrees. Looks like it's going to be fairly nice for our arrival. My guess is runway 34 center is going to be just as good. And 155 miles. Hey, Sphinx music is going to tell us to let that sink in. Keeping that party going. So, is it too early to start talking about pizza for the weekend? We've got Acropolis nights tomorrow to start off Friday. Is it too early to get into the weekend vibe and start, making sure there's the appropriate amount of pizza in your refrigerator for the weekend? Let's see if anything's going on in Austria. Oh, by the way, if you're going to do our first flight, the first flight that we're doing on VATSIM, well, the first of the two at the end, if you're going to do Bangor to Boston, they do have a suggested route that they'd like us to use. I just put a link into this event in chat for you, so there is a suggested route. Okay. So, looks like Austria is pretty freaking quiet. München is hopping. Not a lot going on. It's a banger of a flight. Yeah, we've been having all sorts of fun with Bangor. Here we are up here. I think it's just us coming in. So we'll just do our own thing. Eclipse, where was I? Yep, I'm still over the Czech Republic. I'm not grabbing the mouse correctly. I think it's getting old. Too bad. But yeah, we're right there. $135 miles. I usually start doing the numbers and stuff 100 miles out. 100 miles out. Eclipse, you're going to do one more test flight. And then you're going to do the flight to Manila. Well, we're about ready to start the flight to Manila. I think you ought to think about doing the flight to Manila with us. There's not going to be any ATC. J. Phil says to hydrate. We should hydrate. I don't know. I've left my NVIDIA settings are all just default, and it's been good, and I'm not using a bunch of other things on it, so that's the way I've been doing it. Wheelchair Gamer likes the PMDG sounds. They are good sounds. There are sounds you can get for the PMDG 737s. I still have the default sounds, and I've been happy. Polyot says there's a new forum on the Discord called Flight School. If you've got questions about flying, I never knew about that. That's awesome. That is really, really cool. I should probably spend a little bit more time on that particular tab on Discord. Maybe I'll learn something. Hey, maybe if I study over on that tab, my landing rates are going to get better. You got to have hope, right? Hey, look at that. A couple of Air Berlin chocolates waiting for us right there. It's a Discord channel, not a genie's lamp. Okay, so we don't have a 3 wishes tab. Rats. Been looking for one of those genie's lamps. Average Canadian, what kind of snacks do you have today? Yeah, that's right. I have a 3060. I have a 3060. Who leaves chocolates in the seat back? Well, I think that they put those in there because I think the way it worked is in the real world of Air Berlin, as you were getting off the plane, the flight attendants would hand you the chocolate heart as you were getting off. So I don't think that they actually left them in the seat back pocket because, you know, some people put like dirty diapers and stuff like that in the seat pocket. So I think they just did that to make it kind of fun. Mertz is over on YouTube. I don't use X-Plane. So the hard part about X-Plane for my system is I've never really had some really good... My frame rates in X-Plane haven't been good enough to get on VATSIM. And that's why it is that I've just never been able to make it work lately. Now I'm told that the latest update has had a little bit of a performance upgrade. So eventually I'm gonna, you know, give it another shot. But right now I'm trying to get, there's a map that's gonna be coming out in DCS World for Berlin. And I'm trying to get DCS World up and running and going so that when that map comes out, so I've kind of been focusing on, you know, learning DCS World and have failed miserably. I'll get back into it. I think I have to go watch some YouTube videos. Okay, I think we're ready. 105 miles. Let's go and do arrival data. So QNH, altimeter 1021. 1021 is our arrival altimeter. The temperature is 10 degrees. Our winds 200 at 3. 200 at 3. Transition is going to be on the charts, and transition's always kind of tricky to find. But you go over to the charts and just look at like the ILS. And up here it's going to give you, so transition altitude departing is 10,000 feet. If there's no number, a simple, you know, cheap way to figure it out right here is to just add 1,000 for your transition level going down. So we'll put it at 11,000 feet. So 110, and our baro is in the lower left-hand corner. We're going to do a Category C landing, mostly about speed, and that's 1,292 feet. 1,292 feet is our landing altitude. That looks really good. Let's do performance. We are 93 miles from top of descent, and we're doing the LOWG arrival, which means we need to be at Z-bar at 7,500 feet, no ATC. I'm going to clear myself down to 7,500 feet. 7,500 feet. Cool. And we are 90 miles to go, so that's good. Okay, done with that rabbit hole. Let's go ahead and just start. So we got about 90 miles before we have to push a button, and ATC's called it a day here. So let's go to SimBrief, new flight, and let's go ahead and get ready for our Manila to San Jose flight. I'm gonna FedEx this one, 441, and this is RPLL, and we're gonna go to RPUH. I'm going to add about 30 minutes to what SimBrief has already done, just because we still have some flying to do here. We're going to take an Airbus A300F. I don't know how to spell this. Arrival is RPUH. Hey, Star Lugo, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. And we're going to do the FedEx because they need some Wilson volleyballs. No ATC there. We'll just go ahead and trust the runways. I'm going to add my usual 15 minutes of extra fuel just because. And we're going there. Let's see. Kodak 59. We are coming in hot. We are. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. This is only about an hour flight, so it shouldn't be a long one, but this would be a really good one. I don't see that there's going to be a lot of ATC. So if you're new to VATSIM, well, let's just go check and see. Going to be all the way over here. Yep. Not much going on over here. So this is a great opportunity to give this a try. Hello, Ratty. Thank you for coming by today. So yeah, this is really good if you're new. Eclipse is doing weird stuff in the A310 off AnyBuilds No, if you're getting your livery off of the AnyBuilds Manager, it should be a really good one. Should be really good. Okay, I think we know what we're doing, so we're relatively prepared for our next flight, sort of. Let's see. I don't know. I really haven't been in the A310 since the A300 came out. They're relatively close to the same. You'll see me doing a few new things in the A300 that aren't available in the A310, but it's all mostly the same. We have a company message. Probably we departed late. Yeah, 16 minutes late. Let's just delete it and pretend it never showed up. No one will ever know. And there's our top of descent hockey stick at 60 miles out. Let's see, and the CRJ from Bangor to Boston. Brother Ghost is over today in YouTube. Hello, Brother Ghost. Welcome on in. Did we make it? Oh my gosh, almost 70 degrees today. How about that? Almost 70 today. But you can see the hazy stuff, so we've got the pollen coming back in. I think everything else is pretty much set. This is what I always feel like, okay, what have I forgotten here? But I think everything's pretty much ready. We're just waiting for about 50 miles to press the button. Are there any Flight Sim 24 liveries at FSTO? My guess is Loviz is asking that about the A310 for Eclipse. Because I wouldn't know about that. I'm really trying to spend most of my time, at least nowadays, the liveries that I'm getting are the ones that come from the developers themselves. There are some airplane painters and stuff that have made liveries that are really, really nice over at flightsim.to, but I'm kind of staying away from that right now, just as Flight Sim 2024 is starting to roll out some SIM updates and stuff like that. I just kind of feel like the best thing to do is hold on to those. Tis the season for lost cats. I wonder now that if it's spring, we're going to start getting more of those. Here at the apartment a few years ago, it seemed like every day we would get a text message from the apartment office where I live saying, keep an eye out for, Rusty. Rusty is a brown cat that escaped, from, over on the D building or something like that. We haven't seen escaped cat texts in a long time. No real problems with escaped dogs, but I guess it was the cats having attitude about, their humans departing for the day. Lobis says with the A350, it's hard to maintain the freeware liveries with it. Yeah, that's kind of the reason why I stopped. Maybe the escaped cats, yeah, they all got eaten. Could be. We don't really have that much wildlife. I mean, eastern Montana is not like what you think about Montana. There's no mountains. I mean, you've got to drive about an hour before you're going to find mountains. We might have, like bobcats and stuff. But, it's not like we've got elk and bears and stuff like that. I mean, over on the western side, yeah, if your cat gets out, there's a good chance it could get eaten by, a bear or something, but not over here. Oh, yes, some restaurants have plenty of cat meat. They don't need any more cat meat or something. There was a semi-famous Mexican restaurant in Denver that had been in operation for years and years and years. And when I was a lot younger, our family, we would drive up from south of Denver where we lived. We'd drive up and go to this restaurant in Denver. And it was great for a family of 4 and stuff like that. We loved it. And they stayed open for a very long time. I think they're still open. They've had troubles, but... And my younger sister stayed in Colorado. I moved around. And one day she'd messaged me and said, oh yeah, and a bunch of us, went up to this restaurant that we'd all been to. I said, oh wow, that's really cool. How was it? And her response was, cat food with Mexican sauce. She was not impressed. The quality of food had gone down. So yeah, referred to it as cat food with Mexican sauce. Oh, that was great. Hi North Gaming, welcome aboard. Buster saw a coyote on the street a few months ago before we went to bed, and he wanted to go and say hi. So was Buster like, ruff, 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 bad coyote over there? Or the Buster wanted to go and say, oh, hey, coyote, what's going on? Bro. That kind of thing. Some animals are super friendly. Some are going to immediate, I'm going to kick. Oh, he wanted to play. See, that's you have to take extra care of those pets, but it's great that, Buster wanted to play. Okay. Looking good here. So 25. Nothing much going on here. Sadly, the charts on this one don't work all that great. The coyotes and the bobcats in Florida are small. You do have to worry about rabies and such. I wouldn't have thought that there would have been that many out there because they would be such a snack for, the gators that are around there. This is the chart that I really wish would work better. I would have figured there wouldn't be many because that's gator food and you've got so many gators and stuff on the prowl for dinner. Lova is surprised about that too. "17 miles to top it. They probably avoid the lakes and just drink from people's swimming pools." Loviz says that the coyotes and the bobcats show up on the Ring cameras. I'm going to guess that the alligators probably don't get close to the ring cameras, but the other ones do. Captain Dave, you know, it might actually be. Welcome aboard, Captain Dave. So you're talking about, you know, how bright it is out there? It can get really dark. So right now, as in our flight, the moon is out. So you can see the moon is out right now. If the moon wasn't out, it would be so pitch black. It could be that real world, that's not the moon. That is my dome light. So there's the dome light, and now that's out. It could very well be that it is a little bit brighter. They probably do that in the sim to make this look a little bit more interesting than just dead dark. That's right, WSX boy, we just got mooned. As a German, this sounds so dangerous out there. Here you can just walk around everywhere in the woods and there are no dangerous animals around. Well, I would imagine that maybe you've got, like, you know, some snakes. 6 miles, I say we press the button. Down we go. But yeah, there are some parts of the country, Felix, where it is dangerous, you know. Where LOWG is, no dangerous snakes, really. Polyot says that's because Europe hunted the dangerous animals to the point of the extinction. Okay. Hi, heavy weather. Like there was a brown bear. Wild boar would be dangerous. Yeah, see, you know, LOWG in Florida has to watch out for alligators. Some frogs, apparently, if the dog goes over and says, "Oh, hi, Mr. Frog, you look good," and do what dogs do, which is sniff and lick them, their skin has venom on it. So, you know, the frog's skin would kill your dog or something. Here in, you know, over on the western side of Montana, we've got bears. Although I'm told repeatedly that the elk here are more dangerous than bears. So, you know, that's kind of a thing. You know, so there's some parts of the world where there are dangerous things. When LOWG was stationed in Germany, there were wild boars. I don't think it's nice to call your commanding officer boring. They might have been wild, but were they really that boring? Oh, you mean the animals. Sorry. I had a few bosses that were wild boars. Ratty had a trip to Florida, was traumatized. Every time I went, there were signs. Well, there's that one stretch of highway going out of Miami, going west to the other side of the state called Alligator Alley. There are actual signs on that one that say, make sure you've got a lot of glass and your car's in good working order, because this part, you do not want your car to break down. But LOWG says that gators, for the most part, will leave you alone. Unless, of course, you are a spy pilot and you're trying to land and taxi in Tampa. At that point in time, the gators won't leave you alone. Ratty says they had those signs up at the Kennedy Space Center. Watch out for gators there. WSX Boy says in England there are feral drunks. I would imagine so. There's probably some neighborhoods that are a little tipsy. High Priest Medea is in chat. Welcome aboard. Let's bring in the map click. See if there is an update on the weather. Phoenix this was 1950 Zulu. We got a new weather. So altimeter is now 1021, 7 degrees, so we can do a quick update here. 1021, that hasn't changed. The temperature changed. The temperature is 007, and the wind is 190 at 3. Everything else is going to be the same. Stephen the Sparky just arrived back in chat. Welcome back in, Stephen. Carney says, don't even get in between the gator and their flight route. Yes, in the sim. Colleague and business partners from India and Germany say they were scared to enter the woods because of tigers. Germany has tigers. Ratty saw a gator on the taxi stand at KMCO. Yeah, well, those there's all of those little ponds and stuff around the airport that they have at Orlando. And we've had a real-world Mad Dog pilot that came in to chat. This was a couple years ago and said, oh, yeah, we've got gators on the taxiway in Orlando for sure. In fact, he was telling the story about, he was, I believe, a co-pilot in a Mad Dog at MD-80. And they were flying a flight out of Orlando. And so they were taxiing out, and of course, you know, they're looking at the taxiway, everything's cool, no problem at all. And then all of a sudden they feel a thump in the back landing gear. Well, of course, they stop immediately, call ground control and says, hey, we just had a really big thump in our back landing gear. We've stopped, can you send a truck out to inspect our landing gear? Something's wrong, something's not right. And the ground control goes out and says, yeah, you just ran over an alligator, and it was the alligator thought it could make it across. So once the nose wheel had gone past the gator, I guess, was trying to come underneath the airplane after the nose gear, and that's when it got tagged by the main gear. And I guess it ran over the gator's tail and killed the gator. But, you know, they did an inspection and it went on. But yeah, they have gators in those little ponds. Stephen wants to know if we've heard about the Hudson, the river, or is there like a monster there? There are tigers in India. I never have heard there were tigers in Germany. That's the first for me. Loviz says Orlando has gators because they built Orlando in a swamp. That's actually kind of hilarious. There's a helicopter in the Hudson right now. So something bad happened on a flight and there's a helicopter in the Hudson. Uh-oh. Well, I hope that they're going to be okay. Oh, Felix says there aren't. The people, oh, they were from India and they thought that there were tigers in Germany. My guess is that's not a thing. Loviz says that before Disney showed up, there wasn't an awful lot in Orlando. And then Walt showed up and all of a sudden Orlando was amazing. I'd imagine that even though there's not a lot of tigers, probably there are some people in Germany that can be a little catty. A little traumatizing for the tigers. Some Florida locals can be scary. Yeah, we got a few of those here too. Speed brake's done. We're coming into Austria. They do not use CTAF in VATSIM Austria. Eclipse is going to do a few more things on this one. Okay, absolutely. Whatever you're most comfortable with, Eclipse. Eclipse is also going to go and get dinner. What's for dinner tonight, Eclipse? It's time. We haven't been talking enough about food today. Here comes our airplane at Leo. West of I-95 where Loviz lives.
Top clearance granted,
interesting people.
Loyalty noted.
Drug runners from the 80s and 90s? You mean they didn't go out when Miami Vice went off the air? Dom MGY just did a nice resub. Dom MGY, thank you for the resub. Thank you for some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to build back up again. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on. Poliot says that all flights are optional. You can drop in and out exactly as you please. Absolutely. I figured old Crockett and Tubbs would have scared all those folks out of there. Just because Sonny Crockett had an alligator on his sailboat named Elvis. Let's do seatbelts. And we're still on our correct descent path, so all of that's pretty good. Welcome aboard, Dad Game Time. Yeah, there are. I used a payware today. I don't remember which one it is, but yeah, there was a really good. There's a really good Berlin scenery. There's a nice München. There is the Hamburg scenery is very good. Hamburg is a really nice scenery for Germany. Some smaller airports around Germany too. I think I really like the airport at Hanover. I mean, they even modeled the kids' play area in Hanover that really made me wish I was still a kid, because it looked like a really good kids' play area. Had a little airplane and everything there that they could crawl all over. Polyot says that the Berlin Brandenburg is an Aerosoft scenery. And Dad Game Time. Oh, is that Stuttgart, not Hanover? Okay, thanks, Copper. Welcome aboard. So it's Stuttgart that has the really cool kids' play area. Had the speed brakes out a little bit. Copper, thanks for coming in today. Happy weekend. Loviz says there's a nice private airport community called Tailwinds. And that was one of those big airports for the drug runners back then? Really? Okay. Almost time. I think these are... There we go. Was feeling funny on the shirt. Okay, this looks good. We're doing pretty good, it looks like. Loviz says we need to do a Tailwinds flight. I just hope that the ATR comes back to Flight Sim 2025 soon, so we can start doing, we could take the Twin Otter, I guess. You could take anything. I haven't done anything beyond those, but it would be great to get the ATR fixed again. But maybe we ought to do that soon. Polyet says, one northwest of Palm Springs. You saw that on Google Maps when you were watching a lot of flights fleeing Florida during the hurricanes. Yeah, I bet that's the minute a hurricane really looks like it's coming, the most important thing to do is get your airplane out of there, right? Cross-eyed Sniper, good evening. 1021 is the altimeter. 1021. 1021 and 102. Oh, we have to click this one. I don't have that piece of hardware on the desk. And all of this looks really good. Let's continue on the transition to 3,500. Altitude is set. We're a little fast. That's North Palm Springs. Polyot says it's easy to get your palms mixed up there. Cross-eyed Sniper is getting a PC tomorrow night. You're going to get to fly with us. Oh, cool. Cross-eyed Sniper, that's a really good thing. I know it's a really big expense to get a PC, but if you're really liking Flight Sim, it's definitely something that's worth the effort to save up for, to get yourself a PC so that you can do this. So congratulations. Cross-eyed Sniper, do you know what your PC is going to be like, or are you going to go shopping for one? Let's go ahead and turn on the LS system, get a little help from that. 8,000 feet, we need to do landing lights, nose light, cabin call. It's secondhand, but it's a good value. A 4070 with 32 gigabytes of RAM and 9,700 CPU. Oh, CPU. Flaps 1. I'm going to take control of my own speed now. And approach mode is engaged. I'm going to go to 180 on the speed. Burke wishes that Beyond ATC would hand out a gate that's not occupied. Got a little bit of speed brake out. And the airplane's just disappearing underneath the left wingtip there. Okay, everything's good up here. Cockpit lights for landing. Welcome aboard Subsonic. Thanks for coming in. Happy weekend. And here's our turn over here. Gonna need a little more speed brake. We'll do landing gear to start helping us slow down. We're a touch fast. That'll help provide a little drag. Well, Dad, game time. It's Thursday, so it's close enough to Friday, and that kind of makes us a little bit close to the weekend. So close we can kind of get that weekend vibe going. Flaps 2. Oh, it's an A319. We need to do a config 3 landing and follow the Captain Whip method of landing. Burke is still figuring out rate of descent. 1,500 feet per minute, 1,800. Less the closer you get to the airport, maybe. Polyot is now looking at housing communities in different parts of the world with airports. There's the airport. It's on the localizer. It's almost 7 a.m. Friday morning in Sydney. The day's just getting started. And I would imagine that nobody in Sydney at the moment is thinking, when can we go and get our first bloomin' onion of the day? Auto brakes, speed brakes, auto brakes, speed brakes are good. Good morning, Sydney. Seven-mile finals, managed speed for landing. And looking good here at the airport. So coming in here, we're going to exit to the right, probably the Charlie exit. Founded by people with lots of money obtained via questionable means. I'm shocked that that goes on. Flaps 3. I think that the autopilots had far too much fun on this flight. AP is off. Panic mode has ensued. That's an interesting town over there. Oh, maybe that's a power station, and those are anti-collision lights around the power, the smokestack there. Maybe they have, all we just have is usually red anti-collision lights here. Exiting right. Little bit of wind here. Graz, Austria. Good evening. There is an Air Berlin A319 short finals for runway 34 center landing, Graz. Probably said that completely wrong. I would not be a good Austrian. I don't handle them. At least I get Wien right, but still.
Light slow. Light slow.
Oh no!
Light slow.
I'm shocked.
30, 20, retard, retard, retard.
Reverse. Welcome to Graz. I hope we'll check as soon as we get off the runway. Well, we're kind of doing pretty good here. Volanta said -143. T-Bird says 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 airplanes. Jackie Zoo, it was shallow. It was. I'm trying to get a little more depth in my life. Had a girlfriend once said that I was really kind of shallow and stuff, so I'm trying to get a little more depth. I was thinking of becoming a diver. Maybe that would help with the depth problem. Thanks for opening up that line of comedy. Thanks, Jackie. Welcome aboard. I also stretched it out a little bit too much, too. The jokes, but I was also kind of going a little bit long. Polyon is quitting. Oh, no, because of my diver jokes? Oh no, I'm sorry. Gaz Traffic, that Air Berlin A319, thank you for coming in. We left a bunch of runway on the runway, butter on the runway, and we're taxiing to parking. Happy landings, Gaz. I'm an idiot. That was actually really good. And let's come on over here. Landing lights. Strobe lights, cabin call, APU. Yes, butter all over the runway here. What kind of a diver? The kind that goes to dive bars. Okay, that looks pretty good. Jackie Zoo, thank you for coming in today. Excuse me there. We've cleaned up everything. APU is coming up, although I think I turned on the APU way too. I don't think that they would be turning on the APU coming up here in Europe. Maybe at airports where there isn't a big enough ground crew to go and plug in the airplane to the ground power. Polyon is actually looking at the Florida Keys on Google Maps. I could never live there. Having one road in and out would stress you out. Does that mean that might leave you feeling a little bit keyed up? Jackie Zoo flew the 737-800 today. Loviz did a really cool Florida Key flight for us in the Ford Trimotor a while back. Minus 143 and only one. Oh, so it really wasn't that bad. That's why you have either a boat or an airplane. Okay, I think we look good there. The APU is up there too. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. And we'll stop squawking. While the engines spool down, we can do fuel pumps. Fuel pumps are going off. Ground power is available. We do nav, and nav to off. This looks good there. Seatbelts can go off. Beacon can go off. Let's deboard the airplane. And we'll do that by going to Phoenix and ground. And we're going to need some stairs. And we'll open up cargo. And our Air Berlin A319 is just doing great. What a cool airplane. Captain Whip is here. And Captain Whip, we used the Captain Whip method of landing the A319. And guess what? We were able to leave all sorts of whipped up butter all over the runway. Minus 143. Felt so good. And if you don't know, one of the things that we get, the Captain Whip method of landing the A319 is consider using flaps 3 instead of full flaps. And that's really nice to do. So you could do that. And also, you know, when the airplane voice is counting down 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, retard, and you know, all that. When you hit 30, what you're supposed to do is, you know, you've got your throttles up at CL, right? For landing. Well, when it starts to say 30, I'm starting to pull this down about halfway as we're coming on in there. And then you leave that at about 50% power until you hear your wheels and touchdown, and then that's when you would go into reverse. And most of the time, the Captain Whip method of landing works so good. That's another reason why I like the A319. I know it's a French airplane. It's a French airplane. We get to use the R word here without feeling bad. Loviz says that is A320 whipped butter. All right, nice flight. Let's go ahead and get ready for Manila. Captain Whip, thanks for a nice raid. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for coming in today. In the middle of all of that, RS3 Key did a follow. Thank you for following. Pauliot is now confused. It's French, British, and German. So you get really good beer, really good wine, and really good bangers and mash. Airbus is confused because it's French, British, and German like the start. So, okay. LAL Ratty. It's Welsh Wings. I'm confused too. Let's get ready. We're going to Manila. We're going to take the A300 on this. This is the old cargo liner. Hi, Boeing Baga. So, cargo liner time. I wonder if there was an American airline when they were buying their first Airbuses, they said, would you change the voice to something other than retard for pull your throttles back? I wonder if there was somebody that said, hey, we don't like using the R word here. Oh yeah, Jackie Zoo, I can't get 2020 to work anymore. Okay, that was a nice flight into Austria. It's not a nice word in the UK either. Oh, really? All right. And that was the actual meaning, was the case before the less than nice meaning. I thought so too. I was surprised they did that. Waterwell bought 2020 on Game Pass. Why should I buy 2024? Waterwell, if everything's working good for you, there's no reason to. If you are ready for some more scenery, you know, some better scenery or something like that, that's one thing. But don't feel like you gotta buy it. Not Waffle has had a best landing ever, a -165 in Oslo. Not Waffle, congratulations on a really good landing rate in Oslo. That's great news. Okay, let's see. We don't need that anymore. Here is our flight. We've already done the planning. So we'll just generate, file, and go. Boeing Baga, the CRJ's fun. I don't want to ever be a passenger in one again because it's a little too... I don't have claustrophobia, it's just too... for me. Not the most fun experience, and I don't think it's a fun experience for the pilots either. That flight deck looks great in the sim, but in the real life it looks so small. Loviz is flying an American Airlines A319 this weekend from Miami to MMMD. Is that a special, like a retirement community for medical doctors? MMMD? That wasn't that great of a joke. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. I know it's in Mexico. Would you think doing flight tracing is worth it to become a pilot for a career? Flight training? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Trying to file a flight plan here. MMD is Merida, and it's northwest of Cancun. That's a good place to find expats. I used to work with someone named Patty. I guess if Patty moved, Patty would be an expat. That was funny too. 17. We're not going to be climbing that high on this flight. Hey, I've got some of these jokes down pat. I better watch it. I might be an expat too. Is that going to be your escape plan? You thinking of being an expat too? Okay, I think we're done there. Let's find our A300. Do CRJs fly into Princess Juliana Airport? They might, you know, I don't know. I would think that Juliana gets more long-range arrivals. Okay, let's see if we can find the A300. Our cute little Air Berlin. Very nice. Okay, A300. Sunjammer just said yes to something. I missed that. What do you call a man who taps constantly on your head? Pat. Okay, so there's the GE White. We need a cargo configuration. And I think it's going to be... let's come over here. Waterwell wants to study the Phoenix. I only know how to do ILS approaches and nothing else. The other approaches are just almost less to set up. I'm sure with an RNAV, maybe I'm skipping a bunch of spots, but it's not that much different. Okay, there's a FedEx. Okay, we are going to RPLL. I guess there might be some interesting ripples here. No Loviz says there are no CRJ flights into TNCM. Well, Silver, they're probably still flying ATRs in there from some of the other islands. My guess is Windward Air is probably doing Twin Otter flights, but I'm guessing everything else is probably big jets coming from some places. RCTP, we're going to Manila. Well, first of all, I have to look at the right freaking island. Sorry. I zoomed into the wrong island. Okay. Let's see here. There's all sorts of places to park. Air Century flies a CRJ 200, and LowViz says that Air Century sounds sketchy. I can't imagine that there'd be anybody in the airplane business that might be doing something shady or anything like that. Or sketchy. Wrong S word. RPLL. I was just going to go and look over here on Navigraph and have a quick look at the ground chart without loading it up here and see if I could figure out where cargo might be. Yeah, the 200s are not the nicest ones. Okay, there's a terminal here. Ah, cargo is here. Okay, so cargo. So we got some gates over here. Cargo's going to be over in here, I guess. No, it's actually more like here. Well, I don't see anybody at the cargo terminal. Chrismix is just checking in from Vancouver. No, you are not. You are Canada. Thank you for coming in. Welcome in, Chrismix. Thank you for coming by. I hope all is well in Canada tonight. I hope the elbows are up and the Timbits are tasty. Okay, I think that this was the cargo. This would be where cargo would be over here. That's another set of gates. So my guess is it would be one of these parking places. And let's come over here. And I think we're ready to fly. There was the whoosh. Let's see. Lena calls them... Okay, so... Yeah, calls them carb balls. Hi, Lena MDA. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Little Timbits, which to the rest of the world is called donut holes. Donut holes. And I need to say thank you to AMG for a nice resub. Hey, AMG, thanks for a 29-month resub. Has been a while. Thank you for a nice resub and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Welcome aboard. Carb balls, that's a good way to put it. Flash Duck is here. Welcome aboard, Flash Duck. Still working on wisecracks for you. And let's get aboard the plane. Okay, let's see if it'll let us on VATSIM. And now's a great time to hydrate. And let's see, FedEx land. I'm starting to use an awful lot more default airports for the time being. Just think it's kind of a good idea. Save a little extra money right now. We are not ducking out on the wisecracks. The CRJ 550 is a 700 with less seats. That's right. When will INI put new avionics in the A300? So Boeing Baga, there is, in the real world, FTX 441, and it's an A306F for cargo. So in the real world, they have actually done a avionics upgrade. and our friends from AnyBuilds are working on this avionics upgrade. It puts more modern avionics in the airplane than it is. You know, some bigger monitors, you know, flat screens as opposed to, you know, the CRTs here. And yeah, Polyot's right. It's only going to be for UPS right now. But AnyBuilds is working on that. I don't know when it's going to be there. It's called an Epic. The upgrade is called Epic. So that's what's going on with that. All right, let's go to ground gear. We need to go with some stairs on the right side. Right people door, main cargo door opens up. There's the people door, and there's the cargo door. I don't know if they do this. Once I saw a YouTube video, cargo operations YouTube video, and they had the pilots on the right side, and they have the cargo on the left side. That way they keep the pilots from getting squashed by, you know, the cargo stuff. And in the middle of all of that, we got a really nice raid from Fighty MT. Welcome aboard, Fighty. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the raid. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Altgo for Moen, and welcome to you. Thanks for coming in. Polyot says I should check my hydraulic levels. Yeah, we had trouble last time, right? So now that we've got the doors open, let's go and do some maintenance. Aircraft maintenance. So we're going to replace hydraulics. Let's service the engine. That's going to replace the oil. I think that replacing oil is kind of a slick idea. And we could replace our brakes. It says our wheels are in good shape, so we'll leave the wheels alone. Okay, so while that's going on, and we got a clock up here spinning around. Sunjammer, I heard it was a stressful day for you. So I hope that you're going to get some good rest tonight. And you're doing okay. And see you tomorrow. Happy Thursday night, Friday. And thank you for coming in for a while today. Ratty, that's right. Yeah, most of my oil jokes are really crude. Maintenance takes 15 minutes until you speed it up by hitting the red button. Maintenance in 13 minutes. Oh, I don't want to wait for that. Thank you for telling me about that, Russ. I didn't want to wait that long. If you want to replace the brakes, I won't stop you. Okay, so we're all topped up over here. And that's a good deal. Let's go get our flight plan. Import from SimBrief. Sorry about the occasional, you know, disgusting sniff. It is allergy season here at Spy HQ. Boeing Baga, sorry you were in ads. Okay, Baga, so UPS is working together with a real-world avionics upgrade company to upgrade the avionics in this airplane. It's called the Epic upgrade, and they're deploying it in the real world right now in UPS airplanes, and it's supposedly going to come to Flight Sim eventually. Our friends from AnyBuilds are working on it. Don't know when it's going to come out. Yeah, they mentioned it in 2024 and then all of a sudden stopped talking about it. You never, you know, that usually is never good, right? And I don't use flight management computer or the autopilot in this airplane. Let's do batteries. It's, yeah, it was supposed to be, I think it was going to be like a $10 upgrade or something. Not too bad. Okay, nav and logo light system number 2. No smoking to auto. Emergency exit lights to armed. And our airplane's coming to life. This should be a nice sunrise flight, by the way. Everything else looks pretty good here. Let's add just a touch of floodlight here to give it that nice cockpit romantic look. Okay, now with this, we're going to dial these all the way down and then up about 3 clicks. Or 1 click. Two clicks, actually. We also have something we can do down here. And then we'll take these all the way down too and up a couple clicks. And this is just setting all of our levels so that the monitors look better. I've been actually trying to add a little bit of new music into the big old long playlist and stuff like that. TTV Qantas Sim Pilot is back in chat. London to Heathrow to Cologne. That's going to be a nice flight. Welcome in, Qantas Sim Pilot. And we're going to go ACARS and Sim Brief. And we'll clear out of there. Clear out all the memos. FedEx 441. That looks good. Let's go ahead and start aligning. Heading and status. Nav. Nav. And while you're up here, don't forget to do these 2 oxygen switches for, you know, ease of breathing, and then the center nav too. And all that's coming to life. We're in a very old Airbus right now. That's right, it's going to be very, very close, Eclipse, to what it is that you're used to using in that A310. Well, you know, the A310 is basically a shorter A300, you know, so that it could go across the pond. That was, I think, the whole point of the A310 was to make it across the pond. But this is an A300, so this doesn't go quite as far, but it carries more. Align IRS, align and clear. Okay, that all looks pretty good. Let's come on down here and do page 2. And from here, we can go and start loading up the plane. That's right, this is the Yoki bus because it doesn't have side sticks, it's got a yoke. And if you spill your breakfast in the cockpit, there's shells and egg whites all over it too. So you got to watch out for that sort of thing. Weight and balance. Unload the cargo. Custom cargo. Update from SimBrief. Apply the load to the airplane, and now we're loaded. It does take 3 minutes to load fuel. Or you could take just fuel. We don't want to wait today. Let's see. Oh, did you make that up? I make up everything. Eggs on your shelf. That's no yolk. We're going to just scramble all sorts of egg yolks all over the place today. Zero fuel weight, 113.87. 113.87. Oh, got to do that point. So ZFW, zero fuel weight center of gravity is 29.62. And block fuel is 12.0. And after you do all that, you can go and fill in the other numbers. Eclipse got in on the egg yolks too with the omelet line. Fortnite, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. All right, let's come over here and we can get the rest of our numbers from the flight plan. Taxi is 0.748. Uh, 15 minutes of fuel contingency is 1.4. alternate fuel is 3.19. And final reserve, 30 minutes of fuel should be 2.2. It's 2.2. We'll just leave that right there. Mighty Morph, happy weekend. I know, it's Thursday. We can dream. And we frequently do a lot of that. All right, let's see here. What did the flight plan tell us? Let's see. This is going to be RPLL runway 24. Direct to Tallinn, Orlax. Boeing Baga, am I ever going to get a yoke for the setup? Oh, I don't know. I mean, like all of us, one of the things is we are not blessed with a lot of desk space, right? A lot of them are you know, so I'm kind of happy with the way that I've got it set up. One of the things is I know exactly where all of my controls are. And when you're live streaming, you kind of need to, you know, have a little bit more room around. So I kind of, yeah. Irvi, your friend, gifted a Tower Simulator 3. It's fun, but it is stressful being ATC. I think it's more stressful. I think being a pilot is 10 times more fun. The yoke is not great for streamers either. You have to reach for a lot of things on the desk. Russ says there's no charts for RPUH, which is where we're going. That's scary. Ashley says that X-Plane 12.2 build 22 is out. Hi, Ashley. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. How are you enjoying build number 22? Oh, it's build 2, just 1-2. Got it. I was just trying to build it up. Airport, let's see. There we go. The departure is the Dino 4 Victor departure. There's our departure. That looks pretty good. Ashley, birds are guaranteed no longer to spawn at nearby airports. Well, good. It's keep them away from Captain Sullenberger's engines. Hello, Bog. Welcome back in. Happy Thursday to you. Cape Town to Atlanta in the A350. Congratulations, Bog. That's your longest flight so far. So startled birds will move away from perceived danger. So clearly X-Plane is not a simulator for the birds. Unable to find charts, just like Russ said. Uh-oh. This is going to be scary. So one of the things that you could do on a flight like this is go over to the application for Navigraph. And what this is going to do, so this is going to take us down here, and we can kind of look and see what we have here. So RPUH, just kind of, you're kind of cheating a little bit. So we got runway 10 and runway 28. SimBrief says runway 28. I think it's going to just have to be a visual since there's nothing here. No approaches available. We're gonna die. Okay, well, at least we can kind of see this airport. Well, at least we don't have an arrival to install, right? Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. So RPLL. Okay, runway 13 on the SID. Oh, don't worry about that. That's okay. It gives us a challenge. Runway 13, Dino for Victor departure. Dino for Victor. And insert. Here we go. RPUH star. We have A28 and A10. So there's approaches here, but I'm gonna guess one is for runway 28 and one is for runway 28 and 10. So let's take this top one. Russ, I don't know if you've got this in your airplane or not. And let's go and none. And we'll just insert that and see what it does. LOWG's Wind Wing Boeing panel arrived at the local FedEx facility. I get it tomorrow. I already have the Moby flight profiles downloaded for the iFly and the PMDG. It's already, oh, no kidding, that fast? We need to change our view mode to flight plan. Yeah, that was the first thing I was wondering, you know, if LOWG's was able to, you know, avoid the price rise and stuff.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
Solzy's
granted.
back with a nice resub,
Loyalty
and
noted.
Solzy has been here for 48 months. Hi, Solzy. Hey, thanks for a resub. Solzy's been here for 48 months. Thank you for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. There's Solzy in chat. Thanks for coming in. I hope all is well in your place, in your sim cockpit. It was already in the States. Yeah, that's going to be a scary, unhappy thing, I think. Okay, I think let's come over here. And that looks good. I'm going to go and get a fuel pump on. And we're going to flip on the APU. There was a helicopter in New York, crash in New York, and it's been pretty bad. Hi, Barrett O'Hare. I know, I can't wait for the iFly. You know, the PMDG 777 and the iFly is what we're all looking forward. Really looking forward to that. Okay, as the APU comes up, all of this looks good. And we're just going to have, this is just going to have to be a visual approach, but that's okay. We can do visual with this airplane. So take off an approach page. Let's go flip on pitch trim, yaw dampers, and the auto thrust system. Get those going. Oh, you also need to do windshield heaters. Okay, this looks really good. And I guess there's no reason to grab the other charts, but we can get the weather here. Altimeter is 2980. 2980. That looks really good. No ATC. We're just going to do our own thing. What else are we going to do? We should look at our runway. And we're planning runway 24 left. No, that's the wrong one. We're planning runway 13. Oh, we got a little bit of a taxi here. 136, it looks like, for a heading. 136 degrees. Let's just go ahead. And we're going to 17,000 feet. This is not a long flight. Sorry about the sniff. There's going to be a bunch. I'm also trying to do today without a Dayquil pill. Ground gear. I'm going to close the big cargo door. We have the APU available and the light is out. We'll disconnect from ground power. And we can remove the covers, ground power. I'm going to close the other doors too and remove the stairs. All loaded up there. Okay, that looks good too. We need to be on the radio. So tuning 122800. Oh, you have to do the point. I'm gonna squawk 0007. That looks good. I think everything else is pretty much ready to go at the moment. Let's do the departure numbers. Parking brake is on. I'm going to just get rid of chocks. I hear Russ. We're almost ready to get out of here too. Let's go call the tug while we do the takeoff page. Runway is going to be runway 13. Sync the weather and calculate. Flex is going to be 53 degrees. So hit auto and then flex and then dial in 53. Now then, the arrival airport. There aren't too many things that we can do for this arrival airport, but what we can do is if you go to airports and then come over to our arrival airport and just go to general information, it'll give you the airport elevation here, so we can get that over here too. I'm sorry, Eclipse. I'm afraid that I'm missing some stuff while I'm setting up the airplane. I'm sorry. So 12 feet. That we can set up here too, which will just leave it at 0. Stream update. I didn't do the title. I bet Polyot did the title. And you're right. I did forget that. I'm going to go turn on fuel pumps now because there's a lot of them. You also should turn on your probe heaters before you start up. Seat belts in case anybody's deadheading back there. Oh, and the APU bleed needs to go on too. I don't see anyone behind us. I think we can go. Okay, let's see. 138, 138, and 141. 138, 138, and 141 up here. There we go. That looks good. Takeoff page is done. We're clear of that page. Oh, just note the trim. It's down to it usually is. So that's good too. Over here, everything is clear. I'm going to look at the checklist because I'm not in this airplane much. Cockpit prep. Yeah, sort of. Fuel quantity, takeoff data, landing elevation, altimeters, brake anti-skid, doors are closed. We are ready for before start. Beacon can go on. Let's start squawking for VATSIM's fun. Parking brakes off. And out we go. There's a taxiway right behind us here. Thank you for saying so. Yeah, we were really starting to get to a point where we could just never get off the ground. Ashley, welcome aboard. Oh, you're never late here. Ashley, you're not going to bother flying, what, because it's late where you are? Straight and stop. Parking brakes on. Release the invisible tug. And we can go start. Oh, I pushed already? You can push. You can get out of here just as quickly as I can. Starter system A Ground start engine number 1. And N2 is coming up nicely. Yeah, as Eclipse just said, Ashley, if not faster. You do a short, this is not that long of a flight, Ashley. I know it's a little bit late on your clock over in Edinburgh right now, but this is such a short flight. You can do this. Starting engine number 1. It's 10:43. See, that's early in Edinburgh. The party's just beginning. They're only going through the first. They're only getting through the first round of deep fried Mars bars, so you got plenty of time. Although I know that the deep fried Mars bars are more of a Glasgow thing. Starting engine number 2. And engine number 2 starts. One day, Ashley is going to actually try one. Hey, if you've already had the courage to do haggis, you should probably be able to do that one. And engine number 2 starts. There goes engine number 2. Actually, Polyot says it's more of an Aberdeen, Scotland thing than Edinburgh or Glasgow. They were invented in Stonehaven, which is just outside of Aberdeen, not Glasgow. And a good start on engine 2. Or is it Stonehaven? Stonehaven sounds more German. So Stonehaven. Okay, start ignition off. Bleed off. Generator lights out. APU off. No pirates are here. Okay, that looks really good. After start, pitch trim. I have not set my pitch trim. Down 0.2. We'll go ahead and arm and rudder trim reset. Pitch trim, rudder trim, spoilers are armed, slats and flaps. That's going to be 15 and 15. Ashley had to reinstall Windows, but you forgot to reinstall Xpilot. That's not good. And was definitely not joining because of the Xpilot thing. Kind of makes sense, Ashley. That's going to take some time. And late in the day, that's just not a fun thing to do. Okay, there goes slats and flaps. ECAM status, anti-ice, and hand signal. We're ready for taxi. Let's go runway 13. So, nose light. Everything else is clear there. Parking brakes, toe brakes. Look over there. Ashley says you need to set the CSL paths and download Bluebell. Oh my gosh, Bluebell, the for model matching, right? I remember those. Cream cheese, all we know now is that there's been a helicopter accident in New York. Some people have been killed. That's about all we know now. Ashley uses Bluebell and XCSL. Oh my gosh, XCSL. Ashley is really rolling back the old hits there.
Welcome aboard.
Hi, Free
Agent.
Palestine.
Stay sharp.
100. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Greg, we believe in the New York City area, in the area of the Hudson is about all we know right now. The river, the Hudson River. Greg is in Buffalo, so yeah, you're probably wondering where. Yeah, New York City, the Hudson River. Yeah, that's another thing we've tried. We've chatted a little bit about, trying to keep some of the real rough news of the day out of chat, because there legitimately are people that come in here into the spy flight these days. They've been saying so. They come into the spy flight because it's a place to get away from things like that, to get away from the chat of the nastiness of the world. So that's kind of how it is, why we do that. Just in case somebody has come in and just needs a break. But we do have over on Discord, there is a news channel, a current events, aviation news. And there's, one of those does have, some of the, no bad news type of rules a lot more relaxed over there, so that there can be, to be honest, more candid discussions about some of the things that are happening these days. So that's over on Discord. Well, to a certain extent, Booty, that's just one of those things that's going to happen. But you're right. That kind of happens in the world of, live streaming and media. Yeah, the current affairs is a little more, but we also try and stop and not do the speculation. And we've talked about that before. One of the things that we've learned, real pilots are not interested in speculation about what happened with crashes and stuff like that. Just not. They're interested in knowing what really happened. And if that means we got to wait, 60 days for a preliminary report, we'll wait 60 days. Just because, we want to be as close to real pilots as possible. Keep an ear out. Russ is flying this flight with us today. Okay, we're going to go across the runway, and look, Russ says get ready for a short cruise time. Flocksap just came in. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming aboard, Flocksap. Okay, look down here. Make sure nobody's on the runway. I don't see anybody, so we'll cross the runway here. We heard, I know, Flocksap, it's apparently just happening. And we're going to make a left turn. Flight Sim Dave is here. Flight Sim Dave, we are in Manila in the Philippines. Pacha, see that's another reason kind of why we tone it down a little bit. We're in the middle of what in my previous line of work used to be breaking news. And you know the number goes from 6 to 3 and changes, and those are some things that cause some people some really, really stressful moments. So that's another reason why it isn't, we're saying some of the things we are about that. Flight Sim Dave, Manila is the favorite flavor. Ugly Dog, we have not heard about the helicopter line, so we don't know. We definitely are trying to make sure that fake news never happens here. It's been too long in real news to want to play that. Okay, everything's good. Before takeoff, flight controls, flight instruments, briefing, V1, slats and flaps, takeoff config. Takeoff config's hard to see. Takeoff config is green and good. Transponder, TCAS, auto brakes, ignition. Checklist is complete. Well, I really would not want to pin you down on anything like that. Of course, some of those jokes might land me in the penitentiary. I'm sorry, am I needling you about those sorts of things? 3 in a row. That's pretty good, right? Hey, Farmer William, welcome aboard. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Yeah, that checklist really helps Flight Sim, Dave, especially in this airplane because we're just not in this airplane as much as we used to be. I'm afraid we probably are going to need to come over here. Well, we're getting close to the end of the taxi part. Flight Sim Dave likes the A306, although I'm part of a cargo virtual airline. You fly this one a lot. Eclipse, I think so. Russ was saying this is a very short travel time. Okay, checklists are done. All that's really good. After departure on runway 13, we're going to go straight out, Claire. I think this is good. I think we're the only ones here. Strobes. Landing lights ready. Manila traffic, there is a FedEx A300 taxiing on to runway 13 and departing. Manila. Forgot the airport, as usual. There are sheep that are being given. Wow, we can hand out some sheep right now. Because, you know, sheep. Dogs, I need to fix Volanta. Thanks, dogs. I do need to fix Volanta. Rob, the Swedish chef, is here, and Rob got to go home early today, and the weekend has officially gotten started. Rob, the Swedish chef, welcome aboard. Happy weekend to you. I finally ended up printing up the Swedish meatballs recipe to take to the grocery store to go shopping. Shall we go? Irvy's got a 4-day weekend. Auto thrust. No, pilot failure. I forgot to turn on some of the things in the autopilot we need. It's a long runway. V1 and rotate. Positive climb gear. Irvy says that train ticket prices are expensive. I thought they were always a little expensive. Flaps 15 and 0. And flaps up. AP. Irvy says it's cheaper to get a plane ticket than a train ticket. That sounds a little bit backwards and messed up to me. I would think that an airplane ticket should be a little more expensive than a plane ticket. Irvy says, no, my clerk books for them, but I would get your ticket, obviously. I missed that, sorry. I don't know, unless you've got to get there really, really fast, I would think the train would be more pleasant, but maybe not. And landing gear goes to neutral. Just doing a plain old open climb out. Transition out is 11,000 feet. Passing 6,000 feet. Irvy gets travel sickness on buses and trains, but not on planes. Nose light can go off. Everything looks good up here. Russ looked into taking the train from Meridian, Mississippi to New York City. It was $1,700 per person round trip. Russ is going to fly. That's just weird to me that the plane is less expensive like that. It really is. I feel like there's so many more moving parts to a train, to an airplane than a train. Polyot says that, some of that travel sickness is because you don't see the ground rushing by. (10,000 feet, landing lights. Blue Rat just got back. Hi, Blue Rat. Welcome aboard. Yes, we're doing an A300 flight. And it seems to be working relatively good right now. We'll see when we get there. Our next flight is Bangor, Maine to Boston. It's part of a VATSIM event. We're kind of taking our time a little bit today because it starts a little bit later. Okay, all this is good. Speed's coming on up. Polyot is doing some heists right now. So if you're kind of looking to just do some fun, I think there might be sheep involved. I'm not sure. Cannon Chua is doing a heist. And so far so good up here. And go to progress. 120 miles to our destination. And it's going to have to be visual. Polyot says, join Polyot on the heist. So you have to do exclamation point heist. And I think you have to put in a number as far as sheep are concerned that you want to try and heist. Russ says expect VFR conditions at the airport. So that's good news because it's going to be all visual. My guess is the best thing to do is, since we're landing on runway we're landing going over here on runway 28. I really think that we ought to do a fly over the airport and do a fly over the airport and then kind of loop around to runway 28. So let's see, the airport is 12 feet above sea level. I say we fly over the airport at 3,000 feet, loop-de-loop, and come on back. So I think that will be a nice VFR arrival. Russ took a direct to waypoint CF28, and that will line you up. But I was just going to be like a rock and roll pilot and go crazy. Everything looks good here because nothing says flying like going crazy in this airplane. Half the team made it out for the loot. Something about tuxedos. The sharks were well fed. I didn't realize sharks were involved. Now then, let's see if we get weather out of this. No METAR. So the METAR, the best one that I think that we're going to get is from Manila. We'll just use that one. After takeoff, slats and flaps, landing gear, packs, altimeters should have been standard at 11,000 feet. Altimeters, we do need to do speed brakes. Flaps are up. Landing gear is neutral. All is right with the world there. Top of descent in 40 miles. It's actually these fast flights that, if you're new to this flight sim thing, that are actually really kind of nice, because this is how you learn these complex airplanes. Last two heists, Polyot set off an alarm hid behind a house plant. The villain monologued and launched you into space. Clearly, I need to learn more about what happens in a heist. I guess there's secret agent stuff. Do you get free vodka martinis, shaken not stirred? Eclipse found this one. The altimeter is 2980. Right now, 2980 is also the weather at Manila. Irvi is playing Payday 3 right now. Okay, so we decided what? 3,000 feet to fly over the airport. That's right. They probably went and got you the Manila. You probably got the Manila one out of that. Or maybe somebody just looked in their Manila folder. Funny you should mention martinis. This was the outcome. Agents single-handedly hacked the mainframe, avoided lasers, and parachuted out. Martini shaken, mission accomplished. See? You need to be at 1,500 feet. Okay, let's not do 3, we'll go 2,000 for our initial. I'm still gonna do the flyby because I think I'm a hot rockin' flamethrowing jet pilot right now. This will, of course, educate me about just how I'm not. Dogs, not really all that long. We're taking our time today because the VATSIM event in Boston doesn't start for a while. So we're kind of, moving a little bit molasses space so that we can get in there for that. Oh, and don't forget, if you're going to do this event, the event in Bangor, Maine to Boston, there is a suggested route that you need to use. I just put in a link to that page. So there's a link to where you would go and get that route that you're going to need. Oh my gosh, a degree away from 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow, wow, wow. How about that? Seems like it was just yesterday that we had temperatures with minus signs.
Negative, Ghost Rider. The pattern is full.
Oh my gosh. Average Canadian is doing Charlotte to Montreal. Let's see. Howday? Hudedge. I totally misplaced your name. Yeah, 69 right now. Not so bad. I totally didn't misplace, but mispronounced. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Okay, 10 miles to top of descent. I'm just going to go and do a level change arrival. We're just going to fly this kind of manually on this one. Boeing Bog, guess what? FedEx 123, guess what? ATC tower turns off the runway lights. Hey FedEx, guess where? I saw that on Reddit. That's a good place to go and get jokes if you need them. Okay, so straight for the airport. We'll turn off the autopilot and fly over and do a big, nice left turn to land. It's going to be a mother beautiful landing, as Oddball from Kelly's Heroes would say. I'm going to set 220 as my MDA. I'm going to make it a 15 and 20 landing for flaps. Turn GPWS over to that too. And VAP for that is going to be 143. Sleeveless just arrived. Welcome aboard. Next flight is Bangor, Maine to Boston. It's a VATSIM event. Probably fairly well attended. Why not full flaps? Because I'm having the thing about these Airbuses is they're kind of what we simmers call floaty. They love to just float halfway down the runway. And I found that if, I can go to, like flaps 3 in the other Airbuses. Because the difference in speed isn't that much, and I don't float as much. Speed down to 250. We don't need it. We've got boat anchors we can toss out the back of the airplane if we need to stop fast. I don't think that map is going to be any help at all. Let's do a checklist. That'll be helpful. So, signs are not on, but they are now. Briefing. Yeah, right. ECAM status is pretty clear. I don't see any problems there. Altimeters. Hey, Wolfie, welcome aboard. Wolfie's next flight is Bangor, Maine to Boston. It's on VATSIM. Why am I saying it wrong? Altimeters. Closest we have is going to be 2980. Minimums, I've set that. Ignition will be normal. Landing elevation is good too. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Wolfie. Yep, you don't have access to your. That's right. I'm sorry. I forgot. Welcome in anyway. I'm attempting to do a fun flight here. A fun landing. The altitude at the airport, Russ says it's 2979. So that's going to give us just a little bit more of an accurate altimeter. Thanks, Russ. Okay, looks good up here. Speed's 250. We're not going to get a speeding ticket there. Hope we don't run into these hills here. That could cause trouble. Okay, everything's set for a fully manual landing. I mean, seriously, the last time we flew this, it was Havana to Miami. And the whole autopilot failed for the whole flight. It is actually pretty nice here. Some pretty cool mountains. It's a morning flight here in the Philippines, so the sun's just coming up. This is the morning FedEx flight down to San Jose from Manila. I don't know if that's for real. That's just what we got. Boeing Baga, all of my stuff should be live. It should be live. Reset my heading bug straight up. Yeah, I know, we've got to get, yeah, Wolfie has been separated from the computer for a while. Do they have YouTube and Twitch in prison now? I guess if they did, you know, it'd be really kind of, you know, my landings would be good because most of them are slammers. Russ, there is a prop aircraft in the area for final to runway 28. Thanks, Russ. There's another airplane. I hope that they do a proper landing. Wolfie's job sent Wolfie out on a 7-week training to learn how to do a job I already know how to do. Oh. Bosses like that. Polyat says, work, prison, the same thing. Well, you know, if you're in prison, it's easier to hit the bars. Nothing like a bunch of jail jokes, right? Let's see. You have to buy the adult beverages yourself, but everything else is paid for. Okay. But they made you leave your sim computer for a while. It's probably easier to get Newcastle Brown Ale in prison. No kidding. Yeah. But what do we need that for? Because we've got both kinds of beer, Bud Light and Coors Light. It was a short flight. San Jose traffic, there is an FedEx Airbus A300 coming into the airport for the north. We're going to do a flyover of the airport at about 1,500 feet, 2,000 feet, and come back in for landing on runway 28. San Jose. Yeah, trying to get anything other than the standard fare is a little on the difficult side. Heading select. Speed down to 210. The lowest category of prison in the UK allows prisoners out during certain hours. Some have jobs. Well, if you want to facilitate return to the community types of things, that's kind of a good thing to do. Of course, sadly, you know, my crimes would require probably a certain higher level of security, at least the crime level of my jokes, so. And flaps 15 and 0. Speed brakes armed. Auto brakes are medium. And now we're just looking for the airport for our arrival. So as soon as we see the airport, we'll take control from the autopilot. The auto throttle will still be on.
November 86 Bravo, Delta 4 for landing and left the runway.
Flaps 15 and 15. Okay, VAP again's 143. We are 5 miles from the runway. Let's go ahead and do 2,000, but 180. Flaps are set. Speed brakes, auto brakes, all we got to do is landing gear. Now we're just looking for our airport. And I think that's it. It's right on the coast. So if I screw this up, it'll be very easy for me to go coastal. I know, still kind of sketchy. There's the airport. Oh, we've got trees on either side. I think that airplane on the ground there is Russ. And right over the airport. Okay, let's pick out some landmarks here. Let's see if we can't get to that little bit of land off to the side, off to the end. So we'll basically use that first island and that little bit of water here. And then that's how we'll kind of come around. Booty is in the Baron 58 today. That's probably the best way to go. 2,000 feet. I'm going to go and let this go down. Let the airplane take us down. Well, I was going to let it go down 1,500 feet. That way, when we come in, we can rattle the dishes and stuff at the house we fly over. gear going down. Let's get that taken care of while we're flying. Okay, there's that island. There's 1,500 feet. Autopilot's off. Starting our turn. Silence the alarm. And we'll just kind of make it a gentle turn. Okay, there was that little inlet of water. So I was climbing a bit earlier. We'll stop that.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
It's Lion
Royalty
Drummer
noted.
that did a nice resub. Thanks for the resub today, Lion Drummer. Thank you for a 7-month resub and some very, very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Appreciate that. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. And thank you for being here for 7 months. However, the way that I have things set up, right now it stops the echo. I thought that there were echoes because of the control panel. But there shouldn't be an echo right now, right? Okay, there's that little bit of land there. There's our airport. Flying Eli is here. Welcome. Even when you're on your phone, there's a little echo. I don't know that there's any good A220s, to be honest. I think we're kind of hurting for A220s. $143, $145. Got the runway. I think Irvy's right. That Any Builds is probably making an A220. Lion Drummer does not hear an echo. 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 Irvy says it's synaptic simulations. Thanks, Sleeveless.
Echo, echo, echo.
San Jose traffic, that Airbus A300 is on short finals for runway 28 landing. San Jose. Greetings, DMK. And we even managed to luck out and have some island music for this flight for arrival. The runway is nice. Yeah, we got palm trees and everything here. Okay, all of this looks good. Oh, we really didn't do much with our lights, did we? Probably don't have a big ground crew presence here. So we'll go ahead and start the APU. Cannon Chua, it does look nice though. This was a nice landing. This was a fun flight. Dom T Gaming, those are light reflections. They're very annoying. That's something that they really do need to tone down in this airplane. It really is annoying. Probably about as good as we can do to get out of that other airplane's way. That's about good enough, I guess. Okay, all of this looks really good. So for this, we would like some chocks and a GPU. That way we don't... Oh, I started the APU just for that. Totally forgot that. Okay, so let's come on down here and do... Engine 1, Engine 2, we'll reset the rudder trim and be nice to the other pilots. And we'll come over here and go to standby on the altimeter. Fuel pumps can all go off except for one. And that looks good too. Seatbelts can go off, beacon can go off. We'll turn the APU bleed on. And then we need right stairs and main cargo. Disarm the doors. Here comes our main cargo opening. And that looks really good too. Open up the door for the pilots. Come over to weight and balance, go back a page and hit unload. And we're ready for the next flight. We made it. This was a nice one. Let's see what Volanta said. Let's see if Volanta was nice to us here. So the plan was relatively flawless. Fly right over the airport, get oriented. Minus 200. You know what? In an airplane like this, on a short runway, I'm going to say that's really good. I'm guessing this was the main touchdown point here. So we were well within the zone, but just slightly long. That one was not a bad flight at all. I'm going to feel good about that. It's time to order more Air Berlin chocolates. More Air Berlin chocolates for that flight. But we made it. Let's go start getting ready for the VATSIM event. I'm still going a little slow. Kind of dragging my feet. We're a little early. I know, more. Well, if we have a nice little landing like that, you get to do that, right? Okay, all of this looks good. Let's go and reset. Do you have the paid Volanta? I used the paid one, Lion Drummer, but you know what? You don't have to have it for the landing rate stuff. The paid is not required to get landing rates. So you don't have to have it. That's right, 2 more of those little chocolates. They're pretty good. The stick version is. All right, so next flights. Important safety tips. We're going to do our first flight is Bangor to Boston. If you don't have this, you're going to need this website. So there's the website. Tower Sim makes Irvi feel sorry for real world. Actually, Irvi, I do too. There's a reason why it is that I don't want to be a controller. There really is. This was nice. This was a good flight eclipse. Did we check Syracuse scenery? No, we did not. Okay, so Bangor is here. And Syracuse, New York. So there's Bangor, Maine there. There's Boston, and there's Syracuse. So the way that I do this is come over here and let's get, nope, not that. Let's get add-on linker. And let's see if I've got a scenery for Syracuse. I think we do. But so first of all, KSYR, is it in the old community folder? No, it's not there. How about KBGR Bangor? Yeah, there was a Bangor International, so I need to move that over to scenery. So let's go ahead and move that to a custom folder. Oh, it says I can't move it. All right, so to do it the other way, I need to go and do ortho, flight sim 2020, community folder, and KBGR. Oh, you've got to be kidding. You have to search for it, you crazy airplane. 7 departures and 12 arrivals. Really? You can't find it? The search is terrible right now. Danny VDW says it's getting a little late. Good night, Danny. Thank you for coming in. Thursday, almost Friday. Welcome to the weekend. Okay, that is annoying. So why can't I find that? Oh, wait a minute. I was in 2024. If it was already over there, I don't need to move it, right? I don't need to move it. If it's over on this side, KBGR. Bangor, it's already there. I don't have to move it. So KSYR, Syracuse. I don't have a Syracuse on that side. Now we need to look for KSYR over here. I do not have a Syracuse over there. Let's see. Do I need to put in Boston? KBOS, Boston, Logan. I've already got Boston loaded. Well, we can use we could use default for Syracuse. That's okay. I'm doing a challenge mode, and you made the mistake to turn the traffic up to 5. You're just challenging yourself. I think we're ready to go. Let's go over to Bangor here. Oh, first thing, yeah, let's come on in here. So there's the airport. And my guess is that JetBlue is over there. Let's see what Boston is doing in the real world since they're not up yet. Just so that we're all ready for Boston. Boston, ILS 4 right. Departing 9, so 04 right for arrival. 04 right. Okay. I think it's time to get a simulator going. Dogs, are you doing the JetBlue flight? So that was Dogs already on the ground. Let's do a flight plan. Okay, new flight. I am going to do a United Express, KBGR, KBOS, Boston, Logan. I'm going to take a CRJ. It's the 7, but I'm going to take my 550 because it has a little more leg room up front. Dogs is doing a big old A321. Okay, so let's see. It gave us 4 right for arrival. That was good. 1-5 for departure. Winds are 180 at 13. That's probably okay. It is a VATSIM event. Be sure you include a little bit of ATC fuel. I've got 15 minutes on top of that. I think that's good. Generate. So Dogs has been doing a lot of A321 flying lately. The bigger Airbus. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM to prevent chickening out. Buck, 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 buck. Okay, altitude is 300, so 30,000 feet. Doing the ocean arrival. That's normal. Flight plan is in. We're good to go there. Let's see. Ha! Just updated the title. And it even looks like I'm relatively close to being right. I think. We'll see. Still haven't made it to 70 yet. So very close. Got the Polyot seal of approval for the title. Right on. First flight tomorrow is going to be out of Athens. We're going to a little Greek airport called Kavala. I think we were there. The last time we were there had to have been in the X-Plane days. It's been that long. So Athens to Kavala Airport. And that's a part of the Friday night Acropolis Lights evening. Right now, the plan is to stay on the ground in Boston, redo your flight plan, and continue on to Syracuse. We'll see if that works. Wolfie, I do too. I haven't done that enough. Wave to Ugly Dog Gaming as we fly over the Adirondacks. Mary Arbitrary is here, and Mary Arbitrary has been known to do a little ATC in the neighborhood that we're going to be in. All right, this is a CRJ flight. I'm going to be in the 550. I'm kind of trying to generally bounce around a bit there, Dom. I'm trying to do like a Frankfurt Friday, one Friday, and then the next Friday, some other Friday event. Kind of doing that kind of a deal right now. Sim Murray is flying with us today. Welcome aboard, Sim Murray. Thanks for coming in. There is a new 737 MAX from Bedrock 3D, and it's more shovelware. I haven't heard that term in a long time. Wolfie is going to get a Greek island hop on your dispatching week. Oh, yeah. Yes, that's a little chill out. Okay, I think this looks good. Let's go out. CTAF for Bangors 120.7. Thanks, dogs. Okay, I think we're ready. So KBGR. You know what? Before we do that, let's just see if I already had something loaded in. These would be easy to check. I might have already had something in the library. Let's just see. Maybe I need to activate it. So my library, KBGR. I do have Bangor Airport, and it's installed. Cool. How about KSYR, Syracuse? I don't have anything into Syracuse, so it's just kind of cool to check. You can do that and just see. Now we'll go and head out there. Captain Scamware. Uh-oh, I haven't heard that in a long time. Okay, KBGR. We know we have a nice airport here. I do remember Abacus. That's like really old. Okay, here's the airport. Dogs is already there. Let's see if anybody else has popped in. I'm just going to recycle the sim here and see the website. I bet we could come over here. I'm going to go to gate 12. I don't think anybody's at gate 12. Fly. Dog says there's payware over on any builds. Okay. They tried to do an A380 for Flight Sim 2004, and it was not very good. Hi, North Bay Bear. Thanks for finding that, Dogs, about payware and stuff. I'm guessing if it's an airport that we're going to go to just once and then never go back for a year, I'm kind of starting to back off just a little bit to not bust everybody's wallet and do a little bit more default kinds of things, just so that, you know, we can start saving a little bit of cash here and there. There's rumblings in the economy, so I think it's good to maybe fly a few more default airports right now. Let's get VATSIM going. Microsoft Store is crammed full of MS scenery crap. Asobo needs to stop them adding crap to the marketplace. Yeah, I think that's kind of important. And this is a CRJ. And it's a 700. And connect. Dogs is about ready to push. Yeah, just, you know, unless you're in a hurry, you've got real world things to do, Dogs, chill a bit. And I got a squawk code. Hi, Drama, welcome aboard. And there's Dogs over in a JetBlue. And I think somebody else is flying with us too, so we should expect another airplane too. All right, here we all are. Welcome aboard. That's right, Wolfie's got a really
Subscriber
important point.
confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
Wolfie's right.
Loyalty noted.
Push updates go later to the marketplace because of more approval stuff. Drumma, thank you for a nice resub. Drumma's been here for 8 to 16 months. Drumma, thank you for a really nice Twitch Prime sub. Thanks for some extra jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. Gets old me saying it all the time, but I really appreciate it. Thanks. Okay, there's our flight plan. Let's go to the aircraft. Open the doors. Oh, we've got chocks to put in place first. Now we can get ground power. Doors. Let's also drop the guardrails, and that way we can come in and call a jetway. Here comes a jetway. Thanks again, Drama, for being here. Polyad says that was the Abacus A380 for 2004. Oh, let's see. This, oh my gosh. Oh man. I remember this. I remember this kind of airplane. I was so disappointed in some of those. I just was. Mount Man says K-Jack is really nice to fly into. Wasn't that bad? I know, it was kind of terrible. Uh-oh, I think I forgot to do... I don't think I did the right flight plan here. I think I was supposed to do another flight plan. We may have to change this. Yeah, I forgot the Bangor to Boston flight plan. AJ to Ocean, and that is turbojets. Nope, I've got it. It actually loaded the right one. This is the action. They want direct AJ and direct Ocean. So this was what they wanted us to use for this one. Okay. I think it's time to start turning airplane things on. Battery Master. Ground power. External lights, nav on. Hydraulic switches, this is the 3A switch, that goes on too. Emergency exit lights are armed. No smoking is just going to go on. We're going to do air conditioning. The recirculating fans are going to go on. And I'm going to turn on my windshield heaters. Wolfie is remembering that there were better freeware airplanes than those Abacus planes. Yes, there were. There really were. KBGR. Bangor, Maine. Okay, let's go and get the airport and the gates. And there's the Bangor 5 departure. So this is going to be a radar vectors departure. If ATC pops on, you're going to need this. Chances are it's basically just vectors out of Bangor. Just looking here to see, does it give us an altitude? 10,000 feet is your top altitude. All right, so we got that. Let's go back a page and do Boston. KBOS. We don't have to hurry on this one. Okay, we're coming in on the ocean arrival. So star. Seriously, on the ocean arrival, there should be a Caribbean Queen on the ocean arrival, but SimBrief gave us 04 right. That is the correct runway. ILS 04 right. And we're going to get the airport. And we're going to get some gates. And now we can go to the pin board and... Oh, that's right. It only works for each airport, and you have to switch. Atlas system remembers a freeware for FSX that Atlas ever got was the version of the... I got that too. I remember that, Atlas, a freeware version of the original Starship Enterprise. I do remember that one. Boy, long time ago... Galaxy far, far away on that for sure. I also remember Wilco publishing and the feel there. I remember Wilco. I don't have a great memory of the feel there. Seemed a little weird. I am at gate 12. Should ATC pop on? So that looks good too. Okay, I bet we can come down here and do things. Position in it. KBGR. Bangor. Gate 12. It doesn't know gate 12. So we'll just take the GPS position, plug it in here, and come down here and start aligning. Well, the Level D was an amazing plane. I had that one too. That was, I think the Level D really was my first complex airplane in a sim ever. Wolfie remembers a Voyager for that. I only remember the original TOS, the original series Enterprise. I don't remember Voyager. I don't remember the Ready for Pushback 747. I don't remember that one at all. Okay. Why did I need to go over here? I don't know why. But yeah, I don't think I remember that. I do remember the Level D. That one was awesome. Okay. Flight plan. Oh, I remember. I wanted to go and get a PDF. It's so much easier to use a PDF reader in this plane. Polyot remembers that the Ready for Pushback 747 was a study level 747-200. Wow. There was an Enterprise, a Voyager, and a Klingon bird of prey. Wow, Wolfie. The only one I remember was the Enterprise. I don't remember anything else. Maybe I did have them, and that has, you know, slipped the little gray cells here. KBGR. Bangor. KBOS. Baston. Alternate is Kennedy. And our flight is United 441. First waypoint is direct to AJA, JJAY. JJAY. AJ. And that's it. That's our only waypoint. There was a TOS warp scale was different, so I don't remember that one. Those were the days when we all flew. That's right. It was all 2D cockpits, virtual 3D cockpits. It did. It totally tanked my plane. Nothing like what we've got now with these cockpits. It was all just flat 2D. Totally flat 2D. SimBrief said runway 15 for departure. Runway 15 will get the Bangor 5 departure, which is vectors and off the runway. Coming on into Boston, it's going to be the ILS 4 right, Ocean 5 via AJ. We'll grab Goshi. Let's make sure, Goshi. Let's just make sure. Yeah, that's probably fine. It's best to check such things before you do a flight into a VATSIM event like this. Mountain, sorry that, yeah, the links had to change a little bit here. I'm sorry about that. Sorry, again, yeah, that was one of the things that we had to kind of make a change on for several reasons. I bet you had something really cool. Hi, Shipwreck. Welcome aboard. We can, Mountain Man, though, go. So we can go and up. Well, it didn't work. Oh, hang on. I do it wrong. There. Now you've got it there. Okay, let's come on down here. So now you've got like 90 seconds to post it that way. Sorry about that. Okay, all of this looks good. Back to the flight plan. And let's execute that. And performance in it. Let's just look at legs, make sure I did it right. So vectors to AJ. And then we should have one more vectors. Yeah, there's one more vectors to Goshi. And that looks good too. Let's do performance. Martel is going to call it a night. Good night to you, Martel. Thank you for coming in. Have a great evening. See you next time. Finally Thursday. So, good weekend. Looking ahead, there is no freighter. Yeah, that's right. We don't have freighters for that airplane yet, do we? For the A300, A350? It is a little bit new, maybe, for it to be freighter duty. 30,000 feet is our cruise. If we have to go to Kennedy, it's at 34,000 feet. Okay. Let's go to performance. Let's see. Did we load? We loaded. There's fuel. I forgot to do fuel. There's fuel. Maximum takeoff weight. Let's load that payload. So sometimes this happens. Just check and make sure it didn't put in too many passengers. It put in one extra passenger, and then sometimes it puts a little bit too much cargo in. It usually gets the fuel right, but some of the other numbers are well. 3889, that's right too. Now we're in balance. And copy performance data and set all that, and we're gonna flex to 48 degrees. Okay, these guys look really good. Execute that. Let's do winds. So cruise winds for this flight are 237 at 54. 237 degrees at 54 knots.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
Minus 40,
Royalty noted.
minus 4 is our ISA deviation. And we just had something nice happen. TFP Red. T-Fred just did a resub for 3 months. T-Fred, thank you so much. Thank you for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. I really appreciate it. Thanks, TFP Fred. Thanks for always coming in and saying hi. And our departure time is going to be, it's 23:01. Oh, let's call it 23. Well, wait a minute. This is an event. Bangor ATIS is up and delivery. We need to stop the process here. We need to go and get clearances and stuff. So information, Oscar is aboard. Delivery is 135.9. No CPDLC here. So 135.900. Okay, that looks good. Let's see. Bimax Games. Do you plan another flight from Boston? Right now, that's the plan. If we get super duper delayed, maybe not. But I know the name is weird, but if it's easy, it's TF Pred. Thank you, TF Pred. Thank you for the nice resub. Thank you again for always coming in and saying hi. And Max Games, yeah, we're going to try, if it's not too late, then we're going to try and stay on the ground and go from Boston. We'll file a flight plan and go out to Syracuse. All right, let's see if we can't do a clearance. We're at gate 12. Bangor delivery. Very good evening from United 441. We are a CRJ at gate 12. Information, Oscar is aboard, requesting clearance to Boston.
United 441, Bangor delivery, good evening. Thank you for Oscar. You're cleared to the Boston Logan International Airport. Bangor 5 departure, then as filed. Maintain 10,000. Departure frequency is 118.925. Squawk 0037.
United 441, we are cleared down to Boston via the Bangor 5 departure, and then as filed. Climb and maintain 10,000. Departure is 118.925, and our squawk today is 0037 for United 441.
United 441, readback is correct. The 8 is since updated. Information Papa is now current, and when ready, contact ground on 121.9. Have a good flight.
0.9, when ready for push and start, Information Papa is aboard, although we're going to call it Information Pizza today because we're ready for food.
Making me hungry. Don't do that again, please. Have a safe flight.
Thanks so much. Thanks for the clearance, United 441. Okay, 0.7, 120.7. And that looks good. I forgot the 0. 120.7. Our squawk is 0037. There we go. That looks really good. I think we're almost ready to go. Yeah, I wasn't typing very well. Wasn't typing. Okay, all of this looks good. Flex is going to be, let's finish this up. It doesn't look like it's too busy. So 23, let's call it 2320 for this departure. So performance, let's look at performance in it, and 2320 over there. VNAV, no need to change those. I already forgot, 48 degrees is our flex. So we'll save a little bit of fuel. MFD, let's go and get the VNAV map on. Progress is now set to. Altimeter is 3029. 3029. Hit the barrel button. $3029. Eclipse and Dogs, thank you for the frequencies. Doozy, the day's been pretty good so far. We haven't been yelled at by anybody. Haven't gotten in the way. That's a good sign. A very good sign. Let's go Bangor. And there we go. We're expecting, I think it was runway. I didn't copy the flight plan over. Runway 15 for departure, 4 right for arrival. Okay, so 15. Our heading for on departure is 150 degrees. So 150 on the heading. Did it reset the perf page? Maybe it did. Let's look and see. Thanks for catching that. 150, we're cleared to 10,000 feet. So performance, is that the page you think reset? So performance init, nope, all those numbers are good. Flight level 300 and our weights are in. Next page, it has our cruise winds in there and it's got our times. VNAV, I didn't set anything because it's 18,000 feet cruise altitude. This isn't a change. So it didn't do that. Average Canadian has milk and cookies. What kind of cookies? You don't just get to say milk and cookies. You've also got to tell us which kind of cookies. Okay, all of this looks really good. And that looks good too. Let's close up some doors here. Aircraft. And we're going to go and close cargos. There goes the cargo doors. Hey, FNL Aviator is here. Hi, FNL Aviator. United for the win. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. We're doing good. If you're looking for really good United emotes, FNL Aviator is the place to be. Average Canadian is on YouTube, and Average Canadian has oatmeal cookies tonight. And let's come over here. I'm going to retract the jetway, and we'll go ahead and raise the safety rails. And that looks good too. I think we could also start the APU. And we'll wait for the door to open. Doors open and start. Boston Logan Airport. Boston Logan. So Boston Airport is 19 feet above sea level, 20 feet, just one click on cabin pressure, and that should be good. One click on cabin pressurization, 20 feet, that's great. Yay, that was easy. FNL Aviator, it's perfect for short hops. Not if you have to be the passenger, though. I really would just as soon not be the passenger on this one. Okay, there's the Bangor 5 departure. Then again, I'm over 6 feet tall, so that's good. Okay, APU is available. I'm going to disconnect the ground power over here and go to the aircraft, disconnect ground power there. Let's close the doors. It's time to go. Max Games flew Lufthansa's CRJ on a 20-minute flight, and the seats were hard as stone. Yes. They're hard as stone, and they don't put the windows in the cabin any decent place for a human being to look out the freaking windows. Okay, everything looks good there. Let's do cabin signs. Cabin signs are on. I'm going to go and get the rest of my hydraulic pumps up. Fuel pumps can go on too. Everything's good to go down there. Let's come on over here, and we're going to start squawking. We are squawking. Ground is 120.7. No, ground is 121.9. Radio, 121.900. There's ground, 121.9. I think it's almost time to go. I was on the wrong frequency. 121.9. We'll just listen a little bit here. Let's go and get pushback helper and an extremely big tug. But yeah, the Max Games, the CRJ, generally just not that much fun for passengers. I mean, it'll get you there and back, so what are we whining about, right? On the other hand, I also hear from some pilots that say it's not that much fun up front either. They're easy to fuel. We get them in your airport during diversion season when Colorado Springs gets filled up. Fryok, welcome aboard. I think it's time to go. Okay, information. Bangor ground. Very good evening from United 441 of CRJ at ground. Stand 12. Information Pizza is aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
United 441, Bangor ground. Thanks for the pizza. Push into the ramp at your discretion. Advise ready for taxi.
Give you a call for taxi for United 441. Thanks. Hey.
United 963, contact Bangor Tower 120.7. We'll see you.
Parking brakes.
Get rid of tower
off.
for 963. Thanks. We'll see you.
Let's just do a straight push. Brock, thank you for coming in today. I appreciate you being here. We'll just do straight push and out we go. Lion Drummer says pizza. I know. It's great when, Information Papa is now just Information Pizza. That's just all there is to it. Unless it's a really busy day at like Frankfurt Friday or something like that. If it's a super busy day like that, yeah, we're not going to do that. But it's not super busy here. There goes the tug. I think we can start some engines. Starting engine number, let's start engine 1 first. Engine number 1 starts. Oh, Fryock, always glad to be here. The stream is just so much, it's such a fun place to be. I did not set 3029. Set that backup altimeter. And let's go and do engine 1. Engine 1 starts. There's fuel. So far, so good. I'm going to just turn up a little bit of integrated lighting and 1 click of flood lighting while we're doing this, because it's going to start to get dark. Okay, all that looks good. I think we could start another engine. Starting engine 2. You have to hold the button down like 3 seconds now on the CRJ. You don't just push it, click it, and go. You have to click and hold for about 3 seconds. Otherwise, it just sits there. I guess in the real airplane, it's sort of like, hey, human, are you sure you want to start this engine now? That kind of a deal. And 20, fuel.
Over your head and breathe normally. In case of a water landing, life vests are located under your seat. Secure the vest.
Okay, all that looks good. Almost time to go. Everything is clear here. Back to charts. So push and start. Alpha to runway 15.
Bangor Ground, good evening.
Looks
Endeavour
good.
5187. We're at gate 7, ready for push for Papa.
Endeavour 5187, Bangor Ground, thanks for Papa. Pushing to the ramp at your discretion, advise ready for taxi.
By discretion, we'll call for taxi, Endeavour 5187.
Shall we get out of here? I think that's the airplane that's next to us. So let's get out of their way. Don't forget the... Hi, security man. Welcome aboard. Happy Thursday, almost Friday.
Bangor Ground, this is Air India 2047, ready to taxi.
Air India 2047, Bangor Ground, did you say you were ready for taxi?
Affirmative, Air India 2047.
Air India 2047, ATIS Papa, current altimeter 3029er, runway 15, taxi via Alpha.
I have Papa, taxi to runway 15 via Alpha.
Simbury, you're in the airplane that's straight ahead of us. You're in Airbus. Fortel Togmerden. I don't know if I said your name right. Welcome aboard. Peru is great. The Andes are so much fun to fly around. Okay, now we're out of the way of that American Eagle if they were about ready to push. And I think everything's ready up there. Everything's ready up there. Bangor Ground, hello again. United 441 pushed and started from stand 12 at the end of the alley with information. Papa requesting taxi.
United 441, runway 15, taxi via Alpha.
15 via Alpha for United 441. Out we go.
Bangor Ground, good day. Kronos 220 at the 3A ramp.
Kronos.
Papa, ready to taxi 15.
Okay, tower
Sorry, could I get the call
is
sign again?
120.7.
Yeah, Kronos 220 at the GA ramp, information Papa.
Kronos 220, Bangor Ground, good evening, runway 15, taxi via Bravo Alpha.
15 Bravo Alpha, Kronos 220.
Okay, everything else is good. Flaps 8. Flaps are 8 for takeoff. So make sure that nobody's coming. There is one airplane over there. We're coming out
United
here.
441 on Alpha, you're going to be giving way to an Air India prop that's going to be passing you on Alpha.
United 441, we have the Air India prop in sight and we'll give way. Pretty sure from Star Trek, yeah, Kronos is the call sign reserved for the Klingon government. Really? Wow, look at that thing. That one's moving
Bank
fast.
Ground, good evening. 9
I thought
Hotel,
Kronos
Alpha
was
Victor Kilo
the
at
name of
GA
the
ramp,
homeworld.
request taxi with Papa.
Could be I'm wrong. See that little guy scooting
Center
in
Hotel
front of
Alpha
us?
Victor Kilo, Bangor Ground, good evening, runway 15, taxi via
Takeoff config's good. We're ready
Bravo
to go.
Alpha.
Okay, it's going to be heading
Fly
hold
15
off the
via
runway.
Bravo Alpha 9 Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo.
Air India 2047, contact Bangor Tower 120.7 to you.
120.7, India 2047.
777 Bob says Kronos is a Canadian charter company. The airplanes have a nice matte black livery. So we really haven't been invaded by Klingons.
SkyWest 5114, Bangor Ground, good evening. Push into the ramp at your discretion, advise ready for taxi.
Happy Friday, Astro Singularity. Hey, there were some cheers today. I think those are the first ones. Thanks, Astro Singularity. And Harold Tim is here. Astro Singularity, thanks for being cheerful. Welcome aboard. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Okay, flaps are looking pretty good. You know what we got to do? We have to put it in takeoff mode. Hit the magic takeoff button. There's the magic takeoff button. Everything looks good there. Oh, we did not set our trim for takeoff. That's on the performance page. It's 5.6. 5.6. There we go, 5.6. That looks pretty good. Our taxi's good to runway 15. 777 Bob, it is an American company, and they actually have PC-12s. I never had heard about the Canadian charter company, though, 777 Bob. Your G-spot day, oh, you got your days mixed up. It happens all the time. Astro Singularity, welcome aboard. You know what, though? It always feels like the weekend here anyway, so there you go. Always like it to feel like the weekend here.
United 441, contact Bangor Tower 120.7, take care.
120.7 for United 441. Thanks, have a good weekend. I think I did. Well, I was just reading, you know. I didn't know. Maybe there was context that I didn't know.
You're clear to the Boston
the
Airport.
Canadian company
via the
is
Bangor 5
Chrono
departure.
Aviation.
Radar vectors Kennebunk, Echo November Echo, direct P's, Papa Echo Alpha, Sierra Echo, direct Stevo, Sierra Tango Echo Victor Oscar, direct Lawrence, Lima Whiskey, Romeo, November, Charlie, and then direct. Your amended
Cruising altitude will be 10,000, and the rest of the clearance remains unchanged.
Uh-oh.
That was my original plan. Delivery changed to the other one. Clear to the Boston Airport, Bangor 5 departure. Radar vectors to Kennebunk, then Peace, then Stavo, then Lawrence, then direct Boston. My final altitude is 10,000, Air India 2047.
Air India 2047, Roger. Just let me know when you're ready for departure.
Give me
And read
Air
back
India
is correct.
2047.
Air India 2047, sorry, stepped on you. Your readback is correct and advised ready for departure.
Them's my shoes. Welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. A very pink airplane.
And Air India 2047, are you going to be ready to go in the next minute, or no?
I'm ready to go, Air India 2047.
Let's
Air India 2047,
do for
Roger.
Lanta. Thank you.
Wind is 190 at Niner. Fly runway heading. Runway 15, cleared for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, runway 15, Air India 2047.
Bangor Tower, very good evening. United 441 is approaching hold short point runway 15. Fully ready for departure with information pizza aboard.
Air India 440, United 441. Bangor Tower, hello, runway 15, line up and wait.
15, line up and wait, United 441. I think we're going to line up and wait. There goes the airplane. That looks good. Let's do strobes. And here we go. Holy Pepito plane. A very pink airplane, wasn't it? I think we're all ready to go. Runway heading for departure. I think the reason that other airplane got a reroute is that's a turboprop, and I think the routes are different for turboprops. I think. I'm not sure. It's a turbo anyway, so I'm kind of taking my time getting out on the runway here.
Air India 2047, contact departure. Have a good flight.
Departure's
Contact departure, Air India
118.925.
2047.
Bangor Tower, good evening. Niner Hotel, up Victor Kilo on Alpha with Papa.
There we go. I think we're almost ready. Landing lights. Cabin call. Everything else looks good. We are ready to go.
Attention all aircraft, Bangor information. Quebec is now current. The altimeter 3029er.
Well, I guess we don't get to do information pizza anymore. They just killed all the
Bangor Tower,
fun.
good evening. 9 Hotel, Alpha Victor Kilo on Alpha.
9 Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo, Bangor Tower, Roger.
I guess it could be information quiche.
United 441, fly runway heading. Runway 15, cleared for takeoff.
15, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, it is runway heading for United 441. Thanks. And there goes the engines. Elapsed timer is going. There we go. And flex.
Kronos 220, Bangor Tower, hello, runway 15, line up and wait. Caution wake turbulence from a departing CRJ.
15, line up and wait, Kronos.
Wake turbulence from a CRJ. Imagine that. Gear up. Gears going up. Runway heading. Speed, heading, speed, AP. Speed up to 210. There we go. We are in climb power. Heading hold is behaving. Had a little bit of wind blow us off that runway heading, it looks like. Speed's coming on up. Flaps up. And so far, so good. That's no moon. That's right. Kronos is a small plane. Chris James has just come back into chat. Welcome back in, Chris. Thanks for coming in tonight. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. And there's 210. Let's accelerate to
Kronos
250.
220, fly, runway heading, runway 15 cleared for takeoff.
250, going to 10,000 feet.
9 Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo, Bangor Tower, runway 15,
No
line up
slide
and wait,
can go
and it'll
off.
just be about 2 minutes for IFR in-trail separation.
Okay, so far so good. That was a nice departure. It actually felt good. 777 Bob has not got a happy face on because it's not a moon. I thought it was a space station. Chris James has been lurking tonight. Lurking is always okay here. Lurking is always cool. Passing 5,000 feet, and so far so good. Nothing to worry about.
At 441, contact departure.
Over to departure for United 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. And this is 118925. This would be Bangor departure. Bangor departure. Good evening. United 441 is passing 8,000 for 10. Runway heading.
United 441, Bangor, good evening. Radar contact, clear direct AJ.
And direct AJ now for United 441.
Departure, good day. Kronos 220, runway heading 2.3 for 10,000.
Kronos 220, Bangor departure, radar contact, clear direct Kennebunk.
We went the wrong way to AJ. Wheelchair Gamer does not understand what messes up on. I have no idea what you mess up on SimBrief that gives you fuel. You run out of fuel 190 miles to SeaTac. So I guess it could be several things. Ooh, speeding up way too much.
United 441 should be a right turn towards AJ if the CRJ is doing CRJ things. It's heading 230 for now.
230 will stop there. Yeah, we made the wrong way. So stop it heading 230. Thanks for United 441. Messed up. I don't know the difference between right and left. Cost index was wrong. So yeah, there's several things that it could be. Maybe you're using the wrong profile for your airplane. That could be a problem too. It depends on the airplane. Okay, there's AJ. Now we're being good pilots. Mr. Gray Games, the cost index or burning fuel?
441 1 able, clear direct AJ, let me know when you got that.
United 441, we are almost direct AJ as we speak.
Bangor departure, good evening, 9 Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo, passing 3,900 for 10,000 feet.
9 Victor Kilo, Bangor departure, radar contact, stop the climb at
Direct
8,000.
AJ.
Stopping climb at 8,009 Victor Kilo.
Yeah, we sure heard about that line.
Yeah, 441 contact, Boston Center 13345, good day.
133.45 now for United 441. Thanks, have a good weekend.
Boston Center AC 2522 at 9,000.
AC 2522 Boston Center, hello. Portland altimeter 3032. Expect the visual approach, runway 11. Let me know if you'd like something else.
3032 will take the visual for 11 AC 2522.
Boston Center, hello there from United 441. Direct to AJ at 10,000 feet.
Alex for Alpha.
Delta 34, descend and maintain 11,000. Bangor altimeter 3029er.
I think it is.
Maintain 11,000. Bangor altimeter 3029 or Delta 34.
JetBlue 258, direct ocean.
Direct to ocean for Delta or JetBlue 258.
United 963, direct to ocean, and just resume the arrival there.
Okay, direct ocean 963.
That's Billy. Someone else to try and check in. Go ahead one more time.
United 441 is at 10,000 feet, direct to AJ.
Yeah, 441 Boston. Good evening. Climb and maintain flight level 300.
Flight level 300 for United 441. Thanks. Hope it's a great weekend for you.
Boston Center, hello. JetBlue 66 on the Sox 7 at 11,000 to 14,000.
JetBlue 626 Boston, hello. Climb and maintain flight level 340.
340 for JetBlue 66.
And Boston from JetBlue 258. When would you like for us to charter?
Okay, climb power.
Very shortly, almost there.
And speed.
Roger that, thanks.
AC 2522, flight heading 040, descend and maintain 4,000, vectors for the approach.
Heading 040, down to 4,000, AC 2522.
And 270 for the speed for the climb.
November 65, Victor with you.
And out we go. Boeing Baga, is there a Moby? Yes, Loviz says there is. I just haven't gone and got
Delta 982, contact Boston approach 118.
I haven't gotten it, but I believe so.
United 755, contact Boston approach 133.0. Have a good night.
330, have a great night. United 755.
Turkish 81 Delta, maintain 250 knots now, and then publish speeds at ocean.
270, and there's our climb. Reset that heading bug. And out we go. So I believe there's a Moby profile for so many different things, Baga.
JetBlue 258.
I really think that they're just
arrival.
everywhere
Runway
now.
4 right, Boston altimeter 3030. JetBlue 258, thank you. 250 knots for now, and publish speeds at ocean.
Sounds like dogs got slowed down a little bit on the flight.
Boston Center, Air India 2047 at 10,000.
Air India 2047, Boston Center, hello. Portland altimeter 3032.
3032, Air India 2047.
High fly 001, maintain 250.
There's that moon again up there. Yeah, Mountain Man, it's been a while since we've been in an event with
Frontier
Sheedy.
Flight 1216, descend via the
It's
Roebuck
cool.
3 arrival, runway 4 right, Boston altimeter 3030.
This is really nice. Oh, somebody was asking in chat how you set minimums.
I'll left 4 right.
It's over here. Minimums is down here under the range. So you can set a decision height or a barrow. Barrow is on the right side. And then you just dial this over here. So you're gonna need a view of the dial, and you're gonna need that. You see it says MDA up here. And so we'll just go ahead and put in 200 feet right now. So there's 200 feet up. Barrow button.
American 475 Boston, hello, what's your distance?
And standard altimeter. We could also check. We know what runway they're using. They're using runway 4. So if you look down here, our minimums are supposed to be 218 feet. So I've got 300. Let's dial this back to 218. You're going to have to round it. So there is 200, 10, 20 is the closest you're going to get. So there's the dial down there, and you look at it up there. And our minimums are already set. And direct to ocean, Astro Singularity. Oh, actually, we had to go to AJ. Everybody else gets to go to ocean.
Delta 68 Tango Boston Center, good evening.
There's 20,000 feet.
Let's see. Frontier level 320 for now.
320,
Lights are all good.
Graz 5114 Boston, hello. Climb and maintain.
Seat belts are going to stay on a little longer. Not having to worry about icing.
2522, Chinlock heading 010, descend and maintain 2,500.
Shall we see how crazy it is going into Boston right now?
High fly 001, resume speeds at ocean.
It's not too bad. Boston! Still doing 4 right for arrivals. Yay.
So 250 knots for now, and then follow the speeds on the arrival.
I think JetBlue 258 down here is Dogs, so that's Dogs down there. So Dogs made pretty good time on departure. This isn't going to be a long flight. So it's probably kind of reasonable to think that we could probably do that flight we were also talking about and continuing on to Syracuse. So if you didn't get to join us on this one, join us on the next one. It is going to be busy ATC. We're probably going to have to wait a while for clearances and stuff.
441, direct Bureau.
Direct to Bureau for United 441.
Delta 34.
I bet it was Euro.
118.9.
Direct to Euro. Hey, we got to go direct to Euro. That's pretty cool. 25,000 feet. I'm going to go seat belts.
001, contact Boston approach 118.25. Have a good night.
So no smoking is on, seat belts are off, passengers are happy. Maybe. 777 Bob likes gyros. At least that's, I'm told, the Greek pronunciation, gyros. Euro is the money. That's right. They're supposedly absolutely outstanding, aren't they? There's a couple of really awesome Instagram pages from Greece, and every now and then they'll post a picture of a freshly made Greek gyro, and it just looks awesome. It looks so freaking good.
American 475, direct Roebuck, descend and maintain.
You don't say the G in I thought it was gyro.
Frontier Flight 1216, contact Boston.
So Boeing Baga says it's different.
Have a good night.
27,000 feet. I'm going to increase my speed up to 280. You say it the same way you say the word, the money? You're at 777 Bob? So it's the same thing as the money. Euro.
Niner Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo, man, the altitude maintain flight level 280. We're going to make that the cruise altitude tonight.
Okay, flight level 280, 9 Alpha Kilo.
AC 2522, wind 190 at 8, runway 11 clear. November 2459 Yankee, are you just flying around generally, or do you have a destination?
Are you flying around generally, or do you have a destination? Yeah, just kind of screwing around tonight. Just, that was perfect.
2459 Yankee, Roger, be for altitude.
Outstanding comment. Are you just flying around, or are you going to go someplace?
Good afternoon, Boston from
Okay, looking good there. Let's do speed to Mach.
United 201 Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain, flight level 240.
Let's do Mach 0.78. We're not going to go that fast on this one. I know Sheedy had great live streams all those years. Had the Cat Tower cam and all of that too. Those were nice.
JetBlue 258, contact Boston approach 118.25. Have a good night. Sounds good. Delta 68 Tango, when you go over Lima 453, you'll need to at an odd altitude. Would you like flight level 390 or 410?
There's Mach 0.78 at flight level 300. Harold Tim, that's most of the VFR flights you ever saw doing ATC in Denver. They just wanted to wander around aimlessly and get in the way of the big jets, right? Harold Tim?
Delta 68 Tango, climb and maintain flight level 410.
Wow. Yeah, we were just going to buzz around here on the business end of your runway 35 left and right here. We just like flying around there. We like to look at the cows. Mountain Man had a bison on the arrival into JAC.
441, direct to Ocean.
Direct to Ocean for United 441.
Air Canada 447.
Can we also be direct to that Caribbean Queen for Ocean?
Over to Unicom, Air Canada 447.
Mountain Man says there was elk in Jack too. So you're seeing all sorts of cool animals now. We're always in the mood for VFR. We are.
Thank you. Air Canada 615, Montreal is offline. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved. Have a good night.
52.8, Air Canada 615. Yep.
AC 2522, welcome to Portland. Alpha to the gates. Have a good night.
Alpha to the gate for AC 2522. Talk to you in a bit.
United 441, descend via the Ocean 5 arrival, runway 4 right, Boston altimeter 3030.
3030 for United 441. We'll descend on the Ocean arrival for 04 right. Thank you so much. Yay.
No problem. Niner Hotel Alpha Victor.
Okay, so we are actually getting close to our top of descent on the Ocean for 4 right. That's going to be 6,000 feet at Jobby.
Good evening, Air Canada.
6,000 feet at Jobby, right?
Air Canada 682 Boston.
Yeah, 6,000 feet. So we're cleared to do that descent. This airplane doesn't handle it so well. So what I'm going to do is we're direct to Ocean. We're good for 9,000 feet at 250 knots. So I'm going to step it down because this is a VATSIM event. So I'm going to put that one in first. Good night. 777, who's calling in tonight? GT Boy, it's 2 a.m. where GT Boy is. Thanks for coming in, GT. Have a great evening. Thursday, finally Friday. Have a great weekend. See you in the friendly sim skies.
United 963, contact Boston approach 118.25.
118.25, United 963, thanks, we'll see you.
Okay, we're going to just come over here and step our way down to Ocean and 9,000 feet and 250 knots. And then we'll work our way down from there. It's just easier in this airplane.
Okay, no worries. Thanks.
Boston Center, November 1
And let's see, got a few extra tabs open. Let's close a few of
VFR
these.
following to Quintet for wings VFR 2.
Number 1286 Alpha Boston Center, hello. I guess you're supposed to talk to me for departure at Nantucket. It is a towered airport. So if you want to do wing VFR number 2, probably just need to restart at the ramp and just give me a call when you're there.
No problem, that's okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Boston Center, 245 Thunder Yankee. We have a destination of Bar Harbor. That's Bravo, Hotel Bravo.
Baja. Sounds like somebody has been listening to that one guy from Diamonds Are Forever. Baja.
Runway 4.
Have a great evening. Thanks for coming in, GT Boy. 20 miles to top of descent. We are 59 miles from ocean.
American 475, descend via the Robust 3 arrival. Runway 4 right, Boston altimeter 3030.
I wonder if anybody is going to descend on the that other arrival with Ponked as the
Boston, good afternoon.
arrival.
1421, 350.
Blue Street 1421 Boston, hello, what's your distance from Kennedy?
Sorry, say again for Boston.
989.
Blue Street 1421, what's your distance from Kennedy, VOR?
Keep the heading bug reset. Every now and then they're going to make us turn 30 degrees to the right, and it's so much easier if you've got your heading bug set up like that that you can just pop that in there real fast.
And let's see, Blue Street 1421, thanks, radar contact, cross News at and maintain, flight level 270.
Alright, News at and maintain, flight level 270, Blue Street 1421.
Flight Club 989 Boston Center, hello, you're just over Kennedy, is that correct?
Yeah, we're just on the 989.
Flight Club 989, thanks, radar contact, descend and maintain, flight level 270.
Now that looks like proper leg room. Absolutely none.
1000, the Bangor altimeter 3029er. 3029er, 11,000.
That absolutely. We were over in, I think it was the Fokker F-28, and we were looking back in the cabin yesterday, looking at all the we're looking at the seats in the back and said, no, okay, there's too much space. There's too much leg room there. And it really did look like that. Okay, 10 miles for top of descent. We need 1,900 feet per minute. So I'm going to reduce my speed bug to Mach 0.77. Let's start slow. Reduce your throttles a little bit. Do we need to use cost index 0 for PMDGs? I don't know about that. I think that that's something that works. Speed. And then pull the throttles back to go ahead and get that 1,900 feet per minute. And descend we do. Here we go. We also have to slow our speed down to 250 knots by the time we get to ocean. Now we're descending a touch fast. So we're going to push our throttles forward a bit here.
989, direct Roebuck, descend and maintain, flight level 23.
You can't find it on Simbri. There we go. Doesn't really handle this well. I'm going to switch to vertical speed now. and just manage my own speed on this. Oh, that's right. You're supposed to. Speed departing, vertical speed for landing. That's right. We learned that yesterday. That's kind of the way this has been designed. 26,000 feet. We need to go from Mach to knots. And now now the speed is just bugs for me. So it's just bugs for the captain. So did you find what you were looking for on cost index? Oh, thanks, Cambo, for figuring out what that was. And let's roll that back a little bit more.
American 475, contact Boston approach 133.0. Have a good night.
Not so bad. 133.0 is next for us. There we go. That's good.
Endeavor 5187, descend via the Ocean 5 arrival. Runway 4 right, Boston altimeter 303.
20 miles from Ocean. We have a speed restriction at 250 that we have to hit. So we got to go and maintain that. We're going to be just fine. I'm going to, it says 9,000 there at Terry. So at Terry, we'll just leave that there. 24,000 feet, seatbelts back on. There we go. Seatbelts are back on. And a touch more throttle. Rate of descent needs to be about 1,800 feet per minute, so we're good to go there. I'm going to go and set that 250 bug right now. That's just a reminder for me. And now I'm going to pull my throttles just a bit and start slowing it down. That way we can coast down to about that 1,500. That 250 knots. And we're right on our descent path.
Niner Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo. I just need to build a little bit of more space. Turn left heading 180 again, just for like a minute, and descend and maintain 9,000.
Left 180, descend and maintain 9,000. 9 Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo.
Blue Shake 1421, direct Roebuck, and descend and maintain flight level 230.
Direct Roebuck down to flight level 230.
About 10 miles away, speed's coming down nicely. Not too fast.
Governor 654 to Victor, contact Bangor approach 118.902. Talk to you. Area 2047, traffic 12 o'clock, 5 miles opposite direction, caravan 9ers out.
I'm looking for it. Yeah, I have the traffic inside.
Caravans flying in this event. That's pretty awesome.
Traffic, 12 o'clock, 3 miles opposite
Let's see. Boston altimeter. Information Victor is current. The altimeter is 3030. 3030.
United 441, contact Boston approach 118.25. Have a good night.
118.25 now for United 441. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
You too. Niner Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo.
118.25. That wasn't even close. 118.250. Gotta have another one in there. 118.250. Boston approach.
Canada 3405.
Information Victor.
5, landing 8000.
We're a little fast.
Air Canada 3405, heavy Boston departure.
3030.
4000.
Climb 14000.
Altimeters are set. And reduce our rate of descent a bit here. Boston approach, good evening. United 441 just passed Ocean with information Victor.
United 441 Boston approach, hello, expect Oscar 48.
ILS 4 right for United 441. We're all set for that, thank goodness.
Gemini 384, explain flying purposes, how long do you think you'll need before you're able to...
And there's 250 knots. Our descent is spot on.
Now, but we do have an issue with one of the waypoints.
Bring the map in a click and just zero out our heading in case they give us a turn. And let's come over here. Let's do performance. And there is bugs 132. We're going to land at 135.
Gemini 384. Probably going to be another couple minutes left to get you squeezed in between the next Highland departures.
Gotcha, thanks.
Okay, we're going to be above 9,000. We're good to go there. So on the arrival, we're pretty good. Let's just let it go down to 6 now. We'll just let it go down to 6 because right where we're supposed to be. Pretty cool.
10,000.
Touch slow, but not too bad. We'll be above 9,000 at Terry. Not much to see outside. Out over the water. It's getting dark fast. Syracuse is our next flight. When you get on the ground, don't log off. Do another flight plan. Keep your plane loaded, unloaded, and go from there.
Information Victor and I left for right 9 hotel flight kilo.
Let's go for one of like Bravo 14, 15, 16, somewhere down there. I think that's United stuff there. Reduce our rate of descent to 1,300 feet per minute. Airplane's being very good tonight.
Jazz 8697 Boston, departure, hello, climbing 14000.
14,000, Jazz.
Departure runway is going to be runway 9.
Gemini 384.
Over at Syracuse, there's no ATC at Syracuse. So that would be our next flight over there. Logan wants Potomac approach. I don't think we get Potomac there on this. We'd have to go further south to one of the New Yorks or something. A little slow, and we need to keep our speed up on this because there's an airplane behind us.
Air Canada 3405 heavy for spacing.
Yay, we're speeding it up here. Good.
Left heading 240.
Left heading 240, Canada 3405.
November 422.
Dog in the control tower. I'm certed for Potomac, so if you want to fly, you'd be more happy to hop on. Hey, thanks, Logan. Welcome aboard. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Yep, 777 Bob. We got a dog in the control tower tonight. Always fun when we have a dog in the control tower. Sometimes we've heard babies in the cockpit. We've heard a couple of baby squawks. Forever is back in chat. Why can't I see my seated passengers? FS Stream Team doesn't show the other planes. So to do that, you're talking about GSX, right? You have to have GSX, and I think that there's a special check mark in GSX to turn that on. Good evening, AH Mike. Tyler Games, welcome aboard. Hi, Tyler. And if you're over watching on YouTube, thank you for watching on YouTube. Oh, on the Airbus.
Canada 3405, clear direct Highland.
Direct. Taking that direct?
Highland.
Yes, they don't show up in your airplanes. You may also need the correct airplane profile. You may need the airplane profile too. Do you have the correct profile for GSX2? So you kind of have to have those two, and that might be a problem.
Right turn heading 360, Canada 3405 heavy.
That's going to be left heading 360.
10,000 feet, landing lights.
Okay, left turn, long way around.
Cabin call.
Canada 3405.
There are 4 Charlie Juliet, climb maintain 2000.
Okay, 2000.
Boston approach, dating at 2047 at 6,000 with whiskey.
Okay, that was about 50 people calling
so
at once.
in GSX, there's two kinds of profiles that you need for GSX. You need the profiles for the airport. Teaches the, you know, where everything is at the airport, but airplanes have profiles too. I believe that you can get almost all of the ones that you need at either Any Builds or Orbex. Either one or the other. I don't remember which one. You also can get them at flightsim.to. But you also need to look for the correct profile for your airplane too. Good night, Average Canadian. Thanks for flying along on YouTube. Have a nice evening. See you next time. Next speed is 220. 220 is our next speed. And let's go ahead and we'll start slowing it down there. Going to be at 6,000 at Gabe. So we're good there. Good night, Average Canadian. Thanks for being here. Speed's coming down nice. I'm going to also kick on my logo light. Just makes the airplane a little bit more easy to see. Oh, wow. That looks nice with the lights. Speed's coming down. At 230, we could go flaps 1. And so far, so good. And there's our arrival, looking great. So 220 at Gabe and 210 at Jobby. Or Joby. Speed's coming down. No auto throttle. Edward.
441, maintain 7,000 for traffic.
Stopping at 7,000 for traffic, United 441.
Boston approach, hello, alert at 10 Charlie, flight level 197, descending on the J-Fun 2 with information with the...
Air Canada 696, correction, or 10 Troy Boston, approach to left. Air Canada 3405, for now you're with the direct Highland, do you still need to go further up?
Okay, yeah, we can go direct Highland now, Air Canada 3405.
Air Canada 3405, direct Highland.
Direct Highland 3405.
Air Canada 2047 heavy.
220 knots and 7,000 feet. Wow, are we being good pilots.
Who is Victor checking in? Airport 29 Boston.
A little slow. Up next speed is 210. 210 is our speed. We're slowing down there. Kind of hard to see the little pink line underneath there.
Yeah, 441 Boston Center, or correction, Boston, push 126.5.
126.5, United 441, thanks.
09, Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo, clear direct Gabe, resume the arrival.
Baston Center, hello there from United 441. Maintaining 7,000 feet. Direct Joby with information, Victor.
Okay, 441 Boston approach. Roger, expect the island 4 right. Turn right heading 310. Vectors for sequence.
Right turn 310 now for United 441.
Boston approach, Delta 410, level is 6,000, direct Joby.
Delta 410 Boston approach, expect the island 4 right. Descend and maintain 3,000. Expedite, your number 1.
Okay, 3,000, expedite, Delta 410.
Delta 410, maintain 210 knots or greater.
Nav source, switch that over to the radios.
441, maintain 210 knots.
210 knots for United 441. Sleeveless 2-year-old son took your NES pad and sped ran the first level of Super Mario Brothers. That's awesome, Sleeveless. There's
441, descend and maintain 4,000.
now 4,000 for United 441.
Delta 410, turn right heading 310.
Right to 310, Delta 410.
And 441, speed vector through the localizer for sequence.
Vectors through the localizer, all good, United 441.
And 441, and just verify, descend and maintain 4,000.
And we're continuing down to 4,000, maintaining 210.
Thank you.
There we go, just went over the localizer. A touch fast. We could probably help ourselves out, flaps 1.
441, turn left heading 270.
Left turn now, 270 for United 441. Okay, that's good. Let's get ready to fly the airplane like pilots here.
Joshi, cleared out left from my 4 right approach, maintain 190 knots. Delta 410, turn right heading 010, turn the localizer.
010, turn the localizer, Delta 410.
Delta 410, 1 mile from Napa, maintain 2,500 till established on the localizer, cleared out left from my 4 right approach.
2,500, 2,500 till established, clear 4 right approach, Delta 410.
441, turn left heading 180, descend 3,000.
3,000, left turn to 180 for United 441.
Delta 410, maintain 170 knots or greater until Milt. Contact Boston Tower 128.8. Good day, thanks for the help.
Okay, 170 until Milt and over the tower, Delta 410. Thanks so much, good night.
128.8 is tower. Always good.
441, turn left heading 130.
Left turn continues to 130 for United 441. Here we go. Little slow.
Now, or after fully up the approach.
Alright, we're slow now, 99.
Little slow. They want 210. You stay busy on this airplane. You really do. Oh no, Sim Murray, what do you think happened? Was it the airplane or the airport?
441, turn left heading 090, descend maintain 2,500.
Continuing the descent 2,500. What was that heading for United 441?
Left heading 090.
090 for United 441.
Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo, Boston approach on frequency.
About 1,000 feet per minute coming in like this.
Native 441, turn left heading 070, join the localizer.
070 joining the localizer, United 441.
Yeah, 441 over Nabo, cleared out left from my 4 right approach, maintain 170 knots until Milt.
170 knots till Milt, and cleared for the ILS approach, United 441.
Fast approach low.
170 till Milt.
Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo, Boston approach. Turn right heading 22.
This is a lot more work on this
Right
airplane.
20, expect airlift for right. 9 Hotel Alpha Victor
Got that. Looks good.
441, 170 knots till Milt. Contact Boston Tower 128.8 today.
128.8, 170 to Milt for United 441.
Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo, descend and maintain 3000.
65, contact departure tonight.
We're switching Jet 165 today.
Baston Tower, hello there from United 441, maintaining 170 knots till Milt.
United 441 Boston Tower, you're following a Boeing 737 on a 2-mile final runway 4 right, clear to land, traffic close to crossing runway.
04 right, clear to land, number 2 behind the 737, United 441. Gear just went down. Reversers are armed, we're ready to go. Everything's set up here. Exiting left. We decided for landing, it's going to be 140 to land.
American 475 on
140
November,
to land.
left, closer to 15 right, contact ground 121.9.
Let's go ahead and set that now.
Delta 2896, runway 9, clear for takeoff, traffic on a 4-mile final for the crossing runway.
Clear for
A little
takeoff,
bit of
9,
more
Delta
speed
29.
here. And it looks good. So does our airplane. Look at that. Perfect. And
Southwest 350 Boston Tower.
Baston's looking pretty nice tonight, too.
Line up white, runway 9, Southwest 350.
Delta 410, join November, cross runway 4 left, hold short of runway 15 left.
Winds behind us. AP's off. Ooh. Not an Airbus.
Pilot Club 989 Boston Tower, you're following a CRJ on short final, runway 4 right, clear to land, traffic holds crossing runway.
Pilot Club 99, runway 4 right, copy traffic.
Delta 2896, contact departure tonight.
Over to departure, Delta 2996, yeah.
Delta 410 on November, cross runway 15 left, hold short of 15 right, contact ground 121.9.
0.9's ground.
Okay, cross 15 left, then hold short 15 right, contact ground, Delta 410 tonight.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20.
Southwest 350, runway 9, clear for takeoff, traffic on a 5-mile final for the crossing runway.
Clear takeoff, runway 9, Southwest 350.
Air Canada 1622 Boston Tower, runway 9 left away, traffic lands the crossing runway.
9 line up away, Air Canada 1622.
Boston Tower low, 9 Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo on the airlift for right.
9 Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo Boston Tower, you're following a Boeing 737 on a 3-mile final, runway 4 right, clear to land, traffic holds the crossing runway.
Runway 4 right, clear to land, 9 Hotel Alpha Victor Kilo.
United 441, join runway 33 right, make a left on November, hold short of runway 15 right.
Joining 33 right, and we're going to hold short of, we'll join November and then hold short of 15 right, United 441.
Southwest 350, contact
That
departure.
is a normal one that is
Departure, good
always a
night,
little bit
350.
confusing on something like this. But it is something that they'll do. So we joined this runway. This is the shorter runway. So there's the shorter one. And so now we're actually on that little baby runway, and we are cleared across this other. And so then we go to join November. and then continue on. This is unusual. The first time they said join the what? Wait a minute. What? For 15? Okay, yeah, 15 left. Hold short of 15 right. So it's a little bit confusing. Tyler's Games is doing some multi-player flights, and nobody's coming down over there. That looks good. And let's disarm the reversers. And we're departing off of runway 9, remember.
United 441, contact ground 129.
0.9 for United 441. See you on the flip side, United 441.
Qantas 814 Heavy, Boston Tower, runway 9 left away, traffic lights across the runway.
Great ATC tonight.
Sun Country 250T, Boston ground station stars approved.
Okay, we are expecting.
Portugal 88.
How about Bravo 15?
Portugal 88, 18 minutes behind the JetBlue, back to Bravo.
Roger, thank you.
Carrier 9517, are you ready for taxi?
Affirmative, 9517.
Carrier 9517, runway 4 left at Echo, taxi via Charlie, Bravo, Echo, and giveaway to JetBlue 321.
Okay, 4 left via Charlie, Bravo, Echo will give way to the A321, Carrier 9517.
Just clearing a few things out of here. It just keeps the charts a little bit easier to handle. Okay, party breaks there for a second. That looks good.
I've been on the frequency for about 20 minutes at this point. I'm just curious where I am in the queue.
And what's the call concern?
November 5331 Foxtrot up at the GA ramp looking at taxi.
5331 Foxtrot, sorry about that. Runway 4 left at Echo, taxi via Bravo, Echo.
Alright, 4 left at Echo, it's going to be Bravo and Echo.
Let's see, we could do
cross, 15 right,
flaps up. Flaps are up. I'm going to give the CRJ a run this weekend. Vinyl Rabbit, is it your first time in the CRJ?
Yeah, 441 cross, runway 15 right, that's an Alpha to parking.
Crossing 15 right and Alpha to parking, United 441, thanks.
Hi, Boston Ground, United, American ASM history is Bravo 20.
You flew it a few years ago. Okay, so you know a little bit about this since 2020. I think you'll find that it's a really nice airplane these days. It's still a little weird for me, especially on the flare-on landing. I think that that's mostly a problem with my side stick. I think it's my side stick, which I could probably fix with my with some sensitivity work. Oh my, wow, somebody's got a TWA livery up there. Alpha's the inner taxiway. So that's Bravo. Here comes Alpha. And we're going to go to United Land, redo a flight plan, and go to Syracuse.
And ground for 31 Fox with a question when you get a moment.
Go for it.
Yeah, the Highland 7 does not appear to be valid off of 4 left. Is there an alternate departure procedure you'd like us on?
We should be on the Logan 4 Radar Vectors Highland.
Logan 4 Radar Vectors Highland, thanks.
And just to verify, it's maintain 3000 after departure.
Yep, maintain 3000. Sorry, we might have written it down wrong.
No worries.
APU is up and running. Everything looks good up here.
Sorry, who was that?
Alpha 8, Charlie Papa, Rose 8.
Rare 58, Charlie Papa, ground position up to
Boston looks really nice tonight. Dad, game time. It was a great flight out of Berlin. Vinyl Rabbit says it's chilly tonight. What does it say? It's 6 degrees Celsius. Dad, game time. Had a great flight tonight out of Berlin. Got to fly Air Berlin too. So, you know, that's a little geeky for me, but really nice. Well, come on in, Dad, game time. We're going to stay at the gate here once we get over to our gate in Boston.
All right.
and then we're going to replan a flight and continue service to Syracuse.
28.8.
I know, Air Berlin strikes again. Wouldn't it be great if they could revive that airline?
Air Canada 802.
It would be nice if they would revive that airline. Dogs had an interesting landing. You were on the ILS and you got sidestepped. Really? How was your sidestep? A United Boogaloo. Vital Rabbit says it's 44 degrees Fahrenheit.
Runway 9er, taxi via Alpha, Kilo, Mike,
I'll give it Michael short for last time because you keep it.
Boston ground below 9 Hotel Alpha 6 Kilo, holding short 1 right.
Sorry, did you speak for me, sir? Someone spoke above you.
Air Portugal 881, cross runway 4 left, monitor tower 128.8.
Crossing 4 left.
Wow, we got a couple of cargo planes tonight.
Boston ground, United 1521 and KP 25 has been placed from whiskey requesting push and start.
1521 Rogers, last 72 minutes.
Standing by, 1521.
28.8, have a good one. We're going to talk to you.
Right after the 36th, we're going to exit reservation of about 10 o'clock 939, only 15 right. Number 423 heavy, on
Boston ground 9 Hotel Alpha 6 Kilo, holding short 1 right. Cross 1 right for ground 9 Hotel Alpha 6 Kilo.
Parking brakes on. APU should already be up. The APU is up. So let's turn that off for a little silence. And can't see the little red light handles. Engine 1, engine 2 will come down here and stop squawking. We can turn off the fuel booster pumps and the probe heaters. So those can go off. Let's do the beacon. Beacon is now off. So those should be off. Seatbelts can go off too. APU is up and running. And we can come over here to aircraft. Put some chocks in place. We need a ground power cart. Passenger door. Cargo. Drop the stairs and request a jetway. And so far, so good. Now, I think, did I actually get... I don't think I got these lights right. Yeah, nose light's still on. We had to turn that off. And I can't quite see these very well. Okay, beacon is off. Strobes are off. Logo is off. And nav lights are on. Okay, all of that looks really good. And the doors are open. We'll come around here. Open that door. And it doesn't look like it went and got our jetway. That jetway is not moving. Let's see if pushback helper will get it. Nope, won't do it. Passengers have to walk. So we'll just come on down here and put the guardrails back up. Okay, we got to go ahead and do our next flight. It was good there was a British Airways holding short, and so you got side steps. Actually, I really enjoy getting to do those side steps. Are really kind of fun. The side step landings are a great time. Wow, those are bright. Okay, new flight. Come on over here. We know that they're departing off of runway 9 to go out to Syracuse. So, sim brief. New flight. And we're going KBOS, KSYR Syracuse. We're going to stay on our CRJ9. So, no, our CRJ5. Whoops. And now we're going to go and stay in this livery. Runway departure. Departing runway is runway 9. So we got to flip that around. Syracuse, I don't think there's any way to check that. We'll just go with what SimBrief says, runway 10. The wind right now at Syracuse is 080 at 8. That's probably the best one. 15 minutes out, 15 minutes in. Fuel planning, add some fuel. I'm going to go for 30 on this one because it's busy as hell here. Somebody's in trouble. I didn't do it. I'm being good. I'm sure my halo is just way too bright right now for the camera. Okay, all this looks really good. Let's go and generate. So, dogs, congratulations on getting to do a sidestep. That's actually one of the favorite things. You know, when they say, hey, United 441, can you do a sidestep over to the other runway? It's sort of like, oh, gee, twist my arm on that one, because it's actually kind of fun. Wind is always west and east in the area of New England, so be ready for some serious headwinds. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, let's pre-file on VATSIM. We're going to go out at flight level 360. How about flight level 340? I'm going to go and drop it to 4, just cuz. And file. We're filed. Cool. And that looks great. We're done there. We're done over here. We know we're at gate, actually we're at gate Bravo 14. So we're actually here at gate B14. No idea where we're going at the next gate. That would have to be either ATC saying, are you absolutely insane? Why are you doing another flight? Or that was our PDC with our clearance. Pauliot has spent 600 pounds on Tower Simulator? Really? 600 pounds? Wowzer. Well, you're going to be towering over the rest of us. Really? 600 pounds for a tower sim? You do realize somebody is going to expect you to be like the guy in Airplane and say, the tower, Rapunzel, Rapunzel. You know, that thing. I put it in the wrong line. AZ is jealous. Vinyl Rabbit says 34,000 feet is high for this flight. Yeah, I thought it was a little high too. It wanted me 36. I knocked it down just a little bit. Okay, let's come on. Oh, you were hoping for a little bit of rage inducement. Aha. Flight plan. Import. There we go. There we go there. Set payload and fuel. Go to performance, set the airplane in the sim. That looks good. The missions get stupid with traffic. Okay, let's go to index and status. Everything looks good. Position init. Let's go KBOS. But first, we need to turn these two little guys off. There we go. Now we can put that in. So KBOS, we are at gate Bravo 14. Not found. Okay. So now we're going to go and put this in. Put the FMS position in here. And now we're going to realign. There we go. That looks good. And let the alignment begin. Flight plan. And it cleared it out nicely. KBOS Boston. KSYR, Syracuse. A little spy jazz for our flight planning will be nice. Newark, KEWR. Newark is our alternate. We are flying our usual number. And that looks good too. Our first waypoint is Highland, HYLND. HYLND, Highland. After Highland, it's direct Manch, M-A-N-C-H. M-A-N-C-H. Apologies, I'm going to be in a flight planning rabbit hole for a few minutes. I'll get out in just a second. Camden probably. Lambs, L-A-M-M-S. Lambs, we're on an airway. We're on the Tango 608 airway. Tango 608. And that directs us direct to SYR, direct to Syracuse. SYR, and execute that. Voice recognition is frustrating. Dave just stole an airplane joke that I was typing out. I'm sorry, I never want to steal anyone's jokes. I never want to do that one. Okay, that looked really good. Let's see what we got for clearance. ACARS, United 441 is cleared to Syracuse via the Highland 7 departure. That is our flight plan route, flight level 340, squawk at 5522. Blah, 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 blah. Everything else looks groovy. So 5522 is our squawk. Radio 5522. Cool. Flight plan. All of that looks good. Performance. So we're going to go to flight level 340. If we have to go to our alternate at Newark, it's going to be at flight level 310. And that goes over there. Let's come on and copy performance data into the FMS. Set our bugs for departure. I was looking back over at the old, I had one of the old train sims. I forget which one, but it had, this is the one that had the Bernini Express in. I thought that would be a fun drive. Okay, page 2. Winds are 225 at 46, 46 knots. That's going to be a slow ground speed. Our temperature deviation is 0. And execute that. Last page, we think we're gonna, it's 0035 0100 0100. Departure, execute that. VNAV is not gonna change. 18, flight level 340, and 18. That looks great. Performance. Over here, we're going to flex to 48 degrees. And save all sorts of fuel, and that will be nice too. Over to progress. Let's come over here and snag some new charts. Okay. This is going to be... how do we clear? Let's use FMS. Boston to Syracuse. Okay, cool. So airport, gates... Nope, not that one, this one. Gates, we are at Bravo 14. Airport, we're going to depart off of runway Niet 9092. There's our heading, 092. Cool. Let's get this over to FMS 1. There's FMS 1. Cool, that looks good. And we are going to do the Highland departure. Highland 7. They didn't give us an altitude. Be sure you check over here for a top altitude. 5,000 feet. They're tricky here in Boston. They always want you to go and look at that. Make sure you check that altitude. They don't make me feel as stupid as I felt when I blew through the altitude out of Edinburgh, but still you feel pretty dumb. Okay, we are not doing a star, but we are expecting runway 10. So there's an ILS for 10, and then the airport itself. And then we even have that. So 10, that's good. The terminal's right over here. They could kick us over to 15. 10 or 15. That's good for now. We may change it. We'll do it later. Oh, that looks good too. Over here in Boston, Boston ATIS is information X-ray is now current. The altimeter is 3031. So 3031 is our new altimeter settings. Got that. Heading is set. Heading is still aligning. So we're still doing the alignment. Okay, I think we're ready. At least we got all the lights off. We're not blinding people. There's that big cargo liner pushing back. Okay, let's just go over here and make sure it's working. Index. Position in it. Boston. Page 2. FMS GNSS. That's good. Page 3. IRS time to nav 2.7. So they are aligning. Okay, so we get to sit back and go be one with the world for a second. That's a good thing to do. We got a master caution. Why is that? I don't see anything wrong. Why are you upset? It's probably just all of this. Polyot just added all the DLCs to the cart. It was $562.19. The game is $46.49 on Steam. Those are like scary numbers to me. Those are scary numbers. $1.7. On the other hand, I'm sure I have made purchases like that for a few games in my past too. I remember when I was actually getting my Airbus lessons from Captain Sibby, buying P3D and all sorts of airports just for the airplane. Just for the airplane. Still, it was a really good airplane, but still. Should people look out for Tower Simulator? I don't know. I don't, that's a kind of stress for me. I don't know what it's like for others, but for me, the kind of stress of being a tower controller, no thank you. I would just as soon fight with a cranky flight management computer or something else, but certainly not a tower. That's just too much. That's the kind of stress that's not much fun. And I think that Offworld was doing a joke. So, welcome in, Offworld. Thanks for coming by. That's just too much. Passengers should be aboard. So we can go to the aircraft. We'll go and close that cargo door. Aft and forward cargoes can close. Hey, we had all sorts of penitentiary jokes earlier today, Offworld. And there we go. We are now aligned. Perfect. Life is beautiful. And that looks good. Everything else is great too. Okay. Passengers are aboard. Let's close the main door. Passenger door is closed. Closed, closed, closed. I'm going to disconnect. Make sure the APU is up and running. APU is up and running. Disconnect ground power. Disconnect the chocks. Closed, closed, closed. Removed, removed. All of those are clear. We did all this. We don't need to do that. We'll go over to charts. That looks great too. Let's see. Our clearance says, let's see, advised location 121.65 to push. So radio 121.650 for push and start. 5522, the squawk is good. Let's go ahead and pop that on. We are now squawking mode Charlie. Let's listen on the radio and see how crazy it is. Seatbelts are on. That looks good. Let's get a pushback truck. Attach a tug. Tug's aboard. 121.65. Is that it? That's it. I don't hear anybody on the frequency. Fast and delivery. Hello there from United 441. We are at stand Bravo 14, a CRJ with information X-ray, requesting startup and pushback.
United 441, Boston clearance. Sorry, can you say again your parking?
United 441, we're over here at Bravo 14.
United 441, thank you. Monitor grounds, point 9, or have a good night.
Point 9 for United 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Request start up Foxtrot uniform kilo.
And they said to monitor.
Alpha to park in American Idea. Skyway 6114, cross 15 right, turn Alpha to parking. Cross 15 right, Alpha. Brickyard 5590, bounce to ground.
So we're going to probably push
right,
back to Echo
parking.
facing east.
Right,
Echo facing east is what they'll tell us to do, I'm guessing. Everything else is ready?
You're going to do Alpha 10, right?
Yeah, I'm going Alpha 2, gay Alpha 2.
Brickyard 5590, roger, Alpha, negative parking.
Alpha Echo parking,
Ground Jet 2671, turning.
Dog says the title needs to change. Thanks, Dogs.
Right now, so you can turn left under Bravo and hold short of November once United gets out of the way.
Okay, left on Bravo, short of November for 22 right, counting 615 heavy. And it's United's blocking the surround of Bravo, so it'll be a minute counting 615 heavy.
Oh, those darn Uniteds blocking things. Those darn Uniteds always block stuff.
Boston ground, cross 15 right, turn Alpha to parking.
GSX is set. We're all ready to go there too.
Berlin 553, request taxi.
Off the ground, just 984 behind company on November.
984 Boston ground, hold short of 15 right.
Hold short of 15 right.
Request taxi, Oscar
Blocked.
Oscar who? I request taxi for departure, Oscar Hotel Foxtrot Kilo.
I think it's kind of harder to see this up here.
Oscar Hotel Foxtrot Kilo, Boston ground, blocking Charlie, and it's going to be a minute. Blocked. Squawk 1 Charlie, it's going to be a minute. Squawk 1 Charlie, and Roger, Oscar Hotel Foxtrot Kilo. At 1734, cross runway 4 left and monitor tower 128.8.
Cross 4 left over to the tower. Have a great night, United 1734.
550, request taxi.
I can fix that. It's not like anything's going on as we're waiting. We were told to monitor, not check in, so we'll see how that works.
Short of November for 22 right.
Irvy wants a bro hug. I'm going to stay out of that.
Connie 615, United is moving now. You can turn left onto Bravo, hold short of November.
Okay, thanks. See that now. Left on Bravo, short of November, Connie 615 Heavy.
American 873, are you ready to taxi?
Yeah, ready for taxi. American 873.
American 873, runway 22 right now, taxi via Echo Bravo, hold short of November.
Taxi via Echo Bravo, hold short runway November, American 873.
Kilo 2671, are you ready for taxi?
Yeah, affirmative, ready for taxi.
Kilo 2671, runway 22 right now, taxi via Charlie, left Bravo, hold short of November.
Okay, 22 right now, Charlie, left on Bravo, hold short, November, check.
United 16 spot 7. We're okay to move up just a little bit.
Go to the 423, monitor tower, 12818.
Says 423, job.
Who wants to move a little bit?
United 816, we're back here at spot 7.
United 816, Boston ground, it's going to be 22 right now. Runway 22 right, taxi via Kilo, Bravo, hold short of November.
Uh-oh, they're changing some runways maybe. Hi, Wilson.
Connie 615,
Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Wilson's over on
You're going to JetBlue following him.
Twitch, so you can see the Wilson.
Boston ground, number 287, ready for taxi.
Number 287, Boston ground, roger, runway 22 right, taxi via Lima, hold short of Bravo for now.
Actually, Lima, hold short Bravo.
They've changed runways.
Super ready for taxi.
So it's 22 right is our new departure runway.
Roger, it's going to be a minute.
So 22 right, we got to be ready for that.
Boston ground, good day, Southwest 420, clear of 15 right on November.
Yep, we can do that here. Let's change it.
South 420, Boston ground, taxi to parking.
So let's go and do
South of the parking, Southwest 420.
departure.
South 2470, you ready?
22 right is our new runway for departure. It's still going to be the Highland 7 departure and execute that.
Push.
Probably going to change some of our performance stuff though.
Delta 2478 on 8. About 8.
Southwest 2341 after the Brickyard E170 passes behind you, you can push to Alpha face southwest.
Because it doesn't matter that much over here.
Brickyard, we'll push face southwest, southwest 2340.
Back over to legs, 22 right.
Boston ground, good day. This is Delta 2478 holding
right.
on spot 8.
Delta 2478 Boston ground, runway 22 right now, taxi via Kilo, Bravo.
Okay, we're all set with that. Ooh, runway heading on departure. It's a
Taxi
different
via Kilo,
runway.
Bravo, hold short November, Delta 2478.
22
Delta
right.
2681, you were instructed to hold short on November.
215.
Left onto Bravo, again northbound, and hold short of Zulu.
Okay, left on to Bravo and short Zulu for JetBlue 26.
I went the wrong way.
Connie 615, just want to double check, hold short of November there.
Yeah, I heard it the first time. We're holding short November, Connie 615 heavy.
Thank you.
Boston ground, King Air 42 Tango X-ray, North TA ramp with X-ray, ready to taxi 22 right.
42 Tango X-ray Boston ground, Roger, it's going to be a couple of minutes, we're changing the post here.
Okay, they're changing.
Standing by, 42 X-ray.
They said they're changing. We were supposed to monitor, trying to decide if I want to pop in. It's starting to get late here. Boston ground, hi there from United 441. Wanted to push and start from Bravo 14. Ooh, we got an E-jet over there. Hi, E-jet. No VNAV on that airplane either. But this has got good advisory.
Mike, left wing Mike, or continue on November, and hold short of 228. Ground front of flight 2168, just fucking 15 right, going to the Echo Gate.
The Embraer Eclipse says that airplane just came in from O'Hare. Tim Dog is heading to Boston from BWI. I don't know. Wonder if we're going to get to wait here as long as we waited at BWI that one day. What was it?
Number 42 Tango X-ray, you pull, turn left of the Lima, hold short of 15 right.
Turn left on Lima, hold short of 15 right. 42 Tango X-ray.
Frontier flight 2158, just 15 right, going to the Echo Gate. Frontier flight 2158, Boston ground taxi, departing the Alpha. Departing the Alpha, Frontier flight 2158.
Ground at 373, just call 15 right on the November, going to the Alpha Gate.
Yep, we're on their radar scope.
Alpha Echo.
Alpha Echo to park, still 373.
Boston Ground, United 441 at Bravo 14, requesting startup and pushback.
United 441 Boston Ground, push and start approved, face, if you're able, face northwest.
Facing northwest, United 441. Autumn's Art Studio. Hey, Autumn.
Boston Ground, JetBlue 90
Welcome aboard. We are in perfect timing. Just pushing on back.
93 Boston Ground, push and start approved.
Okay, they said northwest. Okay, I see what they want us to do. Fuel pumps on. Let's start engine number 1.
425 Boston Ground, hello. It's going to be a couple of minutes. I'll have you in the queue here. 2615, turn right onto November.
Somebody's flying a Connie out of this? That's crazy. Autumn has had sinus surgery. I have never heard of someone having to have sinus surgery before, Autumn. I hope you are doing well. Welcome on in. Thank you.
Okay, right onto Zulu, right onto...
I'm sure you realize that I'm trying very, very hard to not be snotty about all this.
42 Tango X-ray.
I don't want to be too nosy about it either.
Right, hold short of November.
Have you heard all the nose jokes now and have had enough of them?
15 right and hold short of November, King Air 42 Tango X-ray.
American 873, continue taxi, Bravo.
I hope you're doing well and recovering from the surgery. Surgeries are never easy.
Continue taxi, Bravo, November, cross runway 45 left.
American 873,
parking brakes on.
Right,
release the tug. And I bet we're ready to try and start another engine. We are. Let's go and start engine number 2.
Grand Southwest 2341, taxi.
Starting engine number 2. And this one's coming up nice.
Southwest 2341.
Keep an eye on taxiing traffic. Oh, really? Is it going to be a long one? Autumn, I can't blow my nose or sneeze normally. So, well, I would imagine sneezing and stuff, that would, like, what, blow out stitches and stuff?
Alpha 2, Bravo,
I would think.
November, Southwest 2341.
I would think that that would blow out your stitches and everything.
Hi, Brown. There is
starting engine number 2, looking good.
15 right.
Trim's going to be 5.6.
Cross, only 15 right, hold short of 15 left.
5.6.
But there is a traffic in front of me. I'm currently.
There we go. That looks good.
American 873.
I know he's there. He's holding short of your taxiway so you can cross. Cross the runway now.
Roger.
Emirates 287 Super. Join Lima there. Turn right onto 15 right. Hold short on November.
Got dampers
Or
on.
Lima, right on 15 right. Hold short November for 287 Heavy.
Emirates 553 Super. Runway 22 right. Taxi via Lima. Right
Pro
onto
Peters
15
on.
Right, hold short on November.
I think we're ready to go.
Lima, right on
I bet
15
it's weird
right,
for you.
Denver series, 5.
Canada Goose is back. Hi, Canada Goose. It has been a while. I hope you're doing good. Thanks for coming by. All is well here in the spy flight.
Chapter 2671, turn left onto November, hold short of 15 left.
Left onto November, hold short of 15 left. 2671.
United 816, turn right onto November, cross 15 right, hold short of 15 left.
Cross 15 right on
Have you
November
heard any
and hold
good
short
nose
15
or
left.
sneeze jokes,
Yeah,
Autumn?
2471, turn right onto turn right onto November, cross 15 right, hold short of 15 left.
Uh-oh. Someone's having a hard time.
Boston Ground, November 583 Delta Mike with you off of Foxtrot 28.
Mr. Jazz is going to call it a night. Mr. Jazz, it is late. Thanks for coming in. Have a great evening. Thanks for being here. Have a great time. Nice evening. Good Friday. It's a big Boston event. It's a big Boston event tonight.
American 873, cross runway 15 left, monitor tower 128.8.
Cross runway 15 left, monitor tower, American 873.
Delta 2478, cross runway 15
Busy
right,
tonight.
hold 15 left. Delta 2478, Boston ground.
Boston Ground, United 441 will request a taxi while we're waiting.
United 441, runway 22 right now, taxi via left, Echo 2, left Kilo, then Bravo, November, hold short of 15 right.
Holding short of 15 right, got the memo about 22 right. Echo 2, Kilo, Bravo, November for United 441.
Delta 2478, holding short 15 right, 33.
Let's go.
Left.
Nose lights. Go. Oh, sorry.
Cross runway 15
Autumn's
right,
Art Studio. Nose lights. Didn't mean
Cross runway
to.
15 right, hold short 15 left.
I've been having
Delta
the urge to
2478,
see
sorry about
you
that.
can't sneeze properly, so you sneeze through your mouth and breathe through your mouth. Eating is awkward. Has it affected your ability to smell food and stuff?
United 816, cross 15 left, monitor tower.
Because did it impact smell and stuff? So does food taste differently to you?
Boston Ground, JetBlue 983, ready to taxi.
JetBlue 983, runway 22 right.
At the moment. Okay.
Taxi via November, hold short of 15 right.
Yes. Okay.
November, hold short 15 right. JetBlue 983.
Number 42 Tango X.
Nobody's coming over there. That's good.
Left on November, hold short of 15 left, 42 Tango X-ray.
Number 287 Super, turn left onto November, hold
You
short
can't
15
smell a
left.
thing.
Left on November and we'll hold short 15 left 37.
Southwest 2341, hold short
Got
of
a
15
big FedEx 777 over there. That could be Low-Vis doing 777 duty. Low-Vis has been doing a lot of cargo flying right now with FedEx Virtual.
510,
It is a nice
right,
one,
taxi
isn't
via Bravo,
it? It is
hold
nice,
short of
Eclipse.
disregard. Number 582 to the mic, hold short of Zulu there.
Takeoff config check is good. Now we'll just make our way out here. Echo 2, Kilo, Bravo, November.
Lima, 15 right,
Bravo is
hold
our
short of
second turn.
November on runway 15 right.
We also need to keep an eye on our departure fuel. We have island music for our departure out of Boston tonight.
Sorry about that. Please start the approved call taxi.
That's Alpha right there. Don't want to do Alpha. Lots of airplanes tonight. Make sure nobody's over here.
78, cross runway 15 left, monitor tower.
There we go. Here is Bravo.
128.8 and cross runway 15 left. Thanks for ATC, Delta 2478.
Southwest 2341, cross runway 15 right, hold short of 15 left.
Cross 15 right, hold short 15 left, Southwest 941.
And we hold short of runway 15 right.
983, cross runway 15 right, hold short of 15 left.
Okay, looking good here.
Was that for JetBlue 983?
JetBlue 983, affirmative, cross 15 right, hold short of 15 left.
Nothing to worry about
Cross
here.
15 right,
Okay,
hold short 15
fuel,
left.
takeoff fuel.
JetBlue 983.
3.4.
Ready for push start.
Number 582 to the mic again.
We are at
Parking, have a good night.
4.3. Well, that's nice. I think we have enough fuel for this flight. Eclipse, you said a hold short of north? Uh-oh.
Number 42 Tango X-ray, cross runway
I know
15
I'm
left,
being a
monitor
little bit
tower,
nosy about your
128.8.
surgery. I'm sorry.
Cross 15 left, monitor
Canada
tower,
Goose,
42 Tango X-ray.
flying on VATSIM.
Emirates T87 Super, cross
Yo,
15
yeah,
left,
absolutely.
monitor tower, 128.8.
Absolutely, Canada Goose. You're on your own. You get to go direct to wherever you want to go.
Framing 553 Super, turn left onto
Eclipse,
November, hold
I
short of 15
thought
left.
I was supposed to hold short of 15 right at November. Did I mess that up? Well, we'll hear about it. But you could be right, Eclipse.
Okay, toxic clearance 121.65. Southwest 2341, cross runway 15 left, monitor tower 128.8.
Busy night in Boston.
15 left and over to tower, southwest 2341.
Silverhawk 510, turn left onto November, hold short of 15 left.
Left November short, 15 left over 510.
JetBlue 983, cross runway 15 left, monitor tower 128.8.
Cross 15 left, tower 28.8, JetBlue 983, thanks.
And Boston Ground, United 79's got information.
Ooh, somebody's got a good, well, that was more New York.
Boston Ground, push onto Alpha Crew, call for taxi.
Now we stop here.
Freedom Wings 553, cross runway 15 left, monitor tower 128.8.
Cross 15 left.
I thought we were supposed to stop here.
553.
9441, cross runway 15 right, hold short of 15 left.
Crossing 15 right, stopping at 15 left for United 441. The sounds, the Boris sound pack that we had for the CRJs in Flight Sim 2020 are now available for Flight Sim 2024. So we have Boris sounds for this flight. Autumn says we're on the big 50-inch TV. So we're in the new simulator, Flight Sim 2024, Autumn. So the scenery should look an awful lot better out the windows and stuff.
United 441, cross runway 15 left, monitor tower 128.8. Have a good night.
128.8, crossing 15 left. Thanks for the ATC. Have a great weekend. 128.8. 128.
FedEx 647 heavy, Boston ground, push on 2 kilo, it's approved, face south. Please.
Push on 2 kilo, face south, FedEx 647.
Yes, I'm 32.
At 742 Boston Tower, you're following a traffic on a 6-mile final runway 2.
There's our cute little CRJ.
Runway 22 left. Now 742, we're looking for the chopper.
Eek. Super loud.
Delta 2478.
Somebody had some beeping going on.
Tower, American 1386 Fox.
Canada Goose, welcome back in. I'm sure you did. I hope you had a nice break. It was a good reason for your break.
Delta 2478, clear for
Shattermag, I know it's becoming a bigger and bigger problem. It really is becoming a bigger problem here on VATSIM. And apparently some folks have complained to VATSIM management, and their general attitude is not so, which is too bad. But yeah, Shattermag, that's pretty nasty. Parking brakes. Okay, how's everything here? 3.4, we're at 4.2. We got plenty of gas. Parking brake is on. We do need to get our Syracuse airport. Eclipse did a nice rear view of this citation. 421 feet. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 200.
Delta 2478, fly runway heading.
2, 3, 4. It's 421. So that should be it right there for our landing altitude. Landing elevation says 420. We're all set and ready to go there. Osmac is back in chat. Welcome back, Osmac. Will the premium deluxe planes? Yes. If you had it over in the old sim, it should transfer over. Well, maybe if you only get standard. Now I don't know about that, Oz. If you only get standard, you may need to get the one that you got. Eclipse says there's 5 airplanes ahead of us. All I see is the big A380 up there.
American 2415 Boston Tower.
Eclipse, yeah, we've got a big old Emirates A380 over there. I think that's the turtle plane, isn't it? We could go check it out. It's not like we're going to be here waiting around for a lot. So we got the citation. We got a E-Jet. We got a Jet Blue. We got a Southwest. And nope, it's not the turtle plane. This is the Journey to the Future A380.
Delta 2478, contact departure 133.0, let them know you're runway heading.
Hey, firm, 133.0, thanks to the ATC. Let them know we're runway heading.
The E-Jet is supposed to be a Spirit A380. An we're behind an A380 too? Wow, people taking A380s on the A380s on VATSIM events? Maybe I'm a big old chicken, but that's the last thing I'd want to take.
42 Tango X-ray.
It's just so big.
Boston Tower, helicopter 8 Lima, November, landing assured.
Helicopter Lima, November, thank you.
Boston Tower, Southwest 2347, 5 outbound, altitude left.
Southwest 2347, Boston Tower, following Boeing 727 short final runway 22 left, clear to land.
See if anything popped on it near Syracuse. No, not a lot. The A380 is loaded as an E-Jet. That's probably because maybe that's what my sim was. That's what I set my sim up as my default plane or something. I don't know. Oh, it's because they couldn't do a Spirit livery. Well, that also explains why this airplane is so much further back. Maybe they see it as one.
287 heavy, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 37.
A Spirit Airlines A380. Yeah, couldn't they have been, gotten a Ryanair A380 or something? That would have been nice. That would have been nice. Polyat is controlling Gatwick, and it's easier to control Gatwick in the new game that Polyat's playing than when you did VATSIM, really.
That's November 422, X-ray contact departure.
Open departure, 42 Tango X, song.
Southwest 2341.
The aircraft in the game listens unlike VATSIM. Yeah, Polyot's got a new game. It's Tower Simulator.
Alright, line up display 22 right, caution wake, southwest 2340.
Tower American 2105 inbound.
I think it's available on Steam at perhaps a slightly better deal. Irvi made Polyot get it. So Irvi is Irvi's an influencer now, and Polyot is now under the influence of influence.
Cross 22 right, Foxtrot, ground point 9er,
Eclipse says $60 is a bit pricey. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm in pricey stuff too.
1 Echo Cross 22 right, turning ground point 9, 742.
Ah, turn your mic down.
State Police 4, go ahead.
Parking brakes.
Ready to return to Plymouth, South the Bay.
Got the Southwest on the runway, then we got a JetBlue, then another Super, and then the BizJet here.
Cleared out, the Bay, out of below 1.
Got a whole line of airplanes over here coming in from the south.
And Tower Delta 2785 just outside of focus on the altitude left.
Hey, there is Corsair Slayer is back in chat. Hi, Corsair Slayer. Welcome in. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. We're going to Syracuse. I'm progressing towards my commercial pilot's license, and part of that is doing a flight of more than 250 miles from my airport, which turns out to be Syracuse. And so that's going to be your cross country into Syracuse. Dog says that there is a nice pay where I didn't get it for this airplane. It's going to be a 5-hour flight in your Piper. Well, that's going to be some serious quality time in your Piper.
04 Heavy, ILS 22 left, 170 knots.
FedEx 204 Heavy Boston Tower, you're following A320 on 4 mile on runway 22 left, cleared to land.
Following A320, cleared to land.
Fuel is 4.2. Panic is, what was it, 3.4? Yeah, 3.4. We've still got a ton of fuel. So Corsair Slayer, that's exciting. But yeah, have you already done your cross-country flight in the simulator and tested it out first? Tim Dog's already talking to Sheedy right now, who's doing ATC. Osmac wants tips on instrument flying. I was when I was still doing real-world pilot flight training, I actually had a blast with the instruments. I had so much fun with that. I thought it was a lot more, the private was of course cool, but I thought that the instrument rating was, I stopped about halfway through, but I was really enjoying that. Got some airplanes coming up behind us here. Number 3 for the runway. Haven't taken off yet. We're number 4 for departure.
United 2481 Boston Tower, you're following a FedEx C-36 on 7 mile final runway 22 left, cleared to land.
Eclipse says, wow, everybody's taking A380s out today.
Runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
22 right, clear for takeoff, JetBlue 983.
There goes the JetBlue.
Southwest 2341, contact.
Bye, JetBlue.
Over to departure, F, go by Southwest 2340.
Spirit Wings 553 Super Boston Tower, runway 22 right, line of way traffic will, runway 22 right, line of way.
Spirit Wings Super.
Right line of way, Spirit Wings 523 Super.
Super for Spirit. Right.
2105 clear, 22 left over here.
Yep, right.
American 2105, turn right on Mike, cross runway 9, and left on Kilo, hold short of runway 22 right.
Right on Mike, crossway 9, left on Kilo, hold short of 22 left.
Spirit Wing Super.
Sorry, 22 right.
That's just... I guess we also need to expect to have, you know, a Ryanair Super and an EasyJet Super at some point. Maximum realism.
553 Super, runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 22 right, fairness, 553 Super.
JetBlue 983, contact departure.
Departure 983, see you.
Spectre is first time in chat today. Hi, Spectre. Welcome on in. I use FSLTL.
Caution wake turbulence following a heavy 0.787 on a 4-mile final, runway 22 left, cleared for takeoff.
To the land, runway 22 left.
Okay, parking brakes. We need to go to the clearance and get departure. Departure frequency is 133.0. 133.000. Departure's all set and ready to go. But yeah, Spectre, you know the same place where you go to get the fly-by-wire A320? FSLTL is what I use.
2785 on Echo, cross runway 22 right, contact ground point 9.
Oh, we had an MD-11 just come in.
American 2105, cross runway 22 right.
Tim Dog is going to New York City.
Roger, cross 22 right on Kilo and then ground to the left.
Silverhawk 510, Boston Tower, runway 22 right, line of way traffic across downfield. Caution with turbulence, prior departure is Super Airbus A38. Fairwinds 553 Super, contact departure.
Departure scale, 553 Supers.
Basically, for leaving Boston Bravo South Grid space to the south, radar service terminated, frequency change approved, field.
Just trying to make sure everything, I stay in the center line, do a lot better job of taxiing.
Boston Tower, calling an A320 on a 4-mile final, runway 22 left, clear climb.
Brakes. Okay, I think we're all ready to go here, right? There is our little biz jet there.
Echo with traffic hold position for contact ground point 9 and FedEx 274.
That was actually a FedEx C36, not an MD-11. Oh my gosh, what's going on with model matching? It's too bad it wasn't a FedEx MD-11. That was kind of nice. Holy moly, look at that big lufty behind us. Monster airplanes.
United 2481 Heavy, hold short on runway 22 right on Echo. Hold short runway 22 right on.
I guess the only thing that we don't really have for immersion right now is like an $8 cup of coffee. An $8 cup of airport coffee. Okay, that airplane's still holding. There they go. Get ready to go.
Boston Tower Jet 690, ILS Teacher left 170, still focus.
Jet 690 Boston Tower, you're following A320 on 4-mile final, runway 22 left, clear to land.
Tracking site 22 left, clear to land, Jet 690.
If it was a fly-by-wire A320 Neo...
441 Boston Tower, runway 22 right, line up and wait.
22 right, line up and wait, United 441. So, strobes. So here's another reason why I try to wait until I'm pointed down the runway before I turn on landing lights. They're so bright. They could, you know, shine into a cockpit of the landing airplane over on that parallel. And now that we're pointed down the runway, landing lights make sense. And flight attendants are ready. We are in takeoff mode. I've got heading and nav armed. We are ready to go.
United 441, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
22 right, clear for takeoff, United 441.
United, correction, Lufthansa 425 Super, Boston Tower, runway 22 right, line of wake.
Caution wake turbulence, the departing CRJ for that Super.
Delta 34, make a left on Mike, then right on Kilo, hold short of runway 22 right.
Left on Mike, then on Kilo, hold short runway.
100 knots. V1 and rotate. Positive climb gear. Gear going up.
Lufthansa 425 Super, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 22 right, Lufthansa 425 Super.
United 441, contact departure.
Over to departure, United 441. Thanks, have a good weekend.
Boston Tower, American 823 is correct.
Pilot Club 6, reduce speed, actually I think I gave it to you, but if I didn't, reduce speed to 210, then instead of maintain 5,000.
Yep, we are at 210 and now descending 5,000, 546.
Boston departure. Hi there from United 441, passing 2,500 for 5.
That is 441 Boston departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 14,000. Good evening.
14,000 for United 441. Good evening. Happy almost weekend.
Well, I'm in COVID jail, so it's weekend all week for me.
Oh, never fun. 14,000.
Boston Center, 123.75. Good day. 718, turn left heading 300.
Left heading 300.
Good evening, approach, Pilot Club 142 on the Roebuck 3, holding 260 to crane. Pilot Club 142 Boston, approach, expect the ILS 22 left. Expecting 22 left, we have Yankee.
There goes our speed finally.
49, turn left heading 360.
Mountain went to Domino's tonight. What did you get?
718, actually disregard.
I was thinking that one of those frozen
contact approach 126.5.
frozen pizzas might be good tonight. Direct to boat. Direct to boat and execute.
November 333 X-ray
Speed.
Papa on the Roebuck 3 arrival just past Roebuck
AP.
at flight level 1 or at 12,000 feet.
Nope, you're not behaving, are you? Are you going to boat?
Boston departure, Lufthansa for 25 Super at 2700, climb to 5,000.
At the 425 Super departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 14,000.
Climb maintain 14,000.
Uh-oh.
Lufthansa 425 Super. November 333 X-ray Papa is with you at 12,000 feet, descending the Roebuck 3.
Speed 210. I think it
333
it blew past boat. Yeah, it blew past boat.
Left, November 3 X-ray Papa.
So American 688.
It just blew past that one. We can't do that.
American 688.
Pilot Club 6, flighting 360.
091 should be the heading now.
Pilot Club 74, turn left heading 010.
That's 010, Pilot Club 74.
And flaps up.
American 688, contact approach 126.5.
126.5.
So I did a direct to. Irvy had ham and mushroom bake tonight. The Lufty is catching up with me. Oh, I'm sure it is. And speed's continuing to come up there. Maximum 250. And here,
Delta 849, ready to speed to 210, then descend to maintain 5,000.
210 down to 5,000, Delta 849.
High flight 205, super, turn right, heading 090, descend to maintain 8,000.
okay, 032 will get us over to here. And we're going to have to do another direct to.
441, connect Boston Center, 123.75.
123.75 for United 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
The American 688, connect approach 126.5.
123750 actually.
Allegiant 375, turn left heading 330.
Silver Rock 510, higher in about 2 minutes.
Boston Center, good evening. United 441 passing 12,000 for 14.
United 441 Boston Center, low climb and maintain flight level 230.
Flight level 230 now, United 441. Okay, I don't know why that happened, but I think we were able to recover and we didn't get in trouble there. There's flight level 230. There's here, so 3, 4. I'm still in awe. Somebody's flying a Connie. That's pretty amazing. Oh, that's right. That's not an American thing. You're right, Shattermag. It isn't. Okay, we're now going to Marb. Let's do direct intersection to Marb. Execute. And now let's try nav. And that should be better. Okay, I think we're doing good at Marb now. There's 15,000 feet, speed 270. I think it just blew that off too. There's 270. Heading update. There's Marb. Okay, it's got us there. Good, we're looking good. Okay, after takeoff items. Flaps are up. Gear is up. Holy moly. This airplane is so much fun, but it is a handful. And reset that. Make the map a little bit bigger. And that looks good too. Passengers looking out the window saying, oh, wow, what a nice night. Actually, it's starting to get a little bit like foggier, it seems like. A little mistier tonight. It could be a misty evening for us all.
United 4811, descend and maintain flight level 290.
Almost time. Let's go and do standard altimeter over here. That looks good. And standard altimeter here. Second flight, it's handling it so well.
2356.
Pauliot said that Mist was a great game. Mist is one of those games that just makes me wish that I was so much better problem solving like that, because it was such a good story. It really was. Okay, we in climb power? We're in climb power. Perfect. And the developers of the game, they like did their own music for it and everything. They were so talented, I thought.
United 79, Boston Center, climb and maintain 16,000. The Bradley altimeter 3031.
Okay, did we get all the lights off? No, doesn't look like we got the lights off. We got those there. Logo, strobe, beacon, nav. Everything's good over here. Is the cabin pressurizing? Are we killing our passengers? No, cabin altitude's at 1,900 feet. Life is good there.
45 for 53 Super.
United 441, climb and maintain flight level 340.
Flight level 340 for United 441.
Range 189, Cleveland Center is closed. Let's Yep, radar service terminated. Frequency change approved. Have a good night.
Alright, over there, bye.
And there's flight level 340 looking good. Let's go to flight plan, refresh the weather. Syracuse is now reporting winds are 070 at 6, light rain, 5 miles visibility. Fog 2, it's overcast, crappy weather. Altimeter's 3014. So the winds are 070 at 6. So
Push 514, descend and maintain, flight level 240.
I would imagine, well, runway 15, 10 or 15 is okay.
1823, climbing 8,500 for 14,000.
Freaking 1823, Boston Center, left. Climb and maintain, flight level 230.
230 for American 1823.
Final Rabbit really liked
Washington,
Zork.
133.72.
Boston Center Controller, Syracuse. So if I stay on, there'll be ATC on the way in, so they'll tell us what to do. 25,000 feet. Seatbelts can go off. Seatbelts going off. And passengers see no smoking and a nice cabin. And everything's looking good. Nothing to worry about there. Oh, I think I might have forgotten. Did I get...
4811, descend and maintain.
Probe heaters are on, windshield heaters are on. Good, everything's perfect.
Descend and maintain, flight level 240, United 4811.
Push at 514, transition to 280 knots.
And there's our turn over there, and that wraps up that on it. I think, yeah, there's Highland.
United 4811, transition to 310 knots or greater.
Transition to 310 knots or greater, United 4811.
Yep, Highland's the end of the departure, so we don't need that. And heading bug straight up. Almost done.
So Bravo Boston Center, good evening.
So when you go more beyond 20, oh, there's traffic. I was going to say, where's all our traffic? There we go. Maybe it's 40 miles. Nope, you still get traffic there too. There just doesn't look like there's anything around. So getting out of Boston was a big deal, but nobody's going this way. I guess all the supers. So there is that Lufty. That's going to München. There is another. That one's going... we got one coming in. So there was that Lufthansa that took off after us. And here we are coming over here. That's Albany and Syracuse over there. We could just look and see what's happening there in the real world. So Syracuse, what's going on at Syracuse? We've got a United flight 2481 coming from Chicago. So this one's coming in.
Max 301, descend and maintain 17,000. The Portland altimeter.
That's the same METAR.
Okay, to 17,
so you can see the rain over the real world Syracuse too.
Hello, November 433 X-ray Tango 12.
And this is real world here.
November 3 X-ray Tango Boston Center. Hello, climb and maintain, flip 210.
That's right. That's these over here, right? These long skinny things. They look a little bit like locks. I wonder if they have any special monsters in those that are friends with Nessie.
Jumbo 388 Boston Center, radar contact.
I mean, Loch Ness is kind of like that.
Delta 2175.
They may have special tunnels that they can swim in under the world. Vinyl Rabbit says there's big bass in there.
United 4811, descend via the...
Tim Dog is going over Providence, and that's where... That's right. June is FS Expo in Providence, Rhode Island.
Descend via the
A very providential event.
Runway 22 left, Boston, altimeter 3032, United 4811.
United 4811, maintain 310 knots or greater. Resume the published speed starting at wind tunnel.
We're expecting the ILS runway 10 via Syracuse.
At Winta.
At resume normal speed at Winta, United 4811.
FedEx 647, climate maintain.
Eclipse listens to the real world ATIS. ILS runway 10 in use. Thanks, Eclipse. Thanks for doing that.
514, descend
Final Rabbit is going to go. You're going to go to the FS Expo in Providence too.
3032.
And we are 113 miles from top of descent and flight level 340. Up. That was the camera disconnecting. That's the weather camera that disconnects.
Max 301, contact Boston Center 133.45.
Hi, Outdoor Gamer.
33.45.
Welcome
Max
in.
301, good night.
Happy evening. Eclipse says it's rainy there today.
Southwest 3702, descend via the J Fund to arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 3032.
Okay, we'll let our speed kind of pick up here to Mach 0.80 on this one. Ground speed, well, ground speed's 386. We've got the wind, got about a 66 knot, almost crosswind on our flight path. Let's see, it says 85.6. I think we're still in cruise mode, right? Climb mode, so let's just pull it back here. There's cruise. It says 83%.
Connect Toronto Center 125.77.
Eclipse says that our runways and taxiways are a bit on the damp side. So there's a setting that there's an option that we can check here. Let's just wait until we get to Mach 0.80. Okay, that should be good. So for landing over here on performance, let's see, it's going to be, oh, that's for takeoff. You don't select wet conditions for that. Yeah, that's just for takeoff, not for landing. Okay. And we're done with this page.
Watch at 514, you can increase to 270 knots.
And we're holding flight level 340 and Mach 0.80. We're being such good airplanes. FMS, you do that. You select it in the flight management. I know in some airplanes, do we do it in this? I didn't think we really did it in this thing though. Not on this one. Okay, seatbelts are off. No smoking is on. Landing lights are off. Hydraulics are on. The airplane is pressurized. Not killing our passengers. And we are going to be top of descent in 13 minutes. We are 200 miles away from Syracuse, landing in 26 minutes. So if it's getting as late for you as it is for me, about 26 minutes. So that's going to be about right around 2 o'clock Zulu time. So I hope I'm not keeping you up too late. I'm sure it'll be a really nice landing. Minimums, we could set some stuff up here. So minimums are going to be 621 feet for decision height. So we'll go 620. Okay, we got that set. I don't think it is in the CRJ. I don't think it's that in there. I think that you would do that in the electronic flight bag.
United 4811, connect approach 118.25.
Takeoff and landing. Well, there's landing oh, here's where we might do this. So KSYR. Let's try this. KSY.
United 441, it's going to be runway 10. I can do the ILS or an RNAV RMP approach.
United 441, how about the ILS for runway 10?
United 441, you can expect that. And cross 30 miles east of Syracuse at 1000. The Syracuse altimeter 3014.
Okay, 1000, and that's going to be 30 miles east of the Syracuse VOR for United 441.
Read that correct.
Okay, so we're good to go there. Let's see here. 30 miles from the Syracuse VOR. So, let's see here. Legs. There's Lambs. Syracuse. There's Syracuse right there. I'm guessing that our flight route is mostly just a straight shot, right?
Roger, radar contact.
So for 30 miles out, I need to do squishy math. So let's do squishy math. We're at flight level 340, 34,000 feet, minus 11,000 feet, times 3 divided by 1,000. That means 69 miles, plus 30 miles is 99 miles. Plus 25 miles because this is squishy math. So about 125 miles from Syracuse is where we need to start our descent. 125 miles from Syracuse. We are currently, and Syracuse VOR is 175 miles away, so in 50 miles, we're going to start our descent. Not quite right now. Eclipse, you were going to join us on the Ankara flight on Saturday in the A310. Sure. You don't have to fly Turkish. You can fly any airline you want. This is Flight Sim. We get to do what we want. One of my favorite things is flying Air Berlin, and Air Berlin doesn't fly anymore. So you can fly anything you want.
Alright, 3345, report to
Okay, so 11,000 is what they said. Let's dial that in now. We're clear to do that. You could even do a Spirit Wings A380. I know. See, isn't that great? You could be super.
Southwest 2341, connect Washington Center 133.72.
Okay, there we go. Let's see. Tim Dog, you could say, that's right. I think I was just wondering if we could do that here as a special waypoint. You know, Syracuse / minus 30. I don't know if this does that or not. And I was thinking, well, let's just try it. But I've had a couple of little WASM issues with this airplane before. And make all the chicken sounds you want, but I just didn't want to do that.
Care 541 Boston Center. Hello, the Port Smith altimeter 3030. They're 549.
Yeah, Dustin, they'd have to sell the whole fleet to get their A380. Corsair Slayer, milestone in flight training. You got your complex airplane endorsement done. Wow. Congratulations. That is very nice news, and it's always fun. Thank you for telling us about it so we can celebrate along with you.
Blue 7 negative.
Way to go. How complex was your complex endorsement?
Frontier 144, 9,000 feet for 1,40.
159 miles. We're going to start our descent at 125 miles out of Syracuse. And that's at about 1,500 feet per minute, 15 to 18 depending upon the wind.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
ALJ and Drobung. I don't think I even came close to saying your name right, but congratulations. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. And Rick is on a 10-stream streak right now.
November 615.
It was done in an airplane with retractable landing gear, a first, and a constant speed prop. So you got, Alejandro, I am sorry. Alejandro, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Welcome. I do have a private, and Alejandro's going on a CFI. So this is pretty awesome. Corsair Slayer's just got the complex endorsement. Alejandro is going for a CFI. 3 cheers. There's been, let's see, Mountain Man is getting ready to do the cross country for a private pilot.
1523,
that's awesome news. Really, really neat accomplishments going on right now. Eclipse is going to do a private pilot's license starting this summer. And see, I think that one of the things to do is, obviously, it's not 100%, but, the flight simulator, it's so cool that you can, put in your cross country and try it in the flight simulator, and you've got a reasonable expectation that it's going to be fairly, accurate. And that's really great. Corsair Slayer's going for a CFI. The beauty of aviation, that's the neat thing, and especially how awesome our simulators are becoming these days that we can do that. Obviously, I don't think that you should, logging or anything, but everything else you can try in this and just check, it's your first check of the math of your cross country or something. Well, let's just check my little stuff here and see. 142 miles to top of descent. We're going to start it at 125 miles from Syracuse and see how that works. We're a little crabby on the flight right now because we've got an awful lot of crosswind here. It's almost 70 knots. Eclipse is going to go for a private pilot first. Yep. After college, you'll decide if you want to do a commercial. That's a really smart move. Alejandro is pretty intense. You have to be able to explain not just what it is, but also why to a student.
1132, say Mach number.
Mach number.
Southwest 1132, Mach number is 0.79. Southwest 1132, roger, maintain Mach 7.9 or greater, clear direct to seat. Direct to seat and 0.79 or greater, Southwest 1132. Delta 2116.
133, so we're getting close.
We'll go down to Mach 70, Delta 2116.
Let's go speed now to Mach 0.77 for the descent.
We have 5 minutes out of cockpit.
Approved, let me know when you're back.
So Mach 0.77 for the descent. We are, okay, that's 5 miles away from our artificial top of descent, so we're going to reduce our throttles now.
And direct to seat, Sierra Echo Echo Tango.
Okay, so we just started to do this. And
Care 549.
Speed's coming down. We'll wait till we get to Mach 0.77. We get to the bug there. Colorado Springs, Colorado, Alejandro. a Haas semi-high altitude airport.
3701,
And
approach
speed.
on 118.25.
And our descent has begun. And what we want to do is about over there.
Center Air Canada with you, or 802 with you, flight level.
Trying to remember. It was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far
Air
away.
Canada 802, Boston Center, roger.
Okay, that looks pretty good. How about right about there?
United 79, radar service terminated, frequency change approved. Have a good night.
Alright, one over Unicom, thanks for service on the weekend.
That's good enough. It was really pretty. Ozmac got the private glider in, by the Flatirons and everything in Boulder. I'll bet that was pretty spectacular. You had some really nice views on that, didn't you? That had to have been really awesome in Boulder. Boeing Bogus says, watch out for gators.
388, descend and maintain flight level 240. Descend and maintain flight level 240, JetBlue 388.
Lifesaver has just come in with a very nice raid. Hi, Lifesaver. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in.
Care 549, connect Boston approach 118.25.
Maybe it's 2200 Eastern time. Sometimes they'll stay online a little bit beyond the event, but hi, Lifesaver MD. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the nice raid. Welcome, Raiders. We got the CRJ up. We just departed out of Boston. We're heading on over to Syracuse. This is the brand new update on the CRJ, and it's really nice weather. And we're now 111 miles out of Syracuse. So let's do 27. Let's do our squishy math again and see how we're doing on this. So let's try it from flight level from 28,000 feet minus 11,000 feet times 3 divided by 1,000 plus the 30 miles means at 28,000 feet we need to be 81 miles from Syracuse for this to work. And right now we're about 106 miles from Syracuse. Going a touch fast right now, and we'll do the rest of our descent at 280. So we'll see how that works. Well, I don't want to chase the snowflake on this one right now because the snowflake is probably for the ILS. We're trying to hit 11,000 feet at 30 miles away from Syracuse. The snowflake doesn't know that. That's why I'm trying not to chase the snowflake. So there's 28,000 feet there. And we are 102 miles from Syracuse. So we're a little low right now. So at this point, we could probably just go. And I'm going to reduce my rate of descent.
Alright, safe stage for the flight record. So, please have a good night and have a good weekend.
JetBlue 388, descend via the JFund 2 arrival, runway 22 left.
Okay, about 280 knots, that's pretty good.
Descend by the JFund 2 arrival, 22 left transition.
We're descending at about 1,500 feet per minute. That's probably okay. The altimeter is going to be 3014. Let's set it in here as our reminder. 3014. That's good. we're now 93 miles from Syracuse. So how about we do another round of squishy math? This is going to be for 21,000 feet. So basically 10,000 feet above. 21,000 feet minus 11,000 feet times 3 divided by 1,000 plus the 30 miles means I should be at 60 miles from Syracuse at 21,000 feet. We are 89 miles. I'm going to reduce my rate of descent just a little bit here to how about 1,300. And again, I call it squishy math. It doesn't take into account my speed. It doesn't take into account the wind. None of that.
Southwest 1132 is back.
But it kind of works out
Southwest
okay.
1132, roger, thanks. Descend and maintain
Seat
for level
belts at
240.
25,000.
Descend maintain 240, Southwest 1132.
Center Delta 2116, we're back.
Delta 2116, thanks. Descend and maintain for level 240.
Descend and maintain.
First flight tomorrow is
Delta
Athens to Kavala in Greece. It's going to be Acropolis night, so not entirely a chill-out Greek island hop, but a nice one. Coming up on 80 miles.
FedEx 15 coming in from the west at flight level 350.
FedEx 15 Boston Center, roger. Radar contact.
We've already got the ILS set up. We got our minimums set up. I think we're just have to fly it. Everything's ready.
Air Canada 700 Boston Center, roger.
We'll turn on the logo light.
United 441. Flighting of 280 vector to final approach. Descend and maintain 6,000. The Syracuse altimeter 3014.
3014, we're going to continue the descent to 6,000. What's the heading for the vector for United 441?
United
Subscriber
441,
confirmed. Top clearance
280
granted,
for United
agent.
441, thank you.
Loyalty noted.
Somebody just did something nice. Hang on a sec. 280 is our heading. There we go. Now all we just need to do is do our descent. So let's increase our rate of descent to a standard. Collimator just came back with a nice resub. Hi, Collimator. Thank you for a 23-month resub. Almost 2 whole years. Thanks for almost 2 years, Collimator, of great support. Thanks for helping me keep the lights on here at this crazy place.
Maintain 280.
Maintain 280, Delta 2116.
Going a little fast now, so let's pull the throttle back a bit. 73 miles from Syracuse. They gave us the altimeter of 3014. That's correct. So we're good to go there. Thanks for being here, Collimator. That was so nice of you. And still a touch fast. I wanted to do this at about 280. And we got heading hold, and I'm using vertical speed, so that's good too. Let's also go and do nav source to, well, we're too far away, so there's no real point in doing the, in changing over to the radios yet. There's 1,800
Subscriber
feet per
confirmed.
minute.
Top clearance granted, agent.
And this is looking
Loyalty
good too.
noted.
What happened? John DFW just gifted a sub to Alejandro. Alejandro is making good progress in some big pilot certificates too. John, thank you for gifting a sub tonight. I really appreciate it. Thank you for some really nice, awesome jet fuel in the flight plan here, but thanks for being nice to Alejandro too. Thank you, thank you. And that's a little slow. Almost time to flip the altimeters over. Still holding about 280. Eclipse. Is Syracuse a Charlie? Yes. I think.
Southwest 1132, descend via the J Fund to arrival, runway 22 left, the Boston altimeter 3033.
Sounds like it's getting kind of quiet around old Boston
Arrival
tonight.
Boston 3033 for the Southwest 132.
Southwest 132, thanks.
Nope,
And
it is
maintain
not
310
quiet.
for
It's
greater,
just
resume the
where
published
we're
speed
going,
at
it's quiet. But oh, look at the
Autumn.
swarm of airplanes around Boston tonight.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Oh, what a busy night.
Southwest 1132, as you descend, maintain 310
Altimeter.
or greater, and then the published speed at
3014.
Alright, we'll maintain 310 or greater and then published at autumn.
Altimeters are checked and set. 3 miles final.
388,
Tim Dog
Connect
is a
approach,
3-mile final to
118.25.
Boston. Is it as busy as you thought it would be, Tim Dog? That's right. No frequency change on this one. Let's bring in the map a click. We've already set minimums. Tim Dog says it's not bad tonight. 3-mile finals. Happy landings.
711 with you at flight level 360, climbing flight level 410.
Air Front 711.
We were a
Boston
little
7,
fast.
Boston 7.
All sorts of international flights coming in and out of this Boston airport tonight. It's a busy night. And there is our really
441, turn 10 degrees to your left.
10 degrees to the left for United 441. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 degrees to the left. I think that those gusty winds are kind of blowing us around a bit. No delays, but busy coming into Boston. Localizer 1 is now active. We'll just leave it up here and we can switch it over. Localizer 1 is now active. And I believe those are the lights of Syracuse up ahead, too. I think if we kept on going west, we'd see those Finger Lakes tonight with the moon out tonight, which is really nice.
Delta 2116, descend via the JFund 2 arrival, runway 22 left, the Boston altimeter 3033.
Descend via the JFund 2 arrival, runway 22 left. We have information, Zulu at the field, Delta 2116.
Thank you.
Okay, just closing as many windows as I can, and especially after that. Yeah, I got the altimeters. Irvy, song verse test. Oh, thing twice. It's just another day for you and me in paradise. That sounds like Phil Collins.
Maintaining flight level 140.
That's Phil Collins.
Emirates 373 Boston Center, climb and maintain.
And another day in paradise, right? Yeah, that's Phil Collins.
Climb and maintain flight level
Okay,
230
next
373.
speed is 250. There's 250
New
at
recruit
12,000
detected.
feet.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Mouse NL. Welcome aboard, Mouse NL. Thanks for the follow. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by today. Tim Dog made it to Boston with a minus 183.
11,000, the Burlington altimeter 3023.
Speed's coming on down a bit here.
Or descend and maintain 11,000, Air Canada 802.
Air Canada 802, the wind is calm at Bangor, Burlington. Expect the ILS 33 approach. When you're able, rhetoric to Janud.
Clear to Janud, ILS 33 approach.
Nice lights tonight. A couple of fluffy little clouds out there. Not too bad.
United 441, descend and maintain 4,000.
4,000 now for United 441.
Air Canada 700, cross Cypher at flight level 10.
Coming down to our speed, 250, and lights. Lights are good. 10,000 foot cabin call. Looking good there. Airplane should be off the right wingtip. There's the airport, I think right over there. There's our runway. Cool. Everything's happening the way it's supposed to. That's really nice.
Southwest 1132, Conic approach 118.2.
Eclipse is doing practice approaches in the A300. Thing about the A300 and the A310, those are old Airbuses, so those autopilots get really cranky the closer to the ground you get. So you really just have to take those airplanes off the autopilot at a certain time.
United 441, flooding 290.
290 now for United 441.
Boston Center, intercept 900 Foxtrot Tango's with you, 5,000 pounds.
290. I'm going to go ahead and bug 210.
Resume our navigation to Portsmouth, altimeter 3030.
Bugging 210. Let's come over here to performance. And we're going to come over and do speeds for landing. VREF 135, we'll call it 140. Always like to add just a little bit more to that. Core setting coming on in here is going to be, it's going to be 100 degrees coming in here.
FedEx 1523, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain level 280.
Descend at pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 280, FedEx 1523.
Delta 2116, Conic Boston approach 118.25.
Approach on 11825, Delta 2116. Have a good night.
And speed needs to start coming down now for 210. We can start rolling out flaps at 230 knots here. Almost there.
802 cross January, at above 6,000 and cleared the ILS 33 approach.
Yeah, there's a couple of SIAs that are always pretty entertaining, aren't they?
Or above 6,000, cleared ILS 33 approach.
I'm going to start reducing my rate of descent here just a bit. Bringing the map, click. There comes our speed down.
United 441, descend maintain 3,000.
3,000 for United 441. There we go, 3,000. Speed still coming down. There's 230.
Climb and maintain flight level 250. And
glide slope and localizer are set. That looks good. Flaps 1. Arm the thrust reversers. So as soon as I start rolling out my flaps, that's when I remember to do my thrust reversers in this plane. And we're going to need a little bit of thrust here to hold 210. And there's 210. That should do it. Here comes 3,000 feet. And we need to watch the speed. This airplane does not like it when you go slow. There's 3,000. And
FedEx 15 to
210 knots.
To arrival, runway 22 left, the Boston altimeter 3033.
Roger, descend via the J Fund to arrival and Boston altimeter 3033, FedEx 15.
FedEx 1523, New York Center is closed, frequency change approved.
Little slow.
Frequency change approved, FedEx 1523, have 8650 ATC.
No auto throttle keeps you busy, but it's nice busy. There's 210, and life is good. Flying Eli is going to call it a night tonight. Flying Eli, thank you for staying up so late. Have a great evening. See you next time.
Say again.
Okay, that's looking nice.
Emirates 373, direct Alpha, Uniform Golf.
Okay, now
Fly direct.
let's bug
Alpha
180
Uniform
for the turn.
373.
There's 180 for the
United
turn.
441, sliding 070, join the localizer.
070 is the heading. Join the localizer for United 441. There we go, 070. We just got Bilbo's Wagons is back in chat. Welcome back, Bilbo's Wagons. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. It has been a while. We've been getting some great airplanes. Welcome back, Fryock.
United 441, continue the turn now, heading of 120.
Continuing the turn 120 for United 441. Arm the approach. And speed's coming down to 180. I think flaps 8. Flaps are 8.
Yeah, right here. The other guy, I thought he gave me another code. With you, flyable 350 at this time.
And around here, we said what, 135 or 140?
We'll maintain 35.
We're going for 140 for our landing. 140. There's 180. Speed up a little bit.
United 441, you're 4 miles from Moink, maintain 3000, so you're established, cleared ILS 10 approach.
Maintain 3000 for established and cleared for the ILS, runway 10 approach. We do have the runway in sight, United 441. There's 180. I say wheels. It's going to get busy. Let's do landing gear. Fryock, this is going to probably be our final landing tonight. We've had a great day today. Started in Berlin. We also did a flight out of Manila in the cargo plane. So this is a good one. Thalo, thank you for coming by today. Make sure it snags it.
Emirates 711, descend to pilot's discretion, maintain flow level 240.
180.
Air France
Okay, 140 is our bug for landing.
40, Air France 711, thank you.
There we go. And make sure it starts to turn us over. There's 180.
November 0, Foxtrot Tango, connect Boston Center 133.45.
Over Boston Center 133.45. Shoot.
I know we are.
41 Syracuse, wind 090 at 7, runway 10, clear to land.
10 clear to land, United 441. Yeah, we've got a near 30 knot crosswind on this one. So we are definitely a little bit crabby here. What did you think about the storms last night? Bilbo's Wagons. Well, obviously, I think we've seen a increase so far this year. We're about double the number of average storms. So it does seem like it's a little bit sooner this year. Definitely a little bit, some of them a bit more violent too. Flaps are 30. And looking good. 140 to land. Let the airplane do the work, especially on your last flight like this today. It really, you get tired. You really do. So let the airplane do some of the work. Look outside. Everything looks pretty good. Okay, looking good here. Parking spots. Runway 10, we're going to try and exit at either Whiskey or Uniform to get to the terminal. Yeah, the plane knows what to do right now. There's 5 mile finals. Let's pull the throttles just a little bit here. Get down to 140 for landing. The cam checklist looks good. Nothing weird there. Nope, nothing weird at all. But I think it's going to be important for people that live in the tornado zones nowadays to stay a little bit more plugged in with, you know, some online weather resources like in the U.S., the Storm Prediction Center and the, you know, your local National Weather Service office. Storm Prediction Center, SPC, is an absolutely great resource. I'll put a link in for you for tornadoes. National Hurricane Center, obviously, if you're by the coast, but that's a really good one to have. Those are some of the real top-notch meteorologists.
An American 50.
Okay, here we go. AP off. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. Yeah, Bilbo's is living in the Midwest right now, and especially with other parts of National Weather Service operations being impacted by changes in the world. I think the Storm Prediction Center is a very good website to have bookmarked if you live in Tornado Alley and stuff. National Hurricane Center is an important one if you live by the coast.
Air Canada 802, Burlington, wind calm, runway 33, clear to land.
100. Runway 33, clear to land, Air Canada 802. 30, 20, 10.
That was a little hard.
FedEx 15, descend via the J-Fund to arrival for runway 22.
I think that was a little hard.
Tree 0, tree.
Roger, descending via the J-Fund to arrival and expecting 22 left, FedEx 15.
Okay, landing lights.
United 441, welcome to Syracuse. Taxi to parking via Alpha Bravo. Good night.
Alpha and Bravo to parking for United 441. Thanks for the ATC and the fun event. Have a good weekend. Alpha
Air Canada 700,
Bravo.
Daisy at 8,000, LaGuardia altimeter 3028.
There's the terminal. This is just default. I've been thinking that it's good to save a little bit of cash these days, so we're going to try and do some more default sceneries for a little bit. Minus 377. Yeah, it was a little bit on the hard side, I thought. But we've made it. The strobes are off, I think. Yeah, strobes are off. Oh, got to get those flaps up. Flaps going up. We'll find ourselves. Looks like we got a gate right ahead. Yeah, it sounded rough, but it looked okay. And really, you know, a 344 is not so bad. Very misty here tonight. I don't really see a yellow line here, but this should probably work for us. That's probably pretty good. Parking brakes. And everything with the APU is up and running, so that's good. Let's turn off the nose lights. Stop blinding people on the ground. Turn off the probe heaters too. That could actually burn somebody. We don't want to do that. Engine number 2. Engine number 1. And stop squawking. Get off their scope. That looks really good. Fuel pump's going off. That's great too. Beacon can go off. Seat belts can go off. Come on down here. Go to aircraft. I would like chocks, ground power, door. And let's see if the jetway will come for us. Man, we've had terrible luck with jetways tonight. Terrible luck. It looks like I didn't get my strobes off after all. There we go. It's kind of hard to see those switches at night. But looks like we made it. And the moon's still out too, so that was really nice. Hey, look at that. Jasko's checking in from Sweden. And Pick a 5-string is here too. There is a great, it's called Deep Weather. That is absolutely, Pick a 5-string. I'd forgotten about Deep Weather. But yes, that's a good app too. That is a really good one. But Pick a 5-string, welcome on in. Tomorrow, we have got a nice flight. Our first one for tomorrow is Athens to Kavala. We've also got a flight out of Riga, and we're also going to try and do a flight Sault Ste. Marie, down to Chicago Midway. It's the Navy Pier FNO. That is a real big VATSIM event. Expect all sorts of dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Anytime the FNO is in the Chicagoland area, it really is usually a really, really big type of an event. So be ready for that if you possibly can. Looking forward to some fun flying. My first Frontier flight tomorrow. That's right. It's going to be a Frontier A320. I don't have that one set up at the moment. So I need to go and correct those. I usually get those going through the day. Who is live streaming right now? I think I saw Moose. Let's see. Agent has a brand new computer. Agent's doing the Derail Valley career mode. Agent's driving trains. Mustafa is in the Mad Dog. So let's see. What else? Those are the only two that I see that are doing anything. Do you feel like trains or Mad Dogs? I'll keep an eye on chat for just a second and see what you think about that. That might be planes, trains, and automobiles. Those are the things that we really like. Eclipse says Mad Dogs. Let's go over and do some mad dogging at the Moose Lodge. So this is that point in the flight where I'm going to say super duper thank you. Thank you for being secret agents and special agents and double O's. There have been some incredibly generous subs so far this month. Thank you for helping me to keep the number up there to my break-even level. We're getting back up near that, and I so appreciate that. So thank you for coming in. Nick, welcome back in. Nick, we're just kind of starting to wrap stuff up here. We usually depart the scene of the crime on the spy flight at 1900 Zulu. So that's about, what is that? About 6-7 hours earlier. But there we go. Dustin, thank you for being here. If you are brand new to the Spy Flight, thank you for coming. I hope you are having a really good Thursday. Friday is tomorrow, and we definitely are in the mood for weekend fun. If you joined on YouTube, just started multi-streaming on YouTube, and I'm going to say thank you for being over there as well. I do have my multi-chat window all sorted out, so anything that you're going to be saying over there, we're going to see that as well too. So all is right with the world. Thank you for coming in today. I hope all is well with you too. Can't wait to see you. Departure time's 1900 Zulu. We'll see you then. In the meantime, as always, please, 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 as always, stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers, good night, and thanks for being here. Really, thanks for being here.
Scooter, 757 spot.
Remind me to stop setting up these video conferences.
Yes, SAS said have a lot of these. In fact, I had a guy painted a bunch of them in different SAS liveries that I have that he asked me to take some pictures of for him to post on TO a while back.
The internet is a completely different culture, isn't it?
Yeah.
You said it. Everything here is immediately...
77